And welcome to the Power Series. My name is Page, right here at Killarney Raceway. I've got Simon with me today, looking good and healthy. I know you've had some procedures done, let's put it that way, the last couple of weeks, so we're very glad to have you back. Thank you for joining us. You bring a spice of life to the series that I don't think anybody else can, so I'm very excited to be here this morning, Simon. Racing is in the air, the weather's finally good.
There is sun. Can you see it? It's shining on the side of my face.
We got legends like Kwesi Swanepoel standing right here. It's a good day to go racing.
Absolutely. It is Power Series round 6 today, guys. The sun is out and so are the people. We decided to do this downstairs this morning because the buzz is incredible. So
no, it is. Auntie
you've got to get down
comes
here.
by. Yeah, no, this is one of those days today where, and I told Dexter yesterday, the excitement is certainly in the air. We can feel it. There's a good vibe in the pits. The guys are happy-go-lucky, but the competitive juices are still running strong.
Absolutely. Anything interesting from yesterday?
Nah, yesterday was a pretty chill day yesterday.
Pretty chill.
Pretty chill.
Pole position, both races that he is participating in. But it was pretty chill. I mean,
no, it was chilled. We, the BMW Car Club, we got pole in class, and then for the Opel Formula Supercars, I'm running the #1 today, so I'm very privileged to be running the #1, and we managed to qualify pole, set our fastest time in qualifying ever. I've been working with RDSA, I've been working with Wim Toy, and I've been playing on the sim, so I've been practicing, and it's so weird that old dogs can learn new tricks, so I'm glad to be back.
Absolutely, absolutely. So today, anything new, anything exciting, any new riders or drivers?
There's plenty, there are plenty, and there's one driver that's not so new as I look at the timetables over here, and Zach Layden, he was leading his class now as GTI Challenge goes out. Zach Layden's one of those younger new drivers that is just doing a whole bunch of different categories, not brand new, but certainly one of the new drivers, and still leads Class B. And folks, I'm not checking my WhatsApps, although I might. I'm checking the times here, and it looks like Zach Layden is leading off Class B with Nathan Victor leading off Class A. These guys are doing 24s in front of Class A at the moment. Tristan Joubert, he'll be happy with that, with first in class with Daniel Munna, second in Class C, Flash Finderin, and Ross third and fourth. Mark Fontini, an uncharacteristic fifth. I think that's going to change. They got 4.5 minutes. They got about 4 minutes left, 3 or so minutes left of GTI Challenge qualifying. The Brat Pack, as they know.
And just speaking of times, and there seems to be a little bit of competitiveness in the air. People are really pushing on this round 6. Yesterday in the Batik 650 class, we have our very young rider Bradley Musto. He did a 29.6 consistently for 7 laps in the qualifying.
29.6 the entire time.
Every single lap that he did yesterday, which is absolutely incredible. So well done. Keep it up.
It's so weird, right? It's not difficult to do. You just have to be really good.
Consistency is key. Okay, so if he keeps that up today, he'll be good.
It's not hard to do for the guys like him that can do it. It's a crazy thing. There are certain guys that are good at hitting those marks, and you've got to do it every single corner. You've got to string it together. So well done to him for doing that. It takes some doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the BMW class yesterday, besides you and you
let's talk about the rest of the guys.
We had the only one in Class B. We had Anwar Levy coming best there. 19. What? 19? I don't have my glasses on in my hand.
So he's broken out. He's actually a Class C driver, and he just said somehow yesterday the speed was there, the time was there, the car was there, he was there, and Anwar Levy jumped straight to the top of the standings. And then, as you can see, Baby Jakes.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of stories going on here. Baby Jakes has been away. He travels the world to exotic locations and places, rocks up in Cape Town when he wants to race, jumps in the executive car, and then pulls that time over there in Class C. And Baby Jakes, incredibly fast. He looks like he's broken out now. Yes, he's Class C. That's a 22-second time, so he's in Class C. And then from my side, very interesting, Marco Retta. That's his personal best with a 23.1. Marco's done some upgrades on his car. Those upgrades sound so good. I want to do it on my car as well. And look at this. Look at this. We got sweeties direct from Mr. Brian Hoskins. Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, you see, this is the joy of doing this downstairs amongst everybody. Absolutely fantastic. How sweet.
If you've got a building named after you, you can interrupt the live stream. Everybody else
whatever you want.
Needs to leave us alone.
Bring us sweeties, you can do whatever you want. If somebody will just bring some coffee.
That's a good idea. I do need coffee.
I know we had another person that wanted to walk in.
I do need coffee.
I love the vibe when we are downstairs.
I know the producer's job is a bit busy today, so thank you for that.
We're going to have to get some bodyguards on the side. Keep them away. Not now. Paparazzi later.
So, and then just to continue here, Troy Dollenschenk, new to the series, he registered for the last race, but unfortunately couldn't make it. And now he's back right in the front of Class D. He's going to be giving those other guys a hard time. Dexter, unfortunately, had a tire blowout at 180 kilometers an hour down the straight. So
all okay, though, yeah?
All okay, everything's cool. Car got fixed last night.
Where are you? You're not here this morning,
No, he's good. Car's fixed. And he should be a lot faster than that.
In my pocket, yeah,
and yeah, I've got them already. And then we'll just skip past that next guy over there, 26-1, that's me. And then James King, who is our current championship overall leader and my class leader, the person I'll be looking forward to battling most today.
And 0.4 behind you, eh?
Right there, he's right there. And then you can see the rest of the guys, Ibrahim Levy, Yusuf Hendricks, Arno Michaels, all these guys leveling up, improving, getting faster. Sebastian Swanepoel driving the car now. Kosi Swanepoel's son, so he's in there. Ahmad makes his return, gets pole in Class F. Then we got Koos de Kok, Jacques de Toy, Shane Boscombe, third place in class, his best result ever. So fantastic driving from a lot of these guys, and the commitment to the class is there, and that's what you need. You don't just want the guys to show up every now and then. These guys are showing up when they can. A lot of them are traveling businessmen, so they're here when they can. And shout out to all the BMW Car Club guys, and again shout out to our chairman Ridwan and the rest of the committee. They are doing a fantastic job running things. We couldn't be racing without them. We need people, we need accountants. CHR Racing in the house. We need accountants behind the desks to make sure that we can race. And speaking of accountants, CRA Racing, thanks to them as well.
Awesome. And the qualifying, how are we doing?
How are we doing? Nathan Victor, looks like we got provisional results. Nathan Victor, pole in his class. And then we've got Layden, pole in his class. Tristan Joubert keeps pole. So these are provisional results. Let's go through them before they disappear. Nathan Victor, John Hendry, Shane Williams gets third place in class. So he's going to be happy with that. Zach Layden, Waylon Volkskenk after getting a result at the SAS in his Porsche GT3. Waylon gets second. Razik Harris, after making sure his son gets results in karting, back in third position. Zaki Hendricks just pulled up now, all relaxed. He pulled up the same time as me. No wonder, you know when you see someone's just trying to jump into the queue to get like, that was him.
Should just be like, I'm racing now, I've got to go.
Yeah, literally jumps in the car, gets fourth place in Class B, and then Class C, Tristan Joubert, Daniel Muller keeps second place, Flash Vinderen keeps third place, Ross fourth, Mark Fontini, as I said, uncharacteristically in fifth place. He was fighting for the championship last year, so let's see if Mark Fontini can do the same thing today.
Yeah, speaking of Shane Williams, because you mentioned his name there, if you guys were watching last time, you would have seen, we had to cut quite a lot of the footage because it was a little bit crazy. So I told him this morning when I saw him, because he was buzzing with the same energy, I said, I'm keeping my camera crew away from you today.
No, Shane is one of those guys. I heard him on the radio this week. He can talk without swearing. He just when
can he though?
But when he sees the lens like that, then he just lets rip.
He started interviewing on his own. I was standing somewhere else with a mic, and he just jumped in front of the camera.
He's got a habit of doing that.
Hold on, I'm coming. Let me just get to this guy.
Him and the mayor of Watersig, same WhatsApp group. If you don't know who that is, same personality types. Watch out for them on the live stream. As we now cut to the next category, we'll be pulling out. It looks like it's classics and fine cars going out. No, fine cars qualified with us yesterday. This is classics. So fine cars did qualify yesterday. We can look at the other qualifying sheet over there.
Yes, Supercars. Oh my gosh. Wait, again, I'm so sorry. Whose name's right on the top over there? This guy.
Look, race day is different.
We're just going to skip you.
Talk about the rest. Race day is different. But we take what we can, and yesterday was a good day. I went to bed last night knowing yesterday was a good day. Today's a different day, but yesterday was a good day. Andrew Moffat kept me honest.
Kyle and Glenn, did they make it through without bumper cars?
Glenn,
Sorry guys, love you, but
they did. Glenn had clutch issues, so that's why Glenn's not right in front like he always is. Andrew Moffat, of course, always fighting for pole. Kyle Halleck, very good. Kyle always does some of his best work in qualifying, so a very solid time from him. He's going to hope to repeat that today as well. Arnold Lambert, there first in fine cars by quite some margin, so watch out for Arnold Lambert in fine cars. Excuse me, Brad Fenner.
Now, explain for those, these are two different classes, but they race together.
These are two different classes, but they qualify together. So today they're qualifying, or yesterday we qualified together, but we're swapping around. We're racing with the V8 Masters because we race in the Owen Ashley series, basically.
Okay.
Actually combined cars. So that's the V8 Masters and the Formula Supercars. But for qualifying, it's just easier for everybody if we qualify with them and the V8 Masters qualify on their own. That's why we split the calendar, so there's more things that can happen on a Friday. The V8 Masters, I hate to say it, guys, but y'all brought this on yourselves. I might be in a V8 Masters car. I think Mondays. Either this Monday. I think I'm not driving though. I'm sitting passenger.
Oh, well, I think that's worse.
I think it's this Monday or next Monday. But either way, these cars, a lot of these guys are known to spin out of turn one, which they did yesterday. So are we glad? Because you watch the Formula One guys, and include this in the snippet if you guys are going to use that first snippet. You watch the Formula One guys practice. They make mistakes in practice.
Yeah.
And they make mistakes when they're on the limit, trying to find the limit. That's what Fridays are for. And I think the guys maybe push a bit hard. There's a difficult cars to drive. There's a fast cars to drive. And a couple of mistakes were made. So for them to have their own...
Give me the backstory of why you're going in a V8 Masters car. Are you exploring some opportunities?
No. This is just for TV.
So you finally became a master.
Well, I'm old enough. I'm old enough. I'm qualified.
He's hit the age back.
So the V8 Masters guys, they have invited us from the TV show to come film there and experience the car.
Nice.
They want to get more bums in seats, just like we did with Formula Supercars. We want to help grow the series. And I feel like my role in motorsport is to try and grow various series. We've got platforms, you and I, with this platform. We've got TV, we've got radio, we've got various platforms that we work with. And motorsport's given me so much. It's my role to make sure that I make time and do these sorts of things. And we look forward to doing it, and hopefully can grow V8 Masters. It's a great series. It's a good car. The guys that drive it love it. It's a very physical car to drive. So let's see what it's like to a passenger. I hope I get to drive it, though, to be honest. I'd much rather drive it.
And I'm very biased because the roaring of those engines, just like, it's a feeling.
No, it's a big time feeling.
Absolutely.
Big time feeling. I see the clan Rowe is out today. Andre Rowe at the coffee stand over here. And as we see people, we mentioned them. Celine Rowe, of course, racing in GTI Challenge. Dylan, double champion, coaching her and working on that car. So lots of familiar faces cruising around here.
Yeah, I'm just loving it. The sun is coming up higher and higher. Guys, it's going to be an absolutely stunning day. So honestly, it's just post-payday. It is the Power Series. Round
payday?
6. Yeah, mine's one video.
You've been paid. Let me check my SMSs.
Pack your cooler box and get down here. It's going to be an absolutely brilliant day.
I had to pack my own lunch in today.
You haven't even had coffee, shame.
I know.
Alicia, please help him.
Yeah, where is Alicia? I haven't seen Alicia this morning at all. She used to wake with coffee in the mornings. Those days are gone now. Those days are gone.
I'm joking. Okay, so
Alicia's our producer, by the way. Yeah.
For those that don't know. I just want to talk about this class because I noticed that the Lotus Exige came in only third. So is there something happening
There is something wrong with that car. There is something wrong with that car. The guys spoke to me last night. I was at NDT. I'm not sure what it is, but it's nothing major. They said they'll be able to sort it out by today. So there is a problem on that car. But that doesn't mean that someone like Connor Kilbride can't capitalize and go exceptionally fast. Connor, having come back from a big accident in turn 4, now driving the Libre, which is basically...
Explain what a Libre.
A Libre. It's a cool sounding car.
Because I had to learn over the last year and a half about a Latari.
I know.
Another
Latari's a made-up name. Don't worry about that. It's a Lotus with a Ferrari engine. I mean, come on, NDT. You guys can do better than that. Again.
People are going to hate us today.
I know. I need my coffee. That's why I'm being so mean this morning. But Nian knows. Nian gives it to me all the time, so it's fine. And then Connor Kilbride now back with... that Libre, which is effectively, it's a sports car, which is kind of like an LMP3 type of thing. You get LMP1, LMP2, LMP3, so you get these grades of sports cars. And the Libre is like an LMP3 level sports car, depending on what engine you're running. And I think this one's running a Honda engine. I'm not actually sure, but there are different engine options, but it is very fast. A 13 is a very fast car. Connor Kilbride's driving has been leveling up so hard, and he just came back from a big accident, having hurt his shoulder a couple months ago. In turn 4, crashed into another Porsche. And Godspeed to the Porsche driver, who, as I know, is still busy with rehab. Connor now back with shoulder rehab, and he managed to get second in Class A. Charles Visser, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, you were speaking about that 13.4, but I mean, how's that 11?
Charles Visser with an 11.6. Insane. Now, Charles just having come back from the South African Endurance Series in Johannesburg.
Last weekend,
which was last week,
yeah,
yes. The Killarney 4-hour, I think it was. I think it was a 4-hour. Could have been 6 hours. I think it was 4-hour, if I get this wrong.
It was playing on my YouTube in the background, but I was too busy to...
I was working at the time, but I was checking checking in, and RDSA was working with Charles Visser. You've got Just for Sleep, you've got Rico Barlow Racing, all these guys. It's Rico Barlow's team, and they won. And you remember Glovegate from the 9 hour where Charles took his glove off, wiped something out of his eye, and then ended up getting penalized and not winning that race.
Oh my gosh, no.
Yeah, Glovegate, look it up.
Glovegate.
We call it Glovegate, yeah. The Peter Van der Spey podcast, we talk about it on there with Nick Adcock. And Glovegate, he took his glove out. Now, again, I'm a stickler for the rules, man. You're not supposed to take your glove off. But it is such a minor infringement. Yeah. He could have got a monetary penalty, which would have been fair.
Yeah.
The stewards decided to give him a penalty, which, again, the rule says the steward's discretion. So the stewards are allowed to do that. And if they feel that that's the fair punishment for the thing, for the discretion, then so be it, you know. Funny story, we actually, at the end of the race, we actually sat around having drinks discussing this with the stewards that night because I wanted to understand what the reasoning was. But anyways, that's done. Fast forward a few months, we go back at South African Endurance Series, back in the same situation. Charles leading again, and this time, no gloves come off. The gloves stay on, and Charles sets the lap record at Killarney overall, pipping his same car, Jonathan Thomas, who set a fantastic record at the 9 hour, just pipping that record. He beat it 6 times in a row, actually.
Wow.
And just shows how talented these young drivers are. And to be fair on Jonathan, obviously there's been time to develop the car. I'm sure Jonathan, if he's watching, would love to have another go at that record. But Charles Visser walks away with a win, with the record, and his gloves intact. So well done,
and
Charles
the lesson
Visser.
is, if you have an itch, don't scratch.
Yeah. Literally, do not
just
scratch it. It's an interesting discussion, though, because what if you got a bee in your eye and the hazard, and they were behind the safety car? There were all these sort of mitigating factors. So for me, these things are quite fascinating with the rules of motorsport, how motorsport works. But in this case, that case, it worked against him. In this case, though, he made it work for him.
How long is the piece of string? You start giving leniency on one person, and especially if they're a person that does really well generally, and then everybody else starts thinking that it's unfair. And
yeah, precedents need to be set.
Yeah,
precedents need to be set, and that's how it goes sometimes. And just interesting conversation as we still wait for
they're still lined up, these guys.
There might be a cleanup happening on track. There might be a cleanup happening on track. We don't know.
Upstairs, we have the commentators that are telling us that we don't have them. Sorry, guys, we don't have you.
So if our producer can give us some feedback on this one, I'd love to know. But maybe there's a cleanup happening. But it does sound like some engines are about to or starting up as we wait for the next group. What else you got over there?
Just before we move on, I want to touch on Waylon Forshank. So he's still in the X class on his own.
Which means that he's got a new car. So Waylon also, again, was at the South African Endurance Series race in the 1 hour. Got some silverware there, got a podium position there in that Porsche 911 GT3. He now finds himself racing sports and GT with that same car, but because he's first time a year, he gets an X on his car.
Okay.
It's
and
a safety thing.
We did discuss all of this last time. I just wanted to understand from him specifically how these classes work. You got to work your way up there. Brand new car, first time back after a long time. You start at X, work your way up.
Exactly. You start in X, and also X is the way that X works is that, I'm just sorry if I'm looking distracted, I've got a lovely lady, Karen Piazza Musso, behind the camera over here. Again, familiar faces all over the place. Come say hi if you want to come say hi to all your friends and family. But back to Waylon. Waylon getting that podium position on at the SAES, now in Class X, and it's a safety thing as well, because then the other drivers can see that he's a first-time driver. He's obviously not inexperienced, but it does help when you've got a giant X on the back of the car to show the other drivers that you are still sort of new in the class, learning the ropes, etc., etc., etc. No ways did I just get coffee delivered. Wow. Cheers to the best producers in all of the land. Oh, this is great.
Oh, that is hilarious.
Yeah, I'm going to pop this down for now.
Okay, let's check what else happened yesterday. Did we discuss the Formula Libres? No, we did not.
No, we did not.
No, let's see. DJ Boyson.
Of course, DJ Boyson, the quickest man.
Class S, 2 of them, and he was the 14.7. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's very good. 14.7 is very quick, and as you can see, second place there. Cohen Bam in second place, also Class S. I did see another Class S car, but clearly that car didn't go out at Storm Lanfear. I don't see his name on here. The car was parked out there yesterday. They were getting the car ready. I can only assume that Storm will be going out later on. So let's see how that goes for him. Also going to be mixing it up with the Class C guys as we look at Class C. Or Class S, guys, apologies. As we look at Class C, Hayden Elwood leads off Class C. And the Brat Pack of Formula Libre, the Class V class, this is led by Richard Carr. Hazelman right behind him, Beaumont right behind him. We'll notice Dexter Bruce's name is missing. He's had his time with Formula V4 now, but I'm sure he'll be back with a fantastic performance from him the last time, getting in the top 3 in all his outings. So, and coming away from this, having learned something, having said that this is an experience that I think a lot of drivers should adopt, is racing in a single-seater at some stage in your driving career. Certainly worthwhile trying out.
And these are not the left-hand drive car, because I've seen the cars.
These are single-seaters
that are on the other side.
Yeah, so the other side is usually sports cars.
Right.
If the car's imported from Europe and it's a sports car rules dictate that even though there's not space for 2 people in the car, there needs to be space for 2 people in the car. It harks back to the old sports car days when technically a sports car had 2 seats. Now that second seat is basically a dummy seat. You could barely squeeze a toddler in there, but the rules are the rules again. And they exist. In this case, it's like that old story where why did your mom cook in 2 pots? You know, but it's because her grandmother cooked in 2 pots, and that's kind of the tradition gets passed along for no good reason. In this case,
I was also trying to think, did my mom cook in 2 pots?
the story goes that they couldn't afford a big enough pot. The big pots were expensive, so they cooked in 2 smaller pots, and then later on that got passed down, and then the mothers were just like, 2 pots, that's how we do it these days. So in this case, you get 2 seats in a sports car, but in a single-seater, you get 1 seat. Cars with more than 2 seats, though, are the classics that are out at the moment. They can have as many seats as they want, and and they are driving right now. Let's see as we wait for the times to come up.
You're getting super distracted.
I know. I'm getting blown kisses here, guys. What am I supposed to do?
Just come say hello. Just come and say hello.
All I can do is catch those kisses and put them in my pocket. Thank you. I'll save them. I'll save them and cherish them. As we now look at the classic cars. Now out there, they now have about 8 minutes left, and they've just completed their first laps as we wait and see how the classic car drivers do out there.
Absolutely. And the last class I think that we have not spoken about is the V8 Masters, which we spoke about, but we didn't speak about their timing yesterday. We had Sean Moore up front. Go Sean!
Go yes. Sean! I'm a fan.
I'm a fan too.
I'm a fan.
Love that guy. Such a great guy, honestly.
I'm going to be chatting to him. Hopefully I'll be talking. I see someone's making faces at the back
guess
here.
Who it is? Shane himself. Guess who it is?
Surprise!
Why am I not surprised?
I heard you on the radio this week, Shane.
So Sean Moore doing a 15.7 there, which is pretty good for the V8 Masters. Alistair Brown right behind him with a 16.2. Gary Thompson there with an 18.4, and we go down to 19s with Dennis and Stuart Spooner. Ken Finneman at a 20. Martin Bench, which I think Martin Bench has only been racing for just sort of a year in this class
this season.
now.
He's winning his class. They've got the silver class in there as well, and he's had good results in class, has Martin. Says this car's a difficult car to get to grips with, and again, I've spoken to Martin. We'd love to work with you at RDSA. I think there's some benefit there. Traction as well. We can start with traction driving and bring in Claudia as a consultant, because I think he's got the potential, and he's had those moments. So I'd love to have a chat with him. We've been working with Mia, his daughter, getting some good results there as well.
Mia, if you're watching, if you hear this, 3 Power Series now. I've been trying to get hold of you to interview you. She's always MIA. And then I wait hours.
She is the best person to interview. So easy to talk to. Easy to talk to, and it's such a an interesting character. Definitely, if you can find Mia Bench, chat to her and her dad. What a cool racing family. I love it when there are motorsport families here.
Yes.
And I love when new legacies are started. I've always said that it's important when we pass the sport down. What we're doing is not just passing the sport down, we're creating new legacies, and the Bench family is now a racing family.
Yeah, absolutely. And then lastly that we didn't mention there is Ian Parsons. Any relation to Menno Parsons?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, let us know if you are.
Well, we got some times here.
How are we going there?
We got some times here as I check my WhatsApps. We got Michael in first place over here. In Class A, then we got, I don't have the surnames here, Franco in second place. I suspect Franco de Matteo is going to go a bit faster. Franco de Nadia, I apologize. And then Louis Powell in third place. Louis Powell, the evergreen Louis Powell. I mean, Louis been around for a
bar.
long time. Okay, here we go. Michael Hitchcock, I apologize. That's the surname. Brian Evans in first place in Class B.
What? Go, Brian.
Yeah, you know Brian, don't you?
Yes, yeah.
And the
his
Evans
son,
clan, Jared, in the mix as well. But
Nice.
Putty van Zyl gets second place over there. Trevor Momberg, your #1 driver and champion from last year, gets third place. And then in Class C, Robert Rowe, Dion Conradi, and Trevor Hutchings. Again, Trevor Hutchings, always there. The evergreen Trevor Hutchings does rallycross, does circuit racing, does the all-tar, does everything basically. And still quick out there. Wayne Lotte, Lane Hutchings chasing down the old man. And Theo Claessens as we go to Class D. Jacques Blom in that beautiful Ford as Dylan Joubert lines up for Clubmans.
Nice.
Clubmans will be heading out soon. Malcolm Pfeiffer in the mix there in second place. Dave Rowley in third place in the Beetle. And then Bradley Rowe brings up Class E. Calvin Beekman, another name that's been a familiar fixture here at Killarney Raceway. Calvin Beekman in second place. Josh Dovey in Class X. And remember, Class X, it's for new drivers.
Yes.
I'm going to grab a sip of my coffee, so would you mind talking for the
Yeah,
past, like,
absolutely.
33 seconds?
33 seconds. Guys, yeah, it's very, very exciting. We've got the other guys lining up now. I think we've got about a couple of laps, maybe about 4 or 5 laps left of that race. But it's super, super competitive. We are at round 6, so it's almost there. These guys are fighting for points. They're fighting for placements, everything. And it is super, super, super exciting. Yeah. I think you're on mute, Ernest. Just double check there. I think you might be on mute. Can we hear Ernest, guys? Yes, 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 yes. Okay, okay.
I do think that, I'm bound not to say that the weather's bad or the weather's good. The weather's going to win.
It's Cape Town. Oh, there we go. See, I knew it was something.
So let's try that again. So the weather...
Listen to me next
I know, right?
You're like, no, I'm good.
You know what? Who drinks coffee during a live broadcast? It's so unprofessional. The weather is what the weather is, but today it's just warm and cozy.
Yeah.
And it's a little chilly in the air, but I feel like this is as good as it gets for this time of year.
Yeah.
It's one of those days where this afternoon at about 12 o'clock, there are going to be people lined up at Blowbrook Beach, but by 3 o'clock they're going to be gone.
Yeah.
It's one of those days.
Or they'll be lined up here to get beer.
Oh, yes. Don't forget, you can line up here at the ticket office and come join us here at the Power
And guys,
Series.
just a big shout out to all of our food vendors, the clubhouse. The food is incredible here. There are so many different food vendors. We have a Steers truck, we have a Muchachos truck, we have a pizza vendor, absolutely incredible pizza. So you really have to get down here and experience everything, and drinks for days. I think the last time I was here, there was some very interesting craft beer situation that was happening. It was some weird juicy beer craft thing. Absolutely incredible. So
Juicy
there's lots
beers.
to... Yeah, I don't know
Sounds
what it was, but I
delicious.
looked at it and I was like, okay. But come on down and try it out. There's
Yeah.
absolutely so much fun to be had. Fun for the kids as well.
I'm a big stickler for biltong, right? I've actually got biltong.
He didn't have
Right,
coffee,
yeah.
but he had both.
Nah, I like biltong a lot. And I still need to find the local biltong vendor. There's someone here that was at the last Power Series that was selling biltong, and it was really good. Really good. Like as good as my guy in Burgundy good. So it's one of the... We've got like a little mini craft type
Yeah.
setup here, you know, with foods and vendors and things like that. And it's just nice.
Yeah.
The Killarney management have really tried to level the place up over the last couple of years, and even more so now with the new management starting to take over. Lance Jonas is making incredible changes. You know, we had RC racing at the new pits the other day while the drags were going on.
Oh, wow.
So all the RC guys were invited. The surface is perfect for that type of driving. They had drag races there. So there's all these little activations happening. And we're talking about bringing that to Power Series as well. So you can try RC racing.
Yeah.
You can try spectating it. You can find out how much it costs, etc., etc., etc. So
And speaking of trying, we still have the passenger rides that are happening during the lunchtime.
yes, indeed.
Yeah?
Yes, indeed.
So how do people get involved in that?
So usually those are competition winners.
Okay.
So check out wpmc.co.za. The details are on there. Killarney.co.za will also work. Those are usually competition winners that then win the opportunity to ride passenger
I mean,
in
that's exciting.
one of those cars.
That's exciting.
No, it
okay,
is.
so
No, it is.
so go to the website, go and check it out, enter the competition, because that will be fun.
Yeah, no, it is fun, and you got guys like Dexter, you got guys like Faisal, you got a bunch of guys out there that will be taking you out in either 350Z, M3 V8. Of course, Master Drive will be there with Gino driving in the Mustang V8.
And I'm going to itch on my eye, and I feel like the guy took off his glove.
No,
don't penalize me on the break.
Don't scratch it. Okay, the stewards are watching. Stewards are watching. Speaking of watching, let's go check out
what is happening?
the times
I feel
over
like
here.
these guys are lining up fast and furious, yeah?
Yeah, I just hope my class isn't lining up again. You saw what happened the last time. I know, that
last
was
time,
not,
guys, we were so busy. I think it was the lunchtime show, and I was like,
that was not
Ernest,
ideal
you gotta
at
go.
all.
Ernest, you gotta go.
No, that was not
His
fun.
car was lined up, and he wasn't in it.
My team was not happy with me. Michael Hitchcock, still in first. GTI Challenge committee members.
Now you've got to wave.
GTI Challenge committee members over there. Michael Hitchcock, Franco in second place. Qualifying's almost done for these guys. Louis Powell sticks third place. Jared Evans keeps first position. Trevor Momberg slots up to second place. Brian Evans, I apologize, goes down to third. But Jared, his son, as I said, gets first place. Putty Van Sale in fourth position. Robert Rowe, first in Class C. Lane Hutchings, second in Class C. Trevor Hutchings slides down to, jumps back up.
Brothers?
Father-son.
Father-son. Two father-son duos.
I know.
Wow.
Trevor and Lane. Lane in second. Trevor in fourth place. Wayne Lotter gets third in Class C. Dave Rowley, first in Class D in that Beetle. Jacques Blom gets bumped down to second place in that Ford. That's a replica of the RS 500 driven by, man, I cannot believe I forgot that name. Herman Koch in third place. Malcolm Pfeiffer in fourth. Bradley Rowe in first position in Class E, and then Josh Dovey gets first in Class X. Calvin Beekman second, just to go through E again, second in E. Daniel Lotter third in E. So you can see those on your screen as well, those classifications. You can go to mylaps.com.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go to ZA timing for live timing.
You can also just at the search bar, search the word Killarney. That's the way I do it. So that's the easier way for me.
Is it in there?
Yeah, you can literally just search Killarney and it'll pop up all the Killarney races.
What?
mylaps.com.
There you go. There you go.
But we also have, if you're watching, the commentators always have everything that is happening live. So it's right there on your screen as well.
I'm going to go to the YouTube comments. If anybody can tell me who raced the Ford RS 500 in British touring cars, multiple champion. I've lost it. I can't remember who it is. I can see his face in my brain, but I don't know who it is. If anybody knows, comment below, and I'll organize you tickets for next event. How's that?
Well, there we go. And I actually wanted to mention, guys, like last time, please comment on the live stream right now. You have to click subscribe in order to comment. So make sure you hit subscribe in time, because I think there's an hour waiting time. Get those comments through, speak to us, chat to us, ask us questions, and we will answer them. So please do that. Keep the engagement coming.
Yeah, so we got MJ Racing saying good luck everyone with a giant trophy in his hand. We got Kalen Mawa. Good morning. How's it, Kalen? George Thompson all the way from Ireland, I think.
Wow, nice.
Then we got Brenda Euster. Go Franco, she says. And George Thompson says he misses the biltong. That's what happens when you leave, bro. That's what happens when you leave.
Import it now.
Yeah. I can't FedEx it to you, can I? So, yeah, what else have we got going on today? We've got Clubmans heading out soon.
There's a lot of revving happening. It's so exciting,
so
guys. I'm actually not that cold anymore, which I'm really happy about, because I got you this morning and I had icicles for fingers.
Yeah, no, it gets pretty chilly. This is Clubmans qualifying, and then I think we're going straight into racing after this. I think.
The excitement.
Yeah, we can just get a signal from our producer how much longer we still have to keep chatting as our chairman almost walks into shot. BMW Car Club chairman Ridwan and the family.
I saw Dexter hanging around here a second ago, but now he seems to have disappeared.
No, he's gone. I don't know.
He's gone. He was here and then he goes.
But shout out to Ridwan from BMW Car Club again. The accountants among us help out, and I'll tell you a story, a behind-the-scenes story that I'm probably not supposed to tell.
I always love those.
I know, me too. The T, as the kids say. So Ridwan joins the BMW. He's the chairman of the existing BMW Car Club. He then joins the racing club. We start the racing club, and he's involved. And he's sitting in the meeting, and he's making all these notes, and he's saying, "Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this." All of us are skeptical because we're like, "This guy sounds like he's gonna do a lot." You know what I'm saying? So all of us are skeptical. Who's this guy? We don't know this guy. Fast forward 2 weeks to the next meeting. He sits down. with his little bookie and his notepad and whatever. And he's entire. Now, we've all had lists to do. I'm like, I've done most of my list, but I still need to busy with this. He's like, I've done this. I've done this. This is done. I've phoned so-and-so. We've got this. Yes. This guy is so on top of things that all of us are like, he's our guy, and he's been our guy ever since. So, Ridwan, a personal shout out from me to Ridwan for what you do with the BMW Car Club and the rest of the committee. Obviously, we can't forget to mention the rest of the guys. There's a team of guys that work on this. And if you look at every single class, each class has a group of guys, like we saw with the GTI Challenge gentlemen driving past here. We've got Clubmans guys working behind the scenes to make sure that the series runs. It's not easy. Natasha Tischendorf from Fine Cars, for example, the Lamberts from Fine Cars, you know, the classic car guys, Donadeo, all these guys in the background that some of them race, some of them do both, but they effectively make sure the wheels turn. And without them, none of this would be happening, at least not as efficiently.
You've got to add them to your trio, sorry.
I like that word though. We can coin that one, the trio. Yeah.
You said it takes 3 things to race, so now you're going to have to add them as a fourth.
I'm going to have to add them, yeah. We'll do that. So just to recap on those 3 things.
Yes.
You need 3 things to have a successful race day. You need a good car and team.
Yes.
So your team must be on point and your car must be on point. You need a good driving performance. You need to drive well on the day. And then you need to make sure that you don't get caught up in anybody else's accident. Yeah. So effectively, no bad luck.
Yeah.
But
and the sponsors.
And the sponsors.
They were number 3.
Were they?
They were. Well, they should be number 1.
No, I'm thinking of something else. I'm getting confused here. No, we need that. That's 3 things you need for a good performance. I apologize. Okay. You need 3 things to make up a race day. Yes, now, guys. That's a good performance. Let me start again. So for a race day, yes, you need drivers, spectators, and sponsors.
That's it. Drivers, spectators, sponsors.
And the guys in the background to make it happen.
I'm going to remember that.
Yeah.
Drivers, spectators, sponsors.
And the guys in the background to make it happen. We got lots and lots of smiling faces yet, Killarney Racer. And if you want to see those smiling, morning. If you want to see
everybody lining up for their morning coffee.
Yeah. If you want to see those smiling faces, come join us here at the track.
Absolutely, absolutely. I am just loving the sun, so I'm probably going to sit here even after.
No, it's bright out there, but I enjoy this kind of weather. It's not too hot, not too cold. I do like warm, hot days for the beach, but on a day like today, the cars get the cold air they need, and we get the sunshine we want. So.
Well, listen. Speaking of me not sitting here, actually, I'm going to be doing interviews later. So comment down below on the live stream if there are any people that you would like me to interview, because I always just use my own sort of who's doing what's going on, who's available at the time, because if you've seen me, I'm like a stalker. So if there is anybody that you particularly want me to interview, things that you want to ask, information you want, comment down below and I will make it happen.
So here's a little secret for the guys that are watching. This platform, it's for you guys.
Yes.
Okay, so if you want to punch your sponsors, pull in.
Yeah.
Pull in. We want you to punch your sponsors, because the happier your sponsors are, the more guys are going to be racing here. Maybe they want to sponsor another car. Maybe they want to give you more budget next year.
Speaking of sponsors, I've been sitting for a long time with no branding ads.
I know.
Guys, I'm just putting it out there.
That's your own fault.
I've got this.
That's your own fault.
It.
That's your own fault.
Is it this? Is it putting everybody off? Do I need to change lanes with my hat?
This is how you do it.
Oh, this is how you do it.
So yeah, it's a platform, because motorsport, as I mentioned, depends.
Yeah.
I watched NASCAR this week. I've been doing deep dive. I've been loving NASCAR. It's fantastic to watch. I know they go in circles, but I love it. I
find it so entertaining. And also, it's really nice if I want to fall asleep, because like, But what I also find amazing is it's so similar to Formula 1 on how quickly they change those tires. And I always sit there and I time it, like 1, 2, 3, okay, they're gone.
I love it. I love it. And one of the things they talk about, they always thank their sponsors. One of the sponsors is Verizon. And when the winner gets interviewed, he slots into his interview, my car was as fast as Verizon. You know what I mean? That's the internet provider.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Clever.
And they slot it in as it happens, but also at the end of the day, they always go to the team owner and thank him. And there's this cool moment, and it's real, because the team owner is the one that makes it possible. Like Clint Ridden was our team owner. I mean, he makes this possible. So I'm forever thankful for him to making this opportunity available. I get to race 2 cars this weekend, you know, and it's the sponsors that makes the wheel turn. Sometimes the guys are self-sponsored.
Yeah.
Sometimes
But it can be expensive.
it's very expensive, and these guys take money out of their own pockets to come racing here. A lot of them, they get some support, but a lot of times they're self-sponsored and they put their own businesses on the car. Come show your business off. We want you to come chat to us.
Absolutely. So those guys have just gone out now, so I don't know if we're going to have...
Yeah, it's lap 1 at the moment. We're still waiting for classification.
So we won't have any times at the moment, but oh my God, so much excitement.
Yeah, we're waiting for classification now as they head out 2 minutes. And this is Clubmans, folks. Clubmans is effectively one of the most popular series here at the circuit. Everybody loves Clubmans. It's exciting to watch. You've got different levels of cars. You've got different types of cars. You've got different engines. As DJ Boyson pulls up over here, the pole sitter from Formula Libre in the background gives us the thumbs up. And DJ Boyson's got
just so that everybody knows, there's a coffee truck literally behind the camera. So that's why.
Doesn't DJ Boyson have a NASCAR style name?
Yes.
He could go race NASCAR.
Do you want to race NASCAR?
Our pole sitter,
we'll help you.
Yeah, our pole sitter in Formula in the Libre categories. Right here by the coffee stand as the times now start to come up.
Speaking of NASCAR, I was actually, Sarel van der Merwe was here last time, which was such a beautiful moment to get to speak to that man. He's such an absolute legend in motorsport history in South Africa. But I actually went to go deep dive a little bit further, and there was something I didn't know, and that he's one of the very few or only South Africans to have ever done NASCAR.
Yeah. He tried it back in the day. And they also came here. So they came here and they raced at Welkom Pakisa Freeway. So a lot of South Africans took part there, including Johan, was it Johan or his brother? One of the brothers that ran the SA. Again, if anybody can pop those names in, I'm losing names. I'm losing names. So yeah, there were a few South Africans. I need to go again. So, but yeah, Sarel did a bunch of things. Obviously won the Daytona 24.
Absolutely incredible.
I mean, he is raced almost every type of 962 Porsche. He is an absolute legend. I'm privileged to say that I spent time with him. I've sat passenger with him.
Wow.
Yeah, I've got a picture with me. He signed my Spirit of Amarok trophy plaque. So.
I literally was looking for a Koki when he was here. I was like, I have white shoes, you can sign them.
I've got his signature. It's in my lounge. So he's an absolute...
Oh, that's so cool.
He is as good as advertised. There are certain drivers that have plotted their career in a way to be able to get results. We all have to do that to try and get the best results we can get. Sarel didn't always take the easy route, and he is as good as advertised.
And such a humble guy. So humble.
Now, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't.
He was so sweet. He was holding on to me, and I was like, "You're a legend," and I was getting emotional. I think they had to cut a lot of the footage from last time because I was a bit of a wreck.
I would love to get him and Serge in the same room. Serge Damso was his rival in rally, and I'd love to, now that they're older, because what happens is the rivalry sort of start to fade, and you get older and you become friendly, and so I'd love to get him and Serge Damso in the same room. But let's jump back to qualifying.
We should have times now.
We should have times.
These guys are flying past.
Kyle Visser was first in class, but Jaco Lambert now jumps up to first place in class A. Kyle in second, Shane Smith third, Jesse Huggett, Evergreen as well in fourth place over there. Gary Smith in first place in class B with Graham van Rooyen.
Jesse had his birthday at the last Power Series.
70th, 70th.
Was it 70 on the dot?
Yeah.
And he was racing number 70, which was quite cool.
Well, he's still racing number 70.
Sorry, someone just walked past. I got totally distracted. But amazing to be, I mean, just think about it. 70 years old, and he's flying on that racetrack right now. It's incredible.
James King walks past over there. James King, our championship leader in the BMW Car Club, championship leader in Class E, championship leader in the overall standings as well. All these guys walking around here, focused. And ready for action as we continue. Dylan Joubert in the 444 in first in Class C at the moment. He's also leading the championship and also first overall. So there's a lot of championship storylines happening at the moment. And trying to follow them can be tricky, but it helps. You chat to these guys and they give you the little inside scoops. And then in Class D, Anton Jacobs.
Guys, sorry. Oh, wow. Nice.
That is nice, eh? That is so tasty.
So distracting, Danya. Maybe put me back upstairs again. Oh,
tell these guys.
Oh, come on.
Is that Wayland? No, that's Richard.
Yeah. That is the Class X, also new.
Okay.
We went through this earlier, so I'm remembering.
Yeah, insane,
Okay, let's get those
insane.
times. Let's
yeah,
get those
Anu
times.
Michaels. Oh,
I keep
Anu.
distracting him.
No, please continue. There's still good distraction. Anu Michaels in first in Class D. Lee Fielding. They call him Opa Lee. First in Class E. Dewald Lambert, Class F. And Clinton Besaidenout, also racing in Class X. I wonder what he's driving. I don't actually know. Clinton Besaidenout usually races GTI Challenge. But yeah, Jaco Lambert leads us off. Pretorius just behind him. Shane Smith, all of them within a second of each other. So it's getting tight in front there.
Yeah. Absolutely. I was laughing now. I'm sorry, guys. Well, I wasn't laughing at
here?
Shane was behind us again. Again. I just see the cameraman laughing and I turn around and yeah, okay.
There is. The cameramans are signal. So I think we're going to be ending off pretty soon, folks.
Yeah.
So I'll just go to the YouTube comments one last time before we head out. Let's see what's happening.
Let's check.
Dollar says, have a great day. And Andre gives a shout out. Thanks, Andre. Possible, yeah, thank you. I'm not going to read this out loud, so I'm going to keep this one between me and Andre, so thanks for that. I appreciate it. And then we got George Thompson, Andy Rouse. Andy Rouse is who I was thinking about. And then, of course, Rob Gravett, Carl Jones. But Andy Rouse is who I was thinking about. It would have bothered me. And you know, with these things, I don't Google these answers anymore, eh?
Don't
I don't. I just keep it. I might even make a note.
That would bother me so badly.
Yeah, but I might even make a note and then I ask my friends and then see who knows it. So Andy Rouse, Andre says, have a great day, everyone. Mr. A, pole sitter, come through, pole sitter for... Hey, how's it? Oh, you got your own, okay. So that's Mr. Ahmad back in a car for the first time in a long time. Yeah, we're filming, we're on live at the moment. Just came back from the Nürburgring, eh? Nice to see you. The naughty ring, that's what they call it. So Mr. Ahmad pole in Class F with his team over there. And Kaylin Mawa says, no drifting today. I've actually been working on that to not drift while I'm racing. No drifting allowed while I'm racing.
You just know they're talking about you.
So thanks for the comments, guys, in the YouTube. Enjoy the stream. Enjoy the pleasantries today. Enjoy the racing, of course.
Yeah, please continue to comment. Ask us questions. Tell me who you want me to interview. I'll check on it. I'm going to start the interviews in about the next hour or so because there's so much excitement. Everybody's buzzing, so I want to get in on that action.
Me too.
So tell me who you want me to speak to. What do you want me to ask them? Anything that you want to know about the racing, let me know and I will make it happen for you.
Oh, thank you for making the effort. Thank you for going through the trouble. I'll be ejecting for the rest of the day. I will be seeing you at lunchtime again.
Yes.
I've spoken to Dexter. He's available. We might pull him in just for chat. We don't
get to see him that often anymore.
We don't need Mr. Lance.
I was going to say, like the banner of the IMUSAT, I'm gonna forcefully have him removed from it and replaced with me if he doesn't come and say hello every now and then.
Yeah, in case anybody knows, that was Mr. Lance Jonas, the new chairman of the WPMC and someone that is making insane inroads here at WPMC. Very proud to have him as our chairman as we now round things up.
Yes, Power Series, round 6, guys. Sun is shining, get down here. It is buzzing with excitement. Ernest?
We'll see you guys at the next one. See you guys lunchtime.
We'll see you later.
Cheers.
Right, good morning one and all to Killarney International Raceway, home of the Western Province Motor Club for the Power Series. And we'd like to welcome all our visitors, from those that have come from afar, and sincerely hope that you enjoy your day. Mike Side, Francois Butler, joined by Gary Fleming, Frank Guinness, Jordan Eben, and Tiny, who's going to be our radio man. And we look forward to a great day's racing, great weather. I think we've been blessed with the weather, and we sincerely wish all the drivers and riders alike to have a fantastic day out there. First race of the day that's up is the Spirit Invest Sports and GT Race number 1.
Well, good day everybody. Frank Guinness, Mike Side, and yeah, welcome to Line Property Management Power Series here at Killarney International in conjunction with Smile FM. And the first class out will be the Spirit Invest Sports and GT Race over 10 laps as we wait for the cars to work their way around. Lovely new camera shots we've got around the track today as the cars come and line up. There's only about, 18 entries on the list. We'll have to see how many of these cars are out there. Only 16 of them put up a time. Just get clarification. Yeah, 15 of them put up a time. The others didn't. So let's have a look, see if they're going to be there. That would be Clive Smith, Marius Fourie, but I think Marius has pulled out. And then Thijs Volskenk as well, who is a new driver. So as the cars begin to work their way around, they will line up pretty soon with Sander Bacardi, Charles Visser. I think Charles Visser will probably be the man that will be on pole position. I know that Roy Obery had a problem with his car, and he is out for this one. Had a chat to Andre Steenkamp of Induction Noise as he is out on the track. He's actually making his way into Damstip right now. The man of Induction with that very, very potent and powerful Toyota RAV4 that he raced at the Rallycross, the Tarmac Attack, as well as the RX as well. But yeah, today he'll be out there. There he works his way through that saddle sweep. So yeah, we're going to be in for a great day's action. And as you said earlier, Francois, the weather is absolutely perfect today.
Nice and cool, so the engines will be performing at maximum RPM, going down into Pertamina Fastron corner of the field, and led there by the pace car into Pertamina. The pace car will peel off to the right-hand side up into the pit lane, and they will come out under the City of Cape Town Castrol Bridge up towards the line. We'll watch the lights as they come up towards us. Right, so pace car peeling off. Here they come. Pace setter will be the likes there of Charles Visser, who's got the inside line. Here they come up towards us. Some of the cars still coming out of Pertamina Fastron up under the bridge. Hold on to your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Sports and GT is about to get underway. The lights off and away they go. They make their way down towards turn number 1. And it's Charles Visser who gets the whole shot in that mighty GT3. As he rolls around, comes out, makes his way up the Bear Straight, up towards Castrol corner, and getting the hammer down early.
Working their way now along the Bear Straight. It's first that's sitting out there in P1. Working their way through whatever that is. That Sander Bacardi that is in that second spot. I'll let you know now. Could be Connor Kilbride. We'll pick them all up as they make their way up. Bacardi is in that third position. He is a Sander Bacardi, and he has got that Lotus right on his case there of Davy Hubert as we watch them work their way up the Tigerberg Straight and into turn 4 saddle sweep.
Right, so rolling down the back straight they go. And it's Charles Visser who's got the upper hand. Connor Kilbride sits up behind him as they dive down into Pertamina Fastron corner. Visser dropping the hammer early days here. Kilbride, Sandra Bakari sitting up there behind him. And they go down into Pertamina Fastron, work their way out of Pertamina, coming up towards the bridge already. It's Charles Visser. Visser doing a sterling job out there, breaking records at Killarney recently. Connor Kilbride trying to hang in there. Bikari's there with him. Davy Hubert sits up there behind him in the Lotus Exige as they make their way down towards turn number 1.
Heading down into turn number 1, they are there diving all around. That's Yanni Hatzi, and he's got Prince right there on his case as they exit Block Coin Corner, working their way up the Joubert straight into turn number 2. There comes Andre Steenkamp coming through as well as all these cars work their way towards Castrol Corner.
Right, so you see the cars coming up there now towards Sarl Sweep up the Tigerberg Straight. There's Bakari in picture, up behind him Davy Hubert, up behind him Tristan de Nobrega, then Wayland Volskink comes through there. Yanni Hatzi in the Nissans there, Martin Prince in the other Porsche there, followed by Andre Steenkamp. They all down into Perdimina Fastron. There's your leader in screen now, Charles Hubert, working his way out of Perdimina Fastron corner, taking all the correct lines as he hugs the wall, works his way down towards turn number 1. There is Connor Kilbride, and Charles Fisser is just pulling away.
Working the way.
So there we go, and now up there is Tristan Nobrega. Wayland Volskink up behind him. Yanni Hatzi has now got up there past Martin Prince. Wayland Volskink falling down the wayside. Wayland might have a problem there. And they're working their way down through turn number 1 up the Joubert straight up towards Castrol. See the cars come there. You're flat out there in 3rd gear as you come up. Hold on to 3rd. You might drop it down into 2nd and then roll your way around through Castrol corner. Martin Prince and Yanni Hatzi having a ding-dong tussle now as Prince puts the hammer down on the Porsche and just gets it out there. A beautiful 998 Porsche and puts the power down. You see him in picture now as the leader makes his way down into Perdimina Fastron, and that is Charles Fisser.
Fisser making his way out of turn 5, out of Fastron. Working his way through turn 5A, way down the road. Connor Kilbride is in that 2nd position as they come through. There is Sandro Bakari, and right on his case is Davy Hubert. Davy Hubert sitting right on the case there as of Sandro Bakari as they come into view. Down the main straight they go, heading into turn number 1 into Block Coin Corner. Tristan de Nobrega is the next man that's coming through as we keep an eye on this fight that's working its way out of Block Coin. Sandro Bakari being chased hard there by Davy Hubert.
Oh, Frankie, I don't know if you noticed, there was a change of surface flag hanging out in turn 1, so there might be some fluid on the floor, as they say. But we watch now as Davy Hubert chases Sandro Bakari, and that is going to be a good tussle. Up behind them, coming up there out of...
drama in Castrol Corner. That is Martin Prince that spun the car in Castrol Corner. We'll pick up that camera shot right now. That orange Porsche standing plumb center in the middle of the track. That is Martin Prince. That's a 72 car of Martin Prince in the middle of the track in turn 2 Castrol.
Very precarious position he's standing in the cars. Yellow flags are waving. Everyone's slowing up tremendously there in Castrol Corner, trying to get away past Martin. Let's get the car going. Now he's got to be careful he doesn't go over that rumble strip and get stuck in the grass. And here comes leader Charles Fisser. Charles will see that Martin gets out the way now, goes to the inside of the corner. But that concrete there is very high, and the car goes over, it'll get the chassis stuck on it.
Yeah, I think he's beached that motor car as the leader goes through Lunchtime kink, working his way up the Tigerberg Straight towards Sarl Sweep, and he's 12.5 seconds. He is ahead of Connor Kilbride, but heading now through Lunchtime kink is that massive fight. Here they come. That is Sandro Bakari being chased hard there by Davy Hubert as they work their way through Damps. And that is that fight for 3 and 4 as the back marker keeps right out the way. And Davy Hubert right on the case of Bakari as they work their way out of Sarl. As a matter of fact, there was 0.123 of a second between them when they started this lap.
Well, in view there, the back straight, the leader already down into turn number 1. into block corner, and we watch now as have a look at Hubert and Bakari side by side in Pertamina Fostron corner. Bakari leads out. He gets better drive coming out there, and right up there behind him is Davi Hubert in the Exige, and he is pressing him hard, and this is going to go down to the wire for P3.
Well, this fight is still on. Yeah, heading towards us now. Behind the two of them is De Nobrega. That's Tristan De Nobrega. We'll pick him up now. He's 9.5 seconds behind the Bakari Hubert fight. Then Wayland Forskenk coming into view as Yanni Hatsi also working his way through. And then Philip Boyson coming down towards us as well. And behind him will be the induction noise car of Andre Steenkamp.
Oh, lovely stuff out there as everyone doing what they level best. And we got 4.5 laps to go on this one. 4.5 laps to go. And we'll pick up. Here comes the leader up over the line now. Charles Visser. He works his way down into Blockcoin. And coming through there now. Late on the brakes. Just feathers the car around. Eases it. It's all planted on the tar. And Visser, as we've come to know, from karting into main circuit, he's on rails. And when he's ahead, you don't get past him very easily. This youngster has matured into a great racing driver. He's proved his worth around the country. He's now in the light of the type of Stewie White. And I can tell you what, lovely to see these youngsters go through. And I had the privilege of watching him grow up in karting. And he's really matured into a great youngster. Him and brother Kyle, who'll be racing later in Clubmans.
Watching this fight for third position between Bakari and Hubert. It just moved out of your screen now as the leader is going back into turn number 1. That is Visser. So we watch the cars as they work their way out of Damstip. Here comes this fight between Sander Bakari, and right on his heels is Davi Hubert. It's a humongous fight there for 3 and 4. Then we got one of the back markers coming through, and then we should see De Nobrega. Yeah, here comes De Nobrega in the Spirit outfit. Forskenk coming through as well. Heading into turn number 1, you can't see in your shot. That is Connor Kilbride, the man that's in second position. As this huge fight heading down into turn number 1, that fight between Bakari and Hubert.
Well, your leader, Charles Visser, absolutely a country mile ahead of the rest now. Just consolidating his position. And I think he's getting the ease of the car. He works his way down to Pertamina Fostron corner. As on screen, some of the back markers coming down into Blockcoin corner. They work their way through there now. The leader coming down there now towards you will be the likes of Philip Boyson in the Origin Oil Lotus Exige. And then coming down, your leader, Charles Visser, comes blasting past us. There he comes into view. Watch him come down. Late on the brakes on the outside. We'll bring it up on the inside, and that car's absolutely on rails. That Porsche is just looking too good for comfort.
And as he put a lap there on Andre Steenkamp, that sits in P9. So he's lapped all the way up until Andre Steenkamp. Heading down towards us now. This is one of the slower cars coming through.
Oh, Philip Boyson has lost a tyre going out of 3 there, Frankie. By the look of it, Aussie the tyre. He's went to us, the tyre. His wheels come off.
Yeah, that was coming out of turn 2 out of Cashel corner. The Lotus lost a wheel. He is in trouble there, but there's about a lap and a bit to go with 111.236. Charles Visser is the fastest man. That's Andre Steenkamp. You see on your screen coming through. He sits there in P9, and he is already 1 lap down. He has been lapped by the leader that now goes into turn 1 into Blockcoin corner. There he goes, the man that sits out there in P1. Yeah, here the Porsche, very, very quick out there. He's the man that's in P1, Francois.
Yeah, no, Charles Visser on his final lap by the look of it. And, well, absolutely blistering pace. It's so nice to see when there's a driver that's in song with his car. He's in Castrol. He winds out of Castrol, makes his way down towards the Lunchtime kink, will hook it to the left, and then goes down to Dams, into Dams, works his way out of Dams, up the Tigerberg Straight. He'll be coming into your picture now pretty shortly. There he comes, out of your picture. And that is Charles Visser. He's on his final lap, works that Porsche through Sarl, sweep that double right-hander, and makes it look easy as he plants it down the Killarney back straight, down towards Pertamina Fastron. Charles Visser lighting up the circuit here in heat number 1, just showing what he's capable of. And the Charles Engineering Porsche is going to make its way up towards the checkered flag now. They're coming out there out of Pertamina Fastron. There he comes. Heat number 1, P number 1, Charles Engineering, the Porsche there of Charles Visser, absolutely mind-blowing. Right, so we wait for the next man, Connor Kilbride, who is quite a way behind him. Kilbride goes down into Pertamina Fastron, and he's in that open-air sports car. He'll work his way up towards us. I'm sure he thought, well, maybe I can stick it out with Charles, but no, Connor, unfortunately not. Power to weight ratio, just something else. But Connor Kilbride with a very, very, very respectable second place. A couple of the slow markers crossing the line. We'll wait for Bakari and Hubert. Davi Hubert got the upper hand. Here comes Hubert. He takes P3 and Sandra Bakari P4. So that scuffle has been sorted out.
Right, so as the cars work their way, here comes Yanni Hatsi working his way to the checkered flag. He's still on the lead lap. He'll finish in 7th position. And De Roos comes through, but he is 1 lap adrift. He's De Roos, that is out there with that lovely motor car of his. Right, so that concludes the opening race of the day, which was won by Charles Visser. He was 29.1 seconds ahead of Connor Kilbride, that finished in 2nd. Davi Hubert crossed the line in 3rd. Sander Bakari finished there in that 4th spot. So remember that Hubert was chasing Bakari all the time, and when it mattered for Davi, Davi got his nose ahead there of Sander Bakari and finished in P3, just ahead of De Nobrega, the Porsche of Forskenk, Yanni Hatsi, and Richard De Roos and Jan Greef. Steenkamp rounded off the top 10, but remember that he was lapped by the leader, Charles Visser.
good morning from my side. JT Ruben here. Going to be commentating with Francois Butler on the first two-wheeled motorcycle race of the day, the Battek Super Twin Cup 650s and Super Sport 300. A good number of bikes and riders out on the grid. We've got some debutants on the main circuit. We've got some returning legends, so to speak. And it will be Nicholas Hutchings on pole position in the Super Twin Cup 650s on the Hutchings Serving Center number 72. Raymond Alexander and Bradley Musto sit in second and third overall, but first and second in the Super Sport 300s class. Alme Mostert, fourth overall, her highest start in the class. Wesley Hendricks jumping on Dave Entercott's number 78. Motorwise, he is here for the first time in the Battek Super Twin Cup 650s and Super Sport 300s. So welcome Wesley to this wonderful class. We've got Peter Hill on his beautiful R7. A brand new bike for him. He's done a couple of sessions and got to grips with it, and he feels as young as the bike is new. We've got James Late. He is a short circuit rider that did one race with us at short circuit, did very well, and he jumped onto main circuit now, and he's done quite a few sessions, got really into it, and he's here with us. Mitch Robinson, of course, on the grid in 71 Mag Workshop motorcycle. Jun Seymour, he has only done 3 races up in PE. He's a George boy himself, and he's down for his debut at main circuit. Abigail Bosson, one of 3 ladies out on the circuit. She starts from 10th position. Adrian Solomon didn't qualify yesterday, neither did Max Munton, as well as Reynard Burnett. Great to see all of them back once again out on circuit as the revs begin to climb, and we get the debutants and those that know this circuit best getting ready to start race number 1 of the Battek Super Twin Cup 650s and 300s. The lights are on, the lights are up, and away we go. Good off the line. A little bit of a jump, a little bit of front wheel up in the air for James Late as they go down into turn number 1, block coin corner. All clean through, slotting into position. There they go. I'm going to watch as they exit down the Joubert Straight and into Castro Corner they go.
Right, so Alme Mostert sitting on the middle of the pack there, had a very bad start, very sluggish off the line, finds herself at the back of the pack. She's got a bit of work to do. She wants to get up through the field at the moment. It's Nicholas Hutchings, followed there by Raymond Alexander, and it could be Wesley Hendricks up into third, sitting up behind Raymond as they work their way now out of Dams. They work up the Tygerberg straightaway up towards Sarl Sweep. Couple of bikes being passed there as the 650s come through on the 300s. And coming out now out of Sarl Sweep, working their way down the main straight down towards Pertamina Fostron. Hutchings starting to gap it a little bit as he works his way down towards Pertamina Fostron. Looks like could be Hendricks there in second place, but we'll keep an eye on that one. As I said, Alme Mostert dropped to the back of the pack now down the back straight. She uses a little bit of power to pass out a couple of the 300s, working her way back up through the pack. The leaders now exiting Pertamina Fostron, coming towards us. Nicholas Hutchings on the HSC 650 comes up towards us. He crosses the line. Up behind him, it's the 54. No, it's Reinhard Burnett, sorry. Reinhard Burnett. Max Munton up to third. So chopping and changing as everyone works their way through. And Max Munton doing a sterling job now. I see Raymond Alexander down in P6 ahead of him. Abby Bosson, the lady, the thorn amongst the rose, or the rose amongst the thorns, I should say. Adrian Solomon, Bones is in P4. He's on the Kawasaki. He'll be working his way through as they exit now Castrol down through Lunchtime King down towards Thames.
Yep, you can see as the 650s and the 300s begin to differentiate between one another. As now we go through there, you see the mid-pack. There's Raymond Alexander. There is Wesley Hendricks. There's Bradley Mustoe. Bradley Mustoe, new personal best into the 29s as of yesterday, and doing very, very strongly today. So he'll carry on with that pace as they all begin to split up, as I said before. And you can see the pace of the 650s really brings itself out of the box as now they all start climbing into position. Hutchings from Reynolds Burnett, from Max Munton, from Adrian Solon, and from Abigail Boston before the first of the 300s come into play.
Right, some good times being posted out there, down in the 128s there for Nicholas Hutchings. Reynolds Burnett second, Max Munton sitting there in P3. How long can Max hold on? I think he's going to be passed by 1 or 2 bikes. Abigail Boston's in there. She's doing a sterling job up behind Adrian Solomon as they cross the line. Next up, Wes Hendricks, who's now got past Raymond Alexander. And Peter Hill now starting to light up that new R7 that is still on municipal papers, not even registered yet.
Absolutely, but he's only registering it to himself now. And just an apologies to all watching on the live stream. The cameras are giving us a couple of problems, just being a little bit jumpy. So we'll try and get that sorted out for those watching online. But as you can see, we'll wait until the camera jumps to the next set of corners. When it does, it's a little bit frozen at the moment. There we jump to turn 4. That's into Sarl Sweep down the Tigerberg Straight. There's your leader, Nicholas Hutchings, on the Hutchings Service Centre, number 72, ahead of Reynolds Burnett, Max Munton, Adrian Solomon, Abigail Boston, and then Wesley Hendricks has moved up into the top 6. Then there's a battle there between Raymond Alexander and Peter Hill as they come on through there. There's Bradley Mustoe and Elmer Mostert in 9th and 10th. That's your top 10 as they run.
Well, young Adrian Solomon on that 400 Kawasaki is now posting some good times, the quickest on the circuit on a 128. So he is going to want to work his way up the field. He is really climbing up. Nicholas Hutchings crosses Reynolds Burnett. Right up behind him, it's going to be Solomon on the number 4 machine, and Solomon is moving. Keep an eye on Adrian Solomon, 9P3 on the number 4 Kawasaki, is right up behind Reynolds Burnett, and he is going to give him some food for thought.
Absolutely, as Peter Hill and Bradley Mustoe going nose to tail across the line here. We see Nicholas Hutchings once again on his own. Then it's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th battling it out. Right like that, they're chopping and changing. Solomon jumps up a position into 2nd place ahead of Reynolds Burnett and Max Munton. After touring the world, he was in Australia for a while. I believe he missed 2 race events here. And guess what? He's back again and he's fighting for that now podium. And I'm sure he wants to be fighting with Nicholas Hutchings for race wins as we see them come towards Sarl Sweep now into the double right-hand apex corner and down the Killarney straight.
JT, check how close they are there, 2, 3, and 4. A little bit further back, sir. Number 5, which is Abby Boston, watching on. They work their way down the Killarney straight away down towards Pertamina Fostron. It's unfortunately we have camera glitches of note here today. The Gremlins have come to visit us here on this fine day. But the race leader now coming out of Pertamina Fostron, it's Nicholas Hutchings, and closing ever so slightly on him is Bones, Adrian Solomon, who's giving it a good clink there. Reynolds Burnett's in there as well. They come up towards us. Solomon. And then it's Munton ahead of Burnett. Oh, lovely to see the young guns in there. Abby Boston crosses the line as well. It's a real tussle at the front end of the field.
Yep, Mad Max Munton now jumps up into 3rd spot. So he's on the podium with other young man, Adrian Solomon. As now we watch this group come into turn number 1. Let's look at this fight. That will be Wesley Hendricks and Raymond Alexander, 2 different classes, but still fighting it out at the same pace. Alexander trying to go around the outsiders here. We see Peter Hill with Bradley Mustoe on his case, and then Alme Mostert just watching the 2 gentlemen ahead, trying to figure out their lines and seeing if they can catch up ever so slightly. And then we've got James Slade, Mitch Robinson, and John Seymour at the back of the grid.
Well, I need to apologize for my earlier error. I see Solomon and Munton both on 650s with Ben Burnett. And Boston also on a 650, Wes Hendricks on a 650, and Peter Hill on the R7. So those are the 650s. Also, Alme Mostert. She's up to a time now to a 128.6. Not too shabby coming out of Alme there. Maybe we'll climb up the ladder a little bit, still in the closing stages with 4.5 laps to go. And Max Munton now starting to show the quicker sectors. Munton starting to find his feet. That's going to give off a crackerjack close to this with still 4 laps to go. As we cross the line, there's Bones Munton in 3rd, chasing Adrian Solomon. His nickname is Bones. Have you heard me say Bones? That is Adrian Solomon. But have a look in picture there. All 5 of them come there into block coin corner. Turn number 1, they roll left and they make their way up the Uber straight as they go up towards Castrol corner.
Yep, and here they all come. You can see them line astern with considerable gaps amongst a couple of bike lengths between each rider. But that's enough just to see where the bike ahead is taking their braking points, taking their lines, choosing where they want to put the bike and themselves. And that will just bring them ever so much closer. If I believe, as far as you can see probably yourself, Francois, Adrian Solomon looks to be catching Nicholas Hutchings ahead. The gap is slightly smaller than it was since the start. Then Max Munton just behind Adrian Solomon has Renaud Burnett slowly reeling him in once again. And then Abigail Bosson in her brand new leathers that you can probably tell the difference by when she comes on by fresh looking Project 60 leathers on that Project 60 SA 650. They come on down towards turn number 5, Pertamina Fostron once again, with coming up on 3 laps to go.
Yeah, coming screaming out of here now is Nicholas Hutchings. Adrian Solomon, hand over foot closing down on the back of him, and he brings with him Max Munton. Renaud Burnett's in it for the fight, and Abby starting to close up on the back of Renaud Burnett. This is unfolding into something special at the moment as they wake their down into block coin corner. They hang it left. It's a 180-degree long haul corner. You got to keep it pitched down. It's going to force you wide up onto the rumble strip, and then you crack on the pace up through the gearbox up towards Castrol corner. You come up to the braking markers, you drop down 2 gears now. As you pitch it in, you hang it over. Some of them elbows onto the tar like Nicholas Hutchings and Adrian Solomon. Max Munton's up for the big, and Munton is closing on Solomon. Munton is closing on Solomon. He comes out of Lunchtime King with good pace as they go into Damstip and work their way up to Tygerberg straight away.
Yep, here they come. Look how green the grass is. They don't want to get anywhere near that. They want to stay on the nice. There you see that dark black line as they tip it into Sarl Sweep. That is the required line, the place you want to be for the most grip as they go on down at the Killarney straight once again amongst the shade of the trees before the sun gets to its high point above the circuit. It's only going to get warmer and warmer today until the afternoon, as now this is the perfect temperature for the bikes and the riders and all the machinery that are racing at Killarney today to be at peak performance. As look at that, you said it before, we both said it before, Adrian Solomon is catching a considerable amount to the back end of Nicholas Hutchings on the 72. Max Munton is not that much further either as we start the penultimate lap.
Having a look down in block coin. Is there going to be no, it's a block pass coming out of Nicholas Hutchings. No coins being shattered there as they roll around up into the Uber straight now. Crack on the pace up through the gearbox. Solomon and Munton's with for the ride. The front 3 are not even a second apart. And Munton is demonically late on the brakes and up behind Solomon. That's brilliant stuff coming out of Castrol. The 2-wheelers are giving us some entertainment tonight. And Max Munton is right on the back there of Adrian Solomon. And Solomon is looking for Nicholas Hutchings. This is going to be down to the wire there on their penultimate lap.
Yep, a lap and a half to go. So it's 5 corners plus the 2 they're about to make their way towards. And as you can see here, they tip it in almost synchronized. They all come in one after another. Then you see Renaud Burnett. He's a little bit too far away, I think, to capitalize. And then Abigail Bosson just behind. But they'll keep watching just in case one of them goes wide, or if they go off, they can take a position back. As now down towards turn number 5, Pertamina Fostron, they go. You see them come into frame. And just like that, Adrian Solomon up the inside of Nicholas Hutchings. He'll take that spot. But Nicholas Hutchings very quick in a straight line. Let's see if he takes it back.
Well, it's Solomon, it's Hutchings, and it's Munton. They come up towards us under the Castrol Bridge, up over the line. It's a close show as they make their way over the line. And Munton up on the inside of Hutchings. Nicholas Hutchings is getting himself handed to him as they work their way now into block coin. And will he come back? Munton also having a look to get his foot on the top step up behind Adrian Solomon. They're up the Uber straight up towards Castrol. They work their way through the gearbox now. You grab a handful of front brakes down through the gearbox. You drop about 2 gears, and then you're going to hang it over. Max Munton is moving. He's up on the back of Solomon, and Nicholas Hutchings is in it for the party. They work their way through. Lunchtime King, hanger left. And then you pick it up into Dams. They work it out at Dams. Solomon leading out. He's pulling away slightly. Up the Uber straight, the Tygerberg straight up towards Sarl Sweep, and Solomon cracks on the pace. He comes out of Sarl Sweep. They're going to work their way down the back straight. Let's have a look at this Titanic battle. Adrian Solomon has got this one in the bag by the look of it, but have a look at Hutchings. He's drafting the back of Munton. Hutchings drafting. Munton, will he do something? They're not into birdie in a fast run. He doesn't want to step out of that draft. Munton's wise to the wind. He blocks the door there. And for the final time, into fast run corner they go. And Geordie, bring him up to the line.
And look at that, Nicholas Hutchings went around the outside of Max Munton. He's taken that position back. Max has run a little bit wide. Max's bike seems to have slowed right down. Look at the front too. Adrian Solomon and Nicholas Hutchings. The gap won't be close enough. Solomons from the back of the grid just beats out Nicholas Hutchings from pole position. Then Max Munton, then Reynard Burnett, then Abigail Boston. That's your top 5. What an incredible first two-wheeled race of the day amongst the 650s. Then we wait for some of the 300s to make their way around. We've still got Wesley Hendricks, Raymond Alexander as they come into frame now. They're still fighting out. Wesley Hendricks still within the top 6, but he's got that 300 of Raymond Alexander right on his case, the number 11. He's been racing for many, many years, and he knows just where to put the bike if he can try and get past this 650 to the line. Nope, the 650 has a straight line speed, and Wesley Hendricks will come home in 6th spot ahead of Raymond Alexander in 7th position. Then there's Alme Mostert still to come across the line, as well as Bradley Musto, Peter Hill, James Late, Mitchell Robinson, and John Seyman. There is Alme Mostert across the line in P8 ahead of Bradley Musto in P9. That'll be P2 for Bradley and the 888 Motorcycles outfit in race number 1. Then there's still the debutants racing their way to the line. Peter Hill comes across the line now. Then here comes James Late on his debut as Mitch Robinson, a coach to many, pushing him across the line. They'll take 11th and 12th, just ahead of Jordan Seymour, another debutant. Only 3 races under his belt up in PE. Coming down from George for the first time. He'll take P13 in his first race. And what a great first race that was in this class. And I can't wait for race number 2 a little bit later on today. Here's a replay from the first couple of laps of the race. There you see how they were all right together. Coming towards the line, that was a couple of laps ago. There, the front 3, we had Adrian Solomon. This is another replay from early on in the race. There's Alme Mostert, there's Raymond Alexander. Adrian Solomon's in there. A lot of the guys didn't qualify yesterday, the likes of Max Munton and Adrian Solomon specifically. And right from the back of the grid, close to the back of the grid, they make their way right to the front to take 1 and 3. So brilliant, brilliant stuff from them. Now we wait on for first race, race number 1 of the BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series. It'll be out next, and a very, very good set of entries for this class. Lots of chatter, lots of working each other up on the groove for the weekend. So 22 cars set to come onto the grid. and many more set to come out in the future. So we'll see what they can do for the crowds and for us upstairs when they come out in moments from now.
All right, here we go with the BMW Car Club Cape Town Series, race number 1, over 8 laps. And Anwar Levy and Mansour Parker is on the front row of the grid. The second row is Baby Jakes and Marco Retta. We apologize in advance for the camera problems to the folks watching at home. IMUSAT is busy working on it. And here is something that we had last event. Vote for your competitor of the day and WhatsApp their name to 060-352-2890. And you can vote for the competitor that is either driver or rider. It makes no difference for the day.
Yep, we had Zander Taljard, young man from a little bit up country, come down, and he was the winner of the competitor of the day last round. He got a bunch of votes. I'm sure there are a few other competitors out there that would love to win a little prize at the end of the day with the support from you, the folks watching, the families watching, the friends watching. Obviously vote for who you think had the best race, who you know, anyone you think's done the best improvement. But yeah, BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series number 1. Obviously a big thank you to BMW South Africa for their support. I believe they support them and the guys up in Joburg for the Gauteng series. So always nice to have some. This is basically what you would call a factory class, so to speak. Even though it's more of a one make class, but not a one model class, or one company, one brand class, if you will. And they always put on a show with the incredible engineering that a lot of the guys have, as well as the talented drivers that we have out on the circuit as well.
James King busy making his way through your shot there. Anna Michaels in there behind him as the cars begin to line up here on the grid. There's a lovely fight that's going to happen out in Class D between Marco Retta, Troy Dolacek, just to name a few, as the cars begin to work their way towards the start-finish line. That's a group of cars heading out of Pertamina Fostron, Dylan Jabir, Dexter Bruce, Vicky Pather. They will all be in that Class D. Dice Class E will have the likes of Ernest Page, amongst others, in a humongous fight as we see the cars roll out of turn 5A with the two safety vehicles, the two chase vehicles of the WPMC marshals right in there behind them. The vehicle on your right of the screen, that is the medical vehicle, and the fire bucky is on its left-hand side. So the cars begin to line up. That's Cobus de Kock you see there. Jacques Prince in there just behind him. Cars are just beginning to take up their positions on the grid. Ahmad, lovely to see him back and racing again. He raced Clubmans a couple of years ago, went away for a while. Good to see that Ahmad is back again. That's Jock Prince in the 56. That's moving into his position. I think he may be just behind Shane Boscombe there, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. Just behind Boscombe. Jock the Toy just ahead of him in the 213. The 77 is Cobus de Kock. So the roar of a BMW safety car that leads them off the line. Big thanks as well to Traction Driving Experiences. I see their name on our monitor. But of course, this is the BMW Car Club Cape Town Series, race number 1, over 8 laps. And a decent field of these cars coming through. There's more than 22 cars entered. Andre Furen's name doesn't show. Well, it does show at the back of the grid in 22nd position. I don't see that car out. It was out this morning in qualifying. But then again, I think it might have been in Clubmans qualifying that I saw it, because it wasn't. This class qualified yesterday. So
I think, Frankie, there's a possibility, like many others. I mean, we had the likes of Brian Dark before, Hermanus Haysalman, who would do a double duty in their BMW E36s. A lot of the rallycross guys that work with us in the E36 Cup and at rallycross on some weekends, they come and do a Clubman's race and a BMW Car Club race. And I think Andre Furen maybe just wanted to do Clubmans today, even though his name was registered for BMW class, or maybe something happened. We'll have to find out a little bit later on, as we see all the cars, and a brilliant number of cars. You see them coming towards us on screen, and down the Killarney straight they go. I think this is going to be a real good race today, and with the weather being as perfect as it is, I think the guys are also excited.
I reckon this is going to be interesting stuff, to say the least. That Class D and Class E fight is going to be out of the draw. And then there'll be a pretty decent one in Class F as well. So we'll watch them as they roll into Pertamina Fostron. BMW, and some more BMWs out there. What a successful series this is, since it started in August last year. Right, the safety car pulls in, and we're under starters orders, and the lights go off now, and away they go. Anwar Levy and Mansour Parker, they are nose to tail. That's 2 Class B cars. Baby Jakes wanting to move up into that second spot, and Baby Jakes does get his nose up into P2 as Ahmad and the rest of the field, Kobus de Kok, all come out of Blockcoin corner. But Baby Jakes went from P3 to P2, and Mansour Parker has dropped down the pocket as we watch him. There's Anu Michaels coming through as well. Kobus de Kok, Jacques Prince, as they are rubbing as racing each other as the leaders. We've got a challenge for the lead, and Baby Jakes takes the lead away in damps.
Yep, this is going to be a bunch of back and forth between the front and the mid pack as they come on through down Dams Dip. A move for the lead once again as Anwar Levy takes that position back from Baby Jakes. They run down the Killarney straight. You'll see them come into frame and rocket down towards turn number 5. And there's the rest of the train of BMWs of all models coming down towards the final corner. Look who's made their way into the fray. Mansour Parker's in there as well. So now there's a 3-car fight for the lead. There's Troy Dolenchek. There's Mark Aretta. Very formidable, very fast drivers in their respective classes as they run down now to finish their first racing lap.
Yeah, that's a Dolenchek that sits there in that 4th position, and he's been challenged by Mark Aretta. Behind Mark Aretta is Dylan Jabay. Dylan Jabay sitting 3rd in class and in P6. Dexter Bruce busy working his way through as well, as the James King is in that fight. Page and Levy is right there with him as we watch this leading group of cars work their way along the Jabay Straight towards Castrol Corner.
Yep, here they come, a massive gaggle. I mean, after the first lap, you don't want to be side by side as someone's already pulling off. That looks like the Yusuf Hendricks car.
It is.
And yeah, he'll pull right off. That car was for sale the other day, so I think he's going to have to do some work for it, work on it before he puts it back on marketplace. But jumping back to the front end of the grid, it's Levy from Parker, from Baby Jacobs. Then Marco Aretta, Dolenchek, Joubert, Bruce. That's D-class as they run through, and the whole rest of the field comes through, not that far behind each other.
Now, you just saw Anu Michaels in your shot as well, but we go back to the leaders. It is Anwar Levy from Mansour Parker as they're weaving around. Then Baby Jakes, Margareta, Troy Dolacek, all of them are in there. Dexter Bruce is having a fight there with Jabir. Yeah, there's Jabir and Bruce, and right behind them is the 19 car of Ernest Page as the leaders race down into turn number 1. Here comes Baby Jakes. Here comes Retta. And here goes Dexter Bruce. Dexter Bruce diving through, and he gets the move done there on Dylan Jabir as they head into 1.
Dexter Bruce sideways. He's having a little bit of trouble with that 1 series as he went through almost, sorry, not through turn 1, into turn 1, almost half on the grass, but he manages to collect himself. Maybe that boost is just slipping under his feet ever so slightly as they race down now into Castrol Corner. There he drops back a couple of positions. There is Levy, there is James King just ahead of Dexter Bruce now. Dexter's have to make his way back through the pack ever so slightly to go up and fight with the front of D-Class once again.
Right, the field works its way up the Jabez, up the Tigerberg straight. We'll pick up the leaders view now. Down the back straight they go. Down the, here's a challenge. Parker is challenging Levy. Down the back straight, they are side by side. Parker and Levy are side by side into Pertamina Fostron. There's nothing between Anwar Levy and Mansour Parker. Those cars look identical as they work their way out of Pertamina Fostron. Through 5A they come, racing down towards the line. As they cross the line, Parker is 3/10ths of a second ahead of Levy, with Baby Jakes in third. Behind him is Margareta. Behind Margareta is a Troy Dolacek. Then it is Dylan Jabir that comes through. And behind Dylan Jabir is Ernest Page. James King is having a massive fight here with Ephraim Levy in the boxy BMW. That's just behind him, followed by recovering Dexter Bruce.
Yeah, so there's a good squabble there between what is 5th place all the way down to 10th. So it's 5 or 6 cars fighting out there. You see Dexter Bruce once again. Now we jump back to the front end of the grid. There goes Margareta, the first in D-Class. Then you see the 2 B-Class drivers of Parker and Levy, and then Baby Jakes in that only sole C-Class car. They're running in the top 3, and as you said before, the front 2 cars almost identical, but you also got to remember that these 2, you can say, are veterans of the BMWs, because they've raced BMWs and Clubmans for a number of years, as well as now in the BMW class, and they're at the front end of the field.
Yeah, they've done Clubmans for many years. Parker and Levy, there was 3/10ths of a second between them when they started this lap. We're heading towards the end of this lap. So as the leaders work their way into turn, there's a lovely fight going through there, and that is King, Levy and Bruce. That's a fight for 7, 8 and 9. That's heading under the City of Cape Town Bridge. Now they are side by side as they go down into turn number 1, and right up on the inside is Dex. Is Dex going to jump them both? No, Dex doesn't, but he does slot in the head of Ephraim Levy.
And as we saw a couple of laps ago with Dexter Bruce going sideways, sort of like Sandra Bakari did this morning, he's pushed a bunch of dirt onto the circuit, and what that's done is called out for a change of surface flag. So there is a change of surface that the drivers need to be aware of with the dust and dirt on at the apex of Blockpoint Corner. But the rest of the circuit, they can just put the hammer down and head out. As now you can see here, the rest of the field comes up. This is the first 5, 10 cars. Here is back to the lead once again as they head into turn 5, Pertamina Fostron.
Yeah, Mansour Parker and Anwar Levy, man, these 2 are going nose to tail as they make their way through turn. That is Margareta, that's on your screen there. He is in that 4th position, and he is just behind Baby Jakes. So we'll watch out for this fight. That's Dexter Bruce. He's just behind Ernest Page. Dexter Bruce, James King, Ephraim Levy. That is 8, 9 and 10, and they're just behind the 19 car of Ernest Page as they race down towards turn number 1, Blockpoint Corner.
And as you can see, there's Ephraim Levy and James King still fighting side by side as they head down into Blockpoint. There's Arno Michaels as well. Then there's Sebastian Swanepoel and Kobus de Kock that are just slightly behind them, but coming back into frame. There is Parker and Levy, those identical E46 BMWs, almost identical, I should say, ahead of Baby Jakes, and they're peeling out ahead of Baby Jakes in the all-black BMW there in third. Then it is Marco Retta on his own in D-Class ahead of Troy Dolenchek. That car being brought out for the first time in quite some time. I heard from Andre Foon, who we were talking about earlier, the motor packed up, I believe, in qualifying, so he won't be racing today at all. Then you see them back nose to tail, 1 and 2. This is going to be very close with 3 coming up on 2 to go.
Yeah, 2 more laps when they cross the line. Mansour Parker, Anwar Levy, that's your 2 leaders in Class B as they run under the City of Cape Town Bridge into turn number 1, into Blockcoin corner. Baby Jakes is in that 3rd spot. Then we've got Marco Retta. Behind Marco Retta is Dolenchek. Here comes Troy Dolenchek towards us now, followed there by Dylan Jabir. There's Retta going through your shot. Lovely car there of Retta. But the leaders are side by side into Castrol corner. They're approaching a lap and a half. That is Parker and Levy that are sitting nose to tail through Lunchtime King the race towards Damstep.
I think we're going to have to stay with this battle as they have a lap and a half to go, as you say, because there are some smaller battles amongst the field, but we'll get to them just as the race comes to its close. But look at this. 1 and 2 are battling it out like absolutely nothing between them. I think they're both having a little chuckle in their helmets, wanting to beat each other out like a little friendly rivalry.
Just leave it, yeah.
As now, look at the difference as the gap opens up. I don't want to say that one of them is slowing down slightly as they run through, but the gap has opened up very wide between Park and Levy. But Anwar Levy might be better in the corners, and the straight line speed might go to Mansour Parker, but we'll see as they come up on the final lap.
1 more lap to go for the 2 of them. They're going to pick up a back marker that's going into Blockcoin, but here they go side by side. Let's see the difference. Oh, we've got a change of lead. We've got a change of lead. Or do we not have a change of lead? Somebody's slowing right down. But remember, they've been caught now by Baby Jakes, the 2 of them. The 2 front runners have been caught now by 3rd place man, Baby Jakes. Baby Jakes in P3 is only 3.3 seconds behind these 2 that is heading into Castrol corner. So Parker and Levy is slowing down a bit there by the looks of things, and they've been caught there by Baby Jakes and by Marco Retta as well.
I think a little bit of synchronized racing here as they come up to the last 2 corners of the circuit on the final lap. Mansour Parker still pulling ahead ever so slightly. Levy does look like he's got sorry, no, I lied. They switched positions, so I believe it's Park in 2nd position and Levy in front. But now, as you said, Baby Jakes is caught right up to the front too after a massive gap has come to a close. But there, Baby Jakes trying to get by on Mansour Parker. The position will change for P2 as they come to the final corner. And I believe that's Levy after they change positions on the main straight. Anwar Levy should be coming to the line unless I'm wrong, and the switch has been made between Baby Jakes and that 3rd spot as they come across the line. It was indeed Mansour Parker, yes.
From Baby Jakes and then Levy, Marco Retta will come home first in his class, which is Class D. He will cross the line. Dolenchek has crossed the line. Here comes Dylan Jabir, and right behind Dylan Jabir is the recovering Dexter Bruce. Ernest Page races down towards us, and have a look at this. Ephraim Levy will get to the line just ahead there of James King.
Now making his way across to the 911. 11th spot, Anu Michaels comes home. Then there's this little battle coming to the line as well. That'll be Sebastian Swanepoel and Lloyd Brady come almost side by side for 12th and 13th. Kobus de Kock makes his way across the line, and Ahmad, the first time back in quite some time, makes his way across the line in 15th place. And then a couple more still on the lead lap.
Yeah, heading towards us is Boscombe, and right behind him is Jacques Prince. that crosses the line. And those 17 cars was on the lead lap. Jacques de Toy only did 7 laps in this one. But that was BMW Car Club Cape Town race number 1 in the bag. Gary Manwaring did 2 laps, that was the end of that. And Josef Hendricks pulled the 36 car off at the exit of turn 1 Blockpoint corner on the tar section of the Rallycross circuit.
heart of everything we do. Our dedicated team provides superior property management services, ensuring that your property is in good hands and that your investments grow. With Lime Property Management, experience vibrant solutions, transparent communication, and a squeeze of innovation in every interaction. Call us today or visit lime.cape town and let's cultivate your community scheme's future together. Lime Property Management, leading, innovative, motivated, energetic.
Bijo Trustees, Formula 0.5. No, I'm kidding. Formula Libres, Class S, C, and V out onto the circuit. And a good mix of drivers out there. DJ Boyson makes his way out. Cohen Bam, the first I've heard of the name. But as I'm hearing from Francois Butler, multiple karting champion. So stepping up into the, what is the parent class, I suppose you could call it, the next step up from kart. Then you've got Hayden Elwood and Damian White, the two lone C, or say the two standing C class cars, and then Richard Carr, Udrik Haysalman, James Beaumont, Joshua Smith, Donovan Ramsey, and Luan van Eeren in the V class. That will definitely put in some good action. We're missing out the likes of Kelly Fletcher, Ricky Anderson, Nick van der Westhuizen. Obviously Dexter Bruce was out there the last 2 rounds ago. He's not racing today, unfortunately, but still a nice field of drivers. No Cyril Somerville. It was his birthday the other day, so happy birthday, or belated birthday, to Cyril Somerville. But good to see Joshua Smith back out after his nasty crash in turn number 3 last time around. I'm not sure they got that car sorted 100%, so I think he's in another car. But still, that youngster's always got some serious pace, so we'll see what he can do as they make their way towards the grid to get into format, and then we'll be underway for 10 racing laps in just a moment. here we go. All of the people out of the way. All the open wheelers started. The starter board, 5 seconds out of the way. The lights are on, Francois. The lights are out and away they go. Some wheel spin, some good launching. And down towards Blockcoin they go, and look at Hayden Elwood trying to beat the 2 Class S cars. A puff of smoke as he jumps on the brakes. A little bit of a lockup from the front 3. And out of Blockcoin they go to start this very first lap of the Bijo Trustees Formula Libres.
Well, at the moment, DJ Boyson up into Castrol, followed there by Hayden. Hayden Elwood gets passed there by Cohen Bam. Bam up to second in the RDSA car now as they work their way around. And Hayden Elwood there, Damien White a little bit back there. And it looks like Richard Carr got through. Josh Smith in that 15 car works his way down towards Dempsey. He'll want to work his way up through the field. He's in a borrowed car, so he might not be that comfortable as the drivers work their way now up the Tigerberg Straight into Sorrel Sweep, with your leader coming in there. That's DJ Boyson working his way down the Killarney straightaway.
Yeah, they make their way through Sorrel Sweep, as you're saying, down the Killarney Straight. And look at the gap already DJ Boyson has put on Cohen Bam in that Storm Lanfear car. Storm obviously hasn't driven for quite some time, so lending the keys over to another one of the carters. And through into Pertamina Fostron they go. There is Hayden Elwood that has Richard Carr. And that is Damien White. Good to see Damien White back out on the circuit. They run on down to complete their first lap. Then we see the rest of the field. There comes Aysam, and there's Bowman, there's Smith, there's Ramsey, and there's Luan van Eden as they all come down towards turn number 1.
Right, going to Castrol corner is your leader there now. That's DJ Boyson. Cohen Bam trying to close that gap down. Cohen looking very comfortable in that car. Then we've got Hayden Elwood, Damien White, Richard Carr. They make their way now into Castrol corner. You see there on screen as they come in there. And then it's going to be the likes of Josh Smith, followed by James Beaumont and Udrich Haysamen. Haysamen up there behind them, and up behind Haysamen, it's Donovan Ramsey. That's pretty much your field there as they work their way now down towards Lunchtime King through Damps now up the Tigerberg straight away. The leaders already making their way down towards Pertamina Fostron. It looks like there's a car off. That could be, looks like Cohen Bam. He might have mechanical issues. Cohen Bam because I lost the touch there with the leader. So Cohen Bam picking up a problem.
And I think there was a little bit of contact with that inside wall, maybe just touching the outside of Dam's dip and spinning it around. So I think he'll roll that car back to the pits. But there is the rest of the field. There is Smith, there's Beaumont, there's Haysamen, as far as I can see. And then now
Damien White's got an issue.
Yeah, we heard the car splattering across the line, and there you see on the inside of the circuit, he just needs to steer clear. The rest of the field needs to go around. He's almost cutting his nose, his hands out the air. So the guys in front should be able to see that he can't roll any further. He needs to try and get across the track and into what would be the service area or the off-track area on the inside of the circuit. And I think he's just going to pull it onto the grass if he doesn't get that car stuck in the center of the track. And I think he does pull it onto the grasses. There you see Cohen Bam makes his way through. It doesn't look like there's actually any damage on that 27 car. And then, of course, my mistake, Luan van Eden isn't out on circuit.
Right, so watch there now on your screen there as they go through Dams. We have a dual purpose here, track and screen side commentary. The drivers going through Dams now. The leaders making their way down into Pertamina Fostron. Your leader going out of turn 1 already. That's DJ Boyson. But we watch the rest of the field come down the back straight down into Pertamina Fostron as they work their way through there. And Smith having a little bit of a tussle there with the likes of James Beaumont. And there's Udrich Haysamen. He's up behind James Beaumont.
Yep, there's some nose-to-tail battling there in Class V, as it's Haysamen and Donovan Ramsey that run down the main straight. Then Cohen Bam will make his way by. Obviously, in the quicker of the 3 cars, he'll just very cleanly make his way by. But once again, there is a yellow flag for Damien White on the inside of the circuit. We'll see where he's parked. There he is pulled onto the grass, and he's got it out of the car, so that is safe enough out of the way. Very unfortunate to have Damien White out of this race as the rest of the field peels on through. There we saw Donovan Ramsey and either Haysalman come on by. There, Cohen Bam makes his way between the two, and now he'll try and carry on up the field. The leader goes down into turn number 1, block coin corner once again, as we see the midfield come through Sorrel Sweep and make their way down at the Killarney straight.
Right, so still it's DJ Boyson leading out over Hayden Elwood, Richard Carr in third, Josh Smith up to P4. Great drive there from him. Beaumont 5, Hendrik Haysalman 6, Cohen Bam still down in 7, trying to work his way through the field. However, I do feel that car might have a bit of an issue. He doesn't look very trustworthy of that car at the moment, so we'll have to see what he can do. We've still got 5.5 laps to go.
And I've been telling a lie. It's James Beaumont and Hendrik Haysalman that are fighting in your frame there. Donovan Ramsey is the one just behind. There you'll see, I believe that's Cohen Bam that's made his way up there into frame. There is Beaumont, there is Haysalman, and then coming across the line now in the back of the frame, that is Donovan Ramsey, 8 seconds off the two ahead. There we see Joshua Smith and Richard Carr just ahead. There's Joshua Smith in that borrowed, I believe that's the ERA Racing Team's car. They'll make their way out through the Lunchtime kink and down into Dam's Dip now as Cohen Bam tries to make his way by.
Right, so still DJ Boyson leading out. He's the quickest man on circuit. Hayden Elwood holding on to second. Richard Carr. Josh Smith has got Cohen Bam up behind him. If Cohen goes past, Smith will drop down from 4 to 5. But Smith will be still lying second in the V class, which is not too shabby coming out of him in a borrowed car. Doing exceptionally well there. Cohen Bam not taking any chances. I think he doesn't want to damage that car. So he's out there now and still plodding along merrily.
Yep, I think where Joshua Smith wants to be now, I think he was 3 seconds off Richard Carr on the last lap. I think he wants to just try and get a little bit of a toe from Richard Bam, from Cohen Bam to try and catch Richard Carr if he can, because then that'll be a fight for the lead. But there you see Hayden Elwood, second place overall, first in Class C, and driving a mighty fine race so far, even if it is on his lonesome. There you see Cohen Bam making his way up the grid once again after his spin there by turn 3. And then, of course, there is Richard Carr and Josh Smith, and then this fight once again between Beaumont and Haysalman.
Well, we were hoping that the likes of Cohen Bam will be able to stick it out with DJ Boyson, but DJ Boyson is absolutely miles ahead of Elwood at the moment. Bam up to third. Will he catch Elwood? We'll have to wait and see. We've got 3.5 laps still in the bag to go. And coming here through the Sorrel Sweep, that is, looks like Josh Smith. As going down now towards Pertamina Fostron is Cohen Bam. He's ahead of Josh. Or should I say Richard Carr, and then Josh Smith. So not too shabby out there. Cohen Bam come back in. Now I think he's got a chance of catching Hayden Elwood as he comes out of Pertamina Fostron. Elwood under the bridge, and there comes Cohen Bam now out of Pertamina Fostron there on the screen.
Yep, as you say, 4 laps to go as they run on down. There you see Hayden Elwood made his way through frame. There is Cohen Bam once again. Cohen Bam can now make his way back up into second spot where he was in the early laps of this race. There's Richard Carr. There's Joshua Smith in that ERA Racing Team's number 15 entry. Then there's Beaumont and Haysalman once again. And they have a very fast, very fiery DJ Boyson making his way through the back markers now. So they might put a little bit a nail in the coffin for those two. If he can get by smoothly and not mess up their race, he'll just have to find a spot, maybe one of the straights. He can back off now. He has no competition. His competition's almost a lap behind him. As they run now towards Dam's Dip, he'll get by 1. Can he get by 2? And he does. He'll go through the outside, now the inside of Dam's Dip, and take those 2 positions from Beaumont and Haysalman and put both of them a lap down.
Well, coming up there into Sorrel Sweep, we have some of the drivers coming through. And bit of a scuffle out there as they work their way. It's Udrich Huysarman and Beaumont having a bit of a tussle. They work their way down. And going down into turn number 1 is the leaders. There's a good scuffle there. There comes, I'll have a look at that. It's going to be Cohen Bam who's going past Hayden Elwood. So Cohen Bam goes back to second.
Yep, now officially second as he overtakes Hayden Elwood for that second spot on the podium after a very, very good comeback from almost down to the back of the grid. Hayden Elwood will now be dropped down into third spot with a lap and a half left to go. Almost a lap when the leader makes his way around, now way ahead of the rest of the field. But there you see Cohen Bam just needs to claw back a little bit of time so he's not too far behind DJ Boyson. But of course there is always a race number 2 to make up for whatever happened in race number 1. Is still James Beaumont and Udrich Huysarman fighting it out, going down towards Dam's Dip. There's Damon Whitecross still on the inside, as it was in the early stages. There is Beaumont and Huysarman as they run down through Dam's Dip.
Right, so there we go. There's Udrich Huysarman having it out with James Beaumont up into the Sarl sweep. They're going over. The leaders are across the line already, so we're on our final lap, so to speak. And in your screen there is on screen there we're waiting into turn number 1. Your leader will be coming into picture pretty shortly. A couple of the back markers. Josh Smith coming up under the Castrol Bridge. He works his way down. Down it's still Huysarman and Beaumont having a scuffle. There they come down into Block Coin Corner, and Udrich Huysarman trying to find a way around Beaumont, but Beaumont keeping the door closed properly there.
Here they go on. This is the final lap, of course. There we jump to the leader. DJ Boyson has 2 more corners to go as he makes his way through Sarl Sweep. Down towards turn number 5.
Right, so working the way around, and still DJ Boyson. Here comes up over the line as Cohen Bam now has made up a bit of a time. And Hayden Elwood still in third in that 7-up. He still sits there in P3. And having a look down there, here comes your leader to cross the line. Flag time there for DJ Boyson.
Yep, just like that, a dominant race number 1 victory. We'll see what the gap is when Cohen Bam comes across the line in just under a lap from now. But there's still this Beaumont and Huysarman battle coming to the line. This will be for 6th and 7th spot. And the drag race down to the line isn't a drag race enough side by side. And it will be James Beaumont in the 8 ahead of Udrich Huysarman in the 44. Richard Carr just beat out Joshua Smith to the line. Their difference was 5 seconds. And now we just wait for Cohen Bam, Hayden Elwood and Donovan Ramsey at the tail end of the field.
Right, so Cohen Bam down into Pertamina fast run. His first taste here of main circuit racing, as far as my knowledge will extend. But Cohen Bam doing well, coming home in P2, bringing that RDSA 1600 up over the line.
A minute and 3 seconds was the gap. Minute and 4 seconds rather between Boyson and Bam, as Hayden Elwood now crosses the line after getting overtaken by Cohen Bam about 2 laps ago. There's a 10-second difference between himself and Hayden Elwood. And then, of course, Donovan Ramsey, the final car on circuit, coming across the line to take 8th position in the BJO Trustees Formula Libres race number 1.
All right, folks, here we go. API Property Group, Volkswagen GTI Challenge, race 1 over 8 racing laps. And it's going to be absolute chaos and carnage out there, that I can promise you. We do apologize beforehand for the camera problem. IMUSAT people are trying to assist, so the moment they can get that sorted out, we'll get better quality. So it is an apology from our side up here. Just waiting for the marshals, tow vehicles, recovery vehicles to get that Formula Libre car back to the pit area. So once again, hello everybody, my name is Frankie Innes and welcome to a double race in August, events in August. It's this one for main circuit, and the 30th of August is the next one, as we see the API Property Group GTI Challenge cars, classes A, B and C, roll along the Joubert Straight towards Castrol Corner. Joining me on Mike's side is Gary Fleming, and this one is going to be, as per normal, out of the draw.
Yeah, is it going to be Class A that's going to take our attention? Is it going to be Class B? Or is it once again going to be Class C? It's changed through the years as the classes grow and or shrink. And we've had years that everything's been about the front end with Umpi Swart and Marco Busi and Clinton Mazaidenhout. And then there was a time that Class B with Mohammed Kalfi and our one and only chairman was putting up some massive battles. And then we had a time where the Class C was just about the real deal. The whole brat pack was fantastic. So where's the action going to be today? Well, we're going to see soon after they go down into turn number 1. A full field of 20 cars that is out there on, 26. And see Skalk Geldenhuis is listed at the back. I take it he's going to start at the back of Class or back of...
No, he had a problem with the qualifying, and I just got information here from Emil Tiny Brunt of Tiny's Pit Box that he will start at the back of Class A. You can't expect that man to start in 26th position with all those Class C cars in front of him. So he is going to start at the back of Class A, so the 10 car will start at the back of Class A. But Nathan Victor and John Henry Vaughan will lock out the front row of the grid. The 71 and the 32 will be in P1 and 2 on the front end of the grid. Summit Racing, Nathan Victor, and Summit Racing, John Henry Vaughan. They are on the front row. Then we've got Shane Williams and Ollie Hintenhouse on that second row. Third row is Ian Cup. And then on his outside will be Skalky Geldenhuis.
So 5 Class A cars, 9 Class B cars, and the balance, the Brat Pack, which is probably, Frankie, where the action's going to be. Remember the last event where the high-speed mugging?
Oh, yeah, of Mark Fontini.
Wow, that was something else. That was brilliant stuff. And, yeah, I think that's probably one of the most viewed pieces of footage from the last event. So let's hope that our camera selection is going to work favorably so we can pick up the Class A, the Class B, and the Class C battles out there. And Frankie, I see we've got a couple of newcomers that has joined in Class C as well.
Yeah, good to see that the newcomers are busy coming through. Mark Fontini has only qualified 5th in Class C. So not where you would want to find him, but he'll work his way through from there.
Tristan Joubert and Daniel Muner on the front of Class C.
First time pole position in Class 4, Tristan, so well done to that young man. But this is going to be good stuff. Class B is going to be where the action is, and so is Class C, that I can promise you. But don't throw away the Class A cars. They've dwindled in numbers throughout the years. It'll be Zach Leyden, Waylon Forskenk, Razik Harris, Zaki Hendricks, Mohammed Kalfi, Daniel Muna, Donnie Sandenberg, and Sean Liebenberg. They will be your Class B contingency. It's a one-light start, and away they all go. as they run it down into turn one, into block point corner. Take a look at this lot going into block point corner. Johnny Vaughan has dropped down into that third spot. He was in a second row. The API property cars are first, second and third in Class C as they head out of block point corner. Let's have a look and see. They are all over each other. There is Ian Cup going through your shot. This is Class C Brat Pack, and the API cars are locking out first, second and third in that class. Class C is going to get entertaining as we watch this whole lot run through Lunchtime Kink and into Damps.
Well, John Henry Vaughan got cut out of that one there. He had nowhere to go whatsoever. He just had to back right out of it. How they've all gotten through and nobody spun so far, unbelievable. Let's hope it stays that way.
Well, it's still a long, long crocodile going down that back straight. And the man to catch is going to be Nathan Victor. The man of Summit Racing is making his way into a Pertamina Fostron corner. And here come all the Class B and Class C cars heading through. That's your Class B group. That's been led there by Zach Leyden. Zach Leyden leads them out. That is the Class B contingency as the A cars head into turn number one. Just watch them all roll through as they head into one.
Yeah, Nathan Victor from Gelden, I said, started at the back of, I believe there's two cars off in turn 5. We'll see if we can go and have a look at that, and we can pick up that info for you as soon as possible.
Right, so we all watch this whole lot. Look at those Class C cars. They are side by side. A couple of Class B cars in there as well as they head into...
All right, we got a red flag, Frankie, I believe, in turn 5.
Yeah, so we apologize for the cameras. We do have a red flag situation, but once again, the cameras today have decided, doesn't matter what Gary presses, don't want to play with, and the IMUSAT team are trying to sort out the problem. It does make commentary a little difficult, but we will have to work with what we've got.
How far is a little difficult from impossible? Very close. Unfortunately, we're missing out on a lot of great action, but our team is doing the necessaries in the background to try and get it sorted out for us as quick as possible.
Right, so the red flag, for those folks that don't know, there is a two-car situation in turn 5 in Pertamina Fostron, and that is the reason for the red flag. We'll ask our radio man to confirm the numbers of those cars, and then we will relate to you the names of the drivers of those two cars.
Frankie, it looks like the exit of Pertamina Fastron. You can see the vehicles are on their way to there. It looks like there's a vehicle on the exit somewhere. There we can get our camera to pan just a little. Ah, there we go. Is that Mark van Tien's car?
We'll try and pick up, it's two Class C cars that I can guarantee you that's in trouble out there. There's actually, am I seeing 3 cars? Yes, there's 3 cars, 2 on the left.
In fact, there's 4. There's
and
one of the API cars there as well.
There are 4 cars that is involved in that situation, 3/4 way through Fostron corner.
Well, the 4th one now on the outside, on the right-hand side of your picture. That car is moving, the API car. So that's one good thing, but it looks like of the other 3, I think they might have completed their race number 1, as the API car now is also moving off. That could be Muna. When it comes closer, we'll be able to pick it up. Looks like there is suspension damage, wheel alignment damage on that motor car. I'm going to have
Ross Schroeder. If it's car
Ross?
number 16, it's Ross Schroeder. And Ross is Mr. API Properties, Ross Schroeder. And he sponsors the class, and he's also sponsors a couple of cars in Class C as well. So Jordan's got the binoculars on them, and he can pick up some of the numbers. So that is a 16 car of Ross Schroeder. He was on the exit left-hand side of Vostron. He fired that car up and drove it back into Park Vermeer on its own steam.
See,
But
the medics are down there now as well, but I haven't seen them. They've gone there, but they haven't really done anything. So I think it's more precautionary than anything else.
Well, we're just going to go off air for a while. Yeah, it was 4 cars. One has gone back. We just wait for Tiny to get information on the radio, and then we'll get back to you the moment we know more. All right, so verified that the 4 cars that were involved in that is car 90, and that is Tristan Joubert. Car 16, Ross Schroeder. Then car 74, which is Ijaz Majid, and then car 37, which is Nasser Hamildin. Those are the 4 cars that were involved, Class C cars that is involved in that situation in turn 5 in Pertamina Vostron. Ross Schroeder did take the 16 car back to the pit area under its own steam, but the other cars have to be assisted back, and the moment everybody is happy down there and the marshals have sorted out their thing, we will get back to racing once again. Still 6 more laps to go.
It was actually quite amazing that they made it all the way through to there, because if you look how close it was to turn 1, turn 2, it was unbelievable that they all made it through there, going 2 abreast and almost 3 abreast through Sorrel Sweep, and everybody made it through there. I suppose, yeah, it was inevitable with 26 hot shots out there. And as we said, is the action going to be Class A, Class B? Well, today, so far, the action has been in now a slightly thinned out Class C.
Right, so big thanks to all our sponsors here. Big thanks. That's right. Look at this button. All right. So we see the V8 Masters lining up. They will be up with the supercars directly after the API Property Group GTI Challenge. So we're just waiting for the clear up team, the marshals, to go and sort out that situation. They've got the drizzle that they're putting down there on the track to absorb the oil and fuel and whatever went down there on the circuit, the water, etc., etc.
So they've got rid of the morning cold now in 2 ways. 1, the sun's come up, and 2, the action started out on track.
So big thanks to City of Cape Town, a big thanks to the Porsche Club, King Tony Tools, a big thanks to Castrol, to Blockcoin, that is the new sponsor here at Killarney.
To Sarah van der Merwe for being a legend and letting us use his name for turn 4.
And to Smile, 90.4 FM, the official media partner of the Western Province Motor Club. And then, of course, to Line Property Management, Mr. Clint Ridden and his entire team.
Yeah, Clint Ridden, that's now part of Mancom as well. He was one of the nominations for club chairman, for vice chairman, and not getting that, but being highly respected, was offered a position on Mancom in any case, and hence is on the management side now. So not only putting financial assistance in, but also using an amazing business brain to help us to keep Killarney in the black, out of the red. There's a lot of race circuits around South Africa that are really battling from a financial point of view, apart from the sociological side of it, where there's possibilities of losing numerous circuits, main circuits and ovals, and with the strong management that we've had in the 77 years, I think we're actually 78 now, of Killarney International Raceway, has made it that we are one of the most successful main circuits in South Africa. And what I can tell you is, in terms of live streaming, we are currently the most viewed live stream of all the main circuits through South Africa. So even though IMUSAT is battling a bit with the stuff today, a big thanks to IMUSAT for what they've done to lift us to where we are now, and in excess of 13,000 views on average for the last financial year. So big thanks to IMUSAT, and I'm pretty sure that Gideon and the boys will get it sorted out, that we can have that optimum camera selection by an earlier part of the race day.
Right, so we are just waiting for the marshals, as we can see out of our windows that they are clearing up and they're moving out the way so we can get going. There's still 6 more laps to go in this one, and we'll have to look and see. We've lost 4 Class C cars, car 90, car 16, car 74 and car 37. Those are the 3 Class C cars that are out of this one. So it's reform, reset, redo, and then we will be all systems go. As they're standing on the grid there, I can look out the window. Class B Zach Leyden and Valen Volskenk is on that front row of the grid. And Zaki Hendricks is one of the cars that's there on the second row of Class C. Valen Volskenk right up there. I see Mohammed Kalfi is a little bit further down. Razik Harris is in third spot in that Class C, and just behind him is Kalfi. So that is just some of the names that are in Class C. Sean Liebenberg, Dani Sandenberg, they're all in there in that B class. And that's the B class that you're, the folks at home that are seeing on your screen right now. Just ahead of them is Class A, and the Class C boys are completely out of shot at this stage.
Talking about Class A, Skull Keltnace, whose car wouldn't start, was demoted to the back of the Class A grid, had got himself up, if I've got my facts correct, into second position when the red flag came out. But this being a full restart means that he then goes back to the back of the Class A pack.
Right, the cars move off the line. It's now a depleted Class C field with 4 cars that have now decided to leave us. As the cars come rolling through, Conor Hubert is still in there.
Frankie?
He's at the tail end of C.
Decided to leave us. Is that if somebody has an accident and they can't go any further, did they decide to leave us?
They decided to leave us and go back into the pit area, yeah, and watch it from there.
So all right. So for those that decided they're not going to race any further, Strongs, let's hope that they get it all sorted out.
They didn't leave us because they wanted to. They were involved in a pile-up in a Fostron corner, so they are now watching it from the sidelines.
So that Class A battle is going to resume itself in the original grid positions that they started, which means that Skull Keltnace once again finds himself at the tail end of the Class A. As they work their way around, they're going to get a little bit of temperature into those tires. Ian Cup and Ollie also there in the Class A. See that a lot of people are starting to move up onto the embankment to watch some of the racing from that vantage point. And for those of you at home, good afternoon. Is it afternoon already? No, is it still morning? Welcome to Killarney International. And yeah, we're having a bit of camera selection problems, but we'll try and bring you as much of that information that we can see through the window here, and the camera shots that we can select during the course of this race.
Yeah, I know Gideon and Stephen and the team down at IMUSAT, all the guys and girls down there are beginning to try to help us, and they're doing what they have to do to get all the little camera problems sorted out. And it's weird how things work. And it's weird how things work, and then the gremlins just climb in when you least expect it. And it always tends to happen on morning of race. You can check things. There are the cars that are stricken, 3 of the 4. Ross's car isn't one of those. The 16 car is back in the pit area. As I was saying, you can test the stuff in the week and it works, and then race morning comes and then this happens. And yeah, I suppose that's just the way it goes, eh?
Computers were supposed to make life easier. Well, I've got a different view on computers as a whole.
Right, so they did an outlap. They will line up original grid positions, Tiny was telling us. And then it is a 6-lap dash for cash, so to speak, if I can use that terminology. Class C cars rolling into position, so we are nearly ready for all systems go once again.
So it'll be a 1-light start as opposed to a 3-light start. For those of you that are not regular watchers, when we've got very big fields, we have the red lights go off. Class A pulls away. There's a 10 or 5-second gap. Lights go off a second time. Then the Class B cars pull away, and then there's a little gap, and then we let the Class C cars off the line. Being 26 cars, and to do a bit of changes. Talking about a change, Frankie, look at the big gaps there in the front end of Class C. So for a bit of change, bit of variety, bit of spice, not that you need more spice for GTI Challenge, sponsored by the API Property Group for 2025. Original position, Killarney coming off the back of Class A. On the restart, a depleted front end of Class C. The 5-second board goes down, and away we go. And it looks like the front end of Class... Oh! Making big contact there. The front end of Class B was slow coming off the line.
Racing down towards turn number 1 into block coin corner. It is car pulling off already, going there into block coin. So Nathan Victor of Summit Racing will say, man, I'm going to have to do this one all over again, as they race down into Castrol corner. Along the Jabez straight they go towards Castrol corner. They filter through Castrol one by one, classes A, B and C, as they race their way through the kink and into turn number 3 into Damstep.
Well, unfortunately, we're not able to pick up that closer camera shot for you, but the Class A starting to stretch themselves out. And once again, we see Nathan Victor is the man on the move. I see John Henry Vaughan looking like he's in 5th position at this stage of the fight. Nice to have the young man back out on circuit, as the mid-pack sitting very, very tight, going down towards turn 5, Pertamina Fastron. And it's very close for 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Skulky Killarney is there in that 2nd spot in Class A as the field roll out of... oh, there's a car gone off. There's a Class B car that's gone lost there. It's either going to be one of the Sundenberg cars, or it could be Mohammed Kalfi that has gone off. There's a Class C car, and that could be Gaza. Remember, they put the drizzer down on the circuit there for oil, and I think those cars picked up whatever was left there, and they got sent packing.
Harris, Leyden, Limburg, Volkskank, Hendricks, and then Sundenberg. Sundenberg being one of the cars that did go off, and that is why he finds himself at the back end of the main pack of Class B cars.
Right, the leading cars are going into turn number 3, into block coin, into a Damstep. Yeah, they come through now. And Geldenhuis and Victor sit out Tempe 1 and 2. Then it is Williams. Behind us, Shane Williams. It is John Henry Vaughan, Ian Cup and Ollie Hintenhouse. Here come your leading Class B cars. And it is Zaki Hendricks that's been chased down there by Zach Leyden. Down the back straight they go. The Class A cars, nose to tail, down the back straight, and it's a challenge. There's a challenge for the lead going into turn number 5, going into, and there's a challenge for 3rd as well as they work their way out of Fastron.
Unfortunately, not been able to pick up that camera shot at all, so the exit of turn 5 out of our view at this point, but in our view going down towards turn number 1, it's Victor and Geldenhuis, and they are side by side as they go into block coin corner. Look at that, Geldenhuis in that 2nd position, but giving it a pretty strong run. John Henry Vaughan has got himself now up into that 3rd position. There's the front of Class B you just saw going through there, which was Harris ahead of Zach Leyden. And then a little bit further back is Liebenberg.
Yeah, there's a lot of Class B cars that pulled off as well. As so there comes your front group, your Class A cars that's working their way out of turn number 3. That's all the Class A cars coming out of Damstep. They will be going up that Golden Highway towards turn number 4. There they go through the double right-hander saddle sweep. Victor, Geldenhuis, Vaughan, Williams, Cup and Hintenhouse as they work their way down the Killarney Straight towards Pertamina Fastron.
Oh, it would have been nice to be able to get a shot there. We got them now eventually going into the Pertamina Fastron turn 5. John Henry Vaughan ahead of Williams, Cup and Hintenhouse finds himself in 6th position. It is not what we would have expected from that one, as there is the front end of the Class B battle as the photo again goes away from us, and that Class B battle is starting to open up now just a little bit with Harris from Leyden, from Liebenberg. We're going to try and pick up the front end of the Class C battle, which should be coming through now.
Class C That's the Class C cars that are busy coming through there. Daniel Muna is in that fight, but it's Finneran that is in P1 there. Then it's Ferroli, then it's Dreyer. Muna's dropped down a couple of positions in Class C, followed by David Joubert and Mark Fontini all the way towards the tail end of Class C.
Well, I tell you what, it's still very close. Victor from Gelderhuis, John Henry Vaughan, Williams, Cup and Internaus, as fast as you can say those names. That is how they come through. Here is the Class A battle on its way down the Killarney back straight, down towards Pertamina Fastron, turn number 5, side by side as they go into the corner. And once again, we cannot see the camera shots.
Well, I'll tell you what, when last have we had all 6 Class A cars nose to tail, they come into view now. It's Victor and Gelderhuis. There is nothing between them as they work their way into turn. As they work their way into turn number 1. Here we go. That's what I'm talking about. These two guys are side by side, Victor and Gelderhuis, as they work out, and Skulk is right on that back bumper of Nathan Victor. Behind him is John Henry Vaughan. Then it's a hell of a fight there between Williams Cup and Hintenhuis.
That's the Class B leaders coming through. That's Harris and Leyden. And look at that, Liebenberg and Volkskamp now side by side. And then the next one coming through will be Sandenberg.
Now look at the Class A cars. Oh, they're bumping each other. Going into turn number 3. Oh, there is contact in Damstep. These guys are all over the place as we watch these Class B cars roll through Cashel. There the leaders go through. They are holding each other up. Victor and Gelderhuis are holding each other up, and John Henry Vaughan is getting closer as there's a lost car trying to rejoin. There they go, down the back straight. And look at the man that sits in P3, John Henry Vaughan. He's saying to Victor and Gelderhuis, carry on like this, guys. I am right here.
He's actually closed up quite a bit. He's now, well, the last time they went, oh, there's a change up for the leaders. Well, they're now side by side, and John Henry Vaughan saying, you carry on, keep on doing what you're doing. I'll get closer and closer. Now he is in the slipstream. That two-way battle now becomes a three-way battle, and they are on their last lap with a slow-moving Class C car directly in front of them. Gelderhuis gets it a little bit sideways, and John Henry Vaughan sticks it up on the inside. It's Nathan Victor that goes back to the front.
Oh, and there's Williams and Cup. They're having their own little fight there for P4 and 5. Yeah, they are side by side. That lost Class C car will just keep right out of the way as that fight continues. Right, we'll see if we can find that leaders, because this is the flag lap. We apologize for the camera stuff, folks. Not the commentator's fault. There is a glitch in the system as another Class C car just keeps right out of the way of this fight for first, second and third in Class A as they race down the back straight. And the biggest loser here is Skulky Gelderhuis. He's dropping way down. He's still in third spot. And then that fight for P4 and 5 still raging on behind them as they work their way through Pertamina Fastron.
Well, I think this is going to be to go straight to the flag, which means John Henry Vaughan in that second position. He has inherited a beautiful situation with the front two fighting it out and him being in the right place at the right time. Nathan Victor from John Henry Vaughan, Gelderhuis that came off the back of the pack with a car that initially would not start, from Cup, from Hintenhuis as they come across the line. Next one comes through should be Harris from Leyden as they're going to come into camera shot now. Yep, it will be Harris just ahead of Zak Leyden. Liebenberg eventually winning out there from a Volkskamp for third and fourth in Class B from Sandenberg, who was involved in that initial incident in turn 5. Frankie, Class C.
Yeah, it's Flashman Finneran that crosses the line ahead of the 68 car of Dreyer, and then Adriano Ferroli is in that fight as well. He finishes in that fourth position. Devon Dreyer finished there in second spot as the rest of the field just roll through in Class C. Not too many Class C cars left. We lost a lot of cars out there. Not just the 4 cars that had trouble in turn 5 in Pertamina Fostron, but we lost out Mohammed Kalfi. I think we lost the 7 car as well of Zaki Hendricks. But yeah, it's one of those races of nutrition. Yes, we did. We lost out on Zaki Hendricks, we lost out on Shane Williams, and we lost out on one of the 2 Sundenbergs. I think 49 was Sundenberg Senior. The 77 of Sundenberg Junior finished. I'm not sure which one of the 2 is which, but I know one of the Sundenbergs got a DNF and the other one did complete the race. So lots and lots and lots of drama out there for GTI Challenge, sponsored by API Property Group. Just some of the replay action that happened out here for the API Property GTI Challenge. You see the off the line, the cars were all over the place, and we lost quite a few of the cars, not just the 4 that was involved in the situation in Pertamina Fostron, but we lost out on a couple of other cars as well, of which Zaki Hendricks at one stage of the game was in the top 2 of Class B, and I still mentioned Zaki's name. All of a sudden he disappeared off the radar, but he was one of the cars that was in trouble in turn 1 in Blockcoin corner. So yeah, all sorts of action and drama out there in the API Property VW GTI Challenge.
to touch. You know I got the juice, and I'm out here making moves. Gonna send you to the moon. I'm just doing what I do. When you see me coming through, everybody make some room. I'm the best, middle finger to the rest. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. Medals hanging on my chest. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. dream about it. Gotta find a way to do the things that make you feel mellow. Gotta think about it. Gotta dream about it. Gotta find a way to do the things that make you feel mellow. Gotta think about it. Gotta dream about it. Gotta find a way to do the things that make you feel mellow. Gotta think about it. Gotta dream about it. Gotta find a way to do the things that make you feel mellow.
right, folks, here we go with the Pirelli V8 Masters and the Caltron Formula Supercars, race number 1 over 9 laps. The V8s have rolled out onto the circuit already, and the supercars are making their way out of the pit lane exit onto the circuit. Sean Moore and Alistair Brown on the front row of the V8s, and Ernest Page and Andrew Moffat will be on the front row for the Formula Supercars. Now, Ernie was in that car, that's his old car that he became the 2024 champion in. He's not defending his title in 2025. He's doing the BMW Car Club Cape Town series, but he has jumped into that number 1 car, which would be number 1 because he is the champion, even though he isn't defending it this year. And he was out at the Rallycross last weekend with that car doing the all-tar section, the tarmac attack, as it's called, for 2025. And he slowly but surely got that car set up again. That car was driven once in this category by Sandra Becker, who now races the BMW in fine cars. And she was also racing the ladies section in the all-tar at Rallycross last week, Saturday. So, but it's not about her now. She'll be in the fine cars a bit later on. It's all about Ernest Page, that is in pole position in that very same motor car in the supercar category, as the V8s work their way out of Pertamina Fostron out of turn number 5. So slowly but surely the guys at IMUSAT are beginning to sort out the problems for us that we've been having with the cameras the entire day. The supercars start working their way past us. That's Ernest Page, that is Moffat, that is Halleck coming through. Bradley Fenner also working his way through. Glenn Phillips in the 33. Shane Boscombe, Nashvin Schloss coming through. Leon Chetty working his way through. Rob DeFoss. And Craig Hume is supposed to be part of this group as well in the 21 car. So that is the V8s and the supercars.
Pirelli V8 Masters and Caltron Supercars as usual running together, and it looks like it'll be Sean Moore and Alistair Brown that's going to be on the front row of the grid. That's going to be a pretty good one with Gary Thompson and Dennis Guy Duck in there directly behind that. Row 3, Stuart Spooner and Ken Finneran, and then Martin Bench and Ian Parsons as we see the Caltron Supercars coming through. The supercars that's coming through, and they are just about good to go. They're going to come in there behind the Pirelli V8 Masters. There's our new panning camera shot as the V8 Masters comes up towards the line. Well, it looks like everybody's getting through there pretty fine. A little bit of a rub in that third and fourth position, as the back end of the Pirelli V8 Masters is not very far away from the front end of the Caltron Supercars.
Well, with 8 cars overall in the V8 Masters, they head down into Castro Corner one by one, all the way down to 8th spot. And here come the Caltron Supercars, also quite bunched up, but in a train of sorts as they come through and out of Castro Corner now, down towards the Lunchtime kink. As there you see them come towards your picture, then down into the slightly banked right-hander that is Dams dip down the Tigerberg straight into Sorrel, sweep the double apex right hand of the fastest corner on the circuit, and then onto the fastest straight of the circuit. These specially built, Owen Ashley developed race cars, the V8 Masters and the Caltron supercars, rush down. I believe speeds of 260 kilometers an hour down into Pertamina Foster, and side by side there between Gary Thompson and Dennis Guy Duck straight, and a big snap there for Gary Thompson as he exits Pertamina Fostron, and they head down towards the start-finish line to start the first full-speed lap.
Well, there was a very, very big catch that. Sean Moore from Alistair Brown, the blue and yellow, that is Dennis Guy Duck. Behind that, Gary Thompson, Stuart Spooner, Martin Bench, Ian Parsons. Well, let's have a look at those supercars. Ernest Page, our morning show man that leads them out. He's doing a lovely job. Andrew Moffat on the inside line and going around his outside. That was Carl Halleck that's right in there. And then Glenn Phillips directly behind that.
They rush down towards Castro Corner. I hear from Tiny there is a yellow flag in turn number 5. Double yellow in turn 5, but we'll get to that when we get closer to the corner. But look at that, Carl Halleck. There is Glenn Phillips, as well as we'll see who's just in front there. That will be Andrew Moffat, that is also fighting out there with Ernest Page, obviously right at the front. Last year's champion. There you see the double waved yellows. That'll be for Ken Finneran in the 44. We'll see as the camera pans, he's on the outside of the circuit there. He's stuck in the sand, so they will keep that double yellow there until he's out of the car and out of the way. So that is Ken Finneran that is stuck there in the gravel trap, as here come the supercars into frame, as there the V8 Masters head down towards block point turn number 1.
Moore from Brown, a bit of a gap to Fenner, Thompson, Spooner in close contact with him as they work their way through. But let's have a look at this massive battle. Ernest Page leads them underneath the City of Cape Town Bridge. Andrew Moffat and Halleck is now the man putting the pressure on.
Yep, the champ is sort of disappearing away from the rest of the top 4. But look at that, 2 out of 3 Pro Oil cars in that second, third and fourth place battle as they run down. Then we see the third Pro Oil car of Bradley Fenner there just in the back of the shot, but it is Andrew Moffat from Carl Halleck and Glenn Phillips as they run out of Castro Corner. Now there's Bradley Fenner, and then behind you see Nashvin Slosh, Robin DeFoss and Shane Bosco as they now run down towards Dams Dip.
All right, so we will share this one. We've got that yellow flags because that 44 car is of Finneran. He's in trouble out there, but here comes Sean Moore from Alistair Brown. Then Dennis Heiduck has got Gary Thompson and Stuart Spooner right on his heels as they make their way into turn number 1 into block point. There is Moore, there is Brown, there is Heiduck, Thompson and Spooner in that shot. The supercars are heading through turn 5A kink towards the City of Cape Town Bridge as there's a challenge here. Oh, and Thompson has gone. Thompson has spun the car around. And does he save it? Yes, he does save that 17 car, but he's going to drop all the way down as the supercars are having a lovely dice coming out of turn number 1 out of block point corner. Here they come towards us. That is Ernest Page sitting out clearing P1. Then it's Andrew Moffat, Carl Haddock, Glenn Phillips. They are second, third and fourth. Bradley Fenner, right behind Fenner is Nash. She's in that fight as well. Nash Slosh has these supercars sponsored by Caltron work their way through the Lunchtime kink and into Dams.
Look at the line that Glenn Phillips has, using all the tarmac and more, trying to eat up as much as possible on the 2 cars ahead. And just like that, he was doing so, as now you see back to the lead of the V8 Master. Sean Moore has a 2.3 second gap to Alistair Brown. Then we'll see Dennis Guy Duck on his own. He was battling there with Gary Thompson, but Gary Thompson had that spin that dropped him down a couple of places. Then you see Stuart Spooner, and now Martin Bench and Ian Parsons are battling it out there for 5th and 6th spot, and Gary Thompson slots into that 7th spot after trying to claw his way back up to where he was in 3rd.
Right, the supercars are heading towards turn number 1, towards Blockwayne corner. And once again, it's Ernest Page that's absolutely dissecting them. Moffat is there in that 2nd spot. He's going to be challenged. No, he's not. That was Glenn Phillips that had a look there at Moffat, but Moffat stays ahead of Phillips, followed there by Carl Halleck as they work their way out of Blockwayne.
And as I did see Robin De Vos, I believe, pulled into the pit, so the crazy Mexican will be out of this one. But there is still that 3-car battle. As you say, the change has been done for that 3rd spot between Halleck and Glenn Phillips for 3rd position in class as they run down through the Lunchtime kick into Dam's Dip once again. The champ, as they've called him in the Caltron Supercars, Ernest Page is just pulling away with it. Is going very wide, goes Sean Moore. He gets a little bit unsettled, and that will help Alistair Brown to try and catch up to that 1st place man.
Well, we'll find out now if there's a problem with the car or if it was just driver error. But Moore was in a spot of bother there, and he still sits out there in P1 out of Cashel, but he's been hassled heavily here by the 22 car of Alistair Brown. Alistair Brown sitting right on his case as they work their way out of Damstip. This is P1 and 2 in class and overall, as the leader of the supercars heading into turn number 1 into Blockway. Here he comes, the reigning champion Ernest Page out there in the lead. 2nd place is now Glenn Phillips. Phillips has gone up into that 2nd spot ahead of Andrew Moffat, who's now been hassled heavily there by Carl Halleck.
Glenn Moffat, a force to be reckoned with, and someone that leads out and wins races in this class quite consistently. He is now pulling away from Andrew Moffat, one of his closest rivals, and Carl Halleck in one of the sister Pro Oil cars as they run down. Now we see there is, who we haven't spoken about much, Leon Chetty and Craig Hume, both in the 2 Armour Guard cars that run on out, and just behind them they have 2 very fierce V8 masters, the likes of 1st and 2nd place overall, Sean Moore and Alistair Brown.
Yeah, they're going to pick up those 2 supercars that'll just keep right out of the way of this overall fight for the lead between Moore and Brown. Shane Boscombe going through your shot as we watch Moore and Brown head through Damps. And as they work their way through Damstip, the supercars are working their way out of Fostron, and it is Halleck that's all over the back bumper there of Andrew Moffat as they sit having their own little fight there. But it's all about Ernest Page that is in the lead as he works his way around. Here comes Bradley Fenner towards us. He will work under the bridge and back to the leaders. Overall, they're going to pick up Shane Boscombe, that is Sean Moore and Alistair Brown.
And as the leaders pick up Shane Boscombe and make their way by, the leaders will come across the line to start their penultimate lap. It will be 2 to go as of right this second. A 1:17.478 for Alistair Brown, so he is currently moving quicker than Sean Moore. But with 2 laps left to go, Alistair Brown needs to make some sort of move happen while there's traffic, while Sean Moore's at a disadvantage to take that lead and hopefully take race number 1's victory as they run down into Castro Corner. Now they're nose to tail, still picking up back markers. Now the circuit leads out in front of them. It's clean open air for the both of those 1st and 2nd V8 Masters drivers in gold class as now they make their way down towards Dam's Dip.
Right, the supercars is still being led there by Page, and he should be making his way into turn number 5 into Fostron Corner and working out of Fostron Corner. But look at this, Halleck, he's still crowding that bootlet there of Moffat as they come down towards us. Phillips is there in that 2nd spot, and of course the man that's leading, working his way now into Blockcoin, is nobody else other than Ernest Page. But Ernest Page is being caught. Slowly but surely, Page is being caught here by Phillips as they work their way towards turn 2 Castrol corner.
Yep, and here they come into turn number 1, block coin, do the leaders. And the gap has opened up. This is the final lap. As if we look slightly to the left, I just saw that one supercar get split between Stuart Spooner and Gary Thompson. Gary Thompson has managed to make his way by Martin Bench and Ian Parsons after that spin a couple of laps ago. But there you see them. There's Leon Chetty and Craig Hume as Ian Parsons makes his way through, as does Martin Bench. As there you see a couple of the supercars getting passed there by Gary Thompson. And now there is your overall leader. 2 more corners, or just under 2 more corners left to go for these two. And it's last minute overtake possibly for Alistair Brown as they rush down towards Pertamina.
I think that Sean Moore's got this one in the bag. Yeah, there was 0.6 of a second between them when they started this lap. But, oh, there's a car on the tyre wall at 3, but we'll get to that later on. We've got to stay with this one. This is the dice for the overall first and second, and it is going to be Moore that will cross the line ahead of Brown. 2 of them cross the line. They've put a lap on Bradley Fenner, as the rest of the cars just work their way through. Fenner finishes, but he is 1 lap down. And Dennis Heiduck and Stuart Spooner will finish 3rd and 4th in the V8s.
Now we'll just wait for the rest of the group to come through. Here's another of the V8 Masters. That'll be Ian Parsons ahead of Shane Boscombe that comes across the line. Gary Thompson was the one that spun in turn number 3 that caused the yellow flags. But then we see Nashveen Schloss. Then it will be Leon Chetty and Craig Hume come home in the supercars. But now we wait for this battle between Ernest Page, Glenn Phillips, Andrew Moffat and Carl Halleck that makes their way towards turn number 5, Pertamina Fostron. As Gary Thompson's come across the line, as has Martin Bench. So 4 cars still battling it out left on the circuit.
Well, as I was saying earlier on, that Phillips had caught up now eventually to the back there of Ernest Page. Page, he's still got this, but they're coming down to the line. It's going to be tight, it's going to be close, but Page will come home ahead of Phillips, and then Moffat will hold out. Yes, he will hold out on Kyle Halleck.
Look at the gap there as we just wait and see 0.09 of a second, 93 thousandths if you will, between Glenn Phillips and Ernest Page to the line, and a 10th right at the finish between Carl Halleck and Andrew Moffat. So that was 1st and 2nd and 3rd and 4th in the supercars class. Really, really putting on a show for us.
Well, here we go for race number 1. Thermophire's Clubmans Saloons. Looks like there's around about 29 entries that's going to be out on circuit. So GTI Challenge, very, very strong on 26. Clubmans on 29. Two of the biggest fields that we will see out there today. And after almost half a year of not being able to race, we have Jess Huggett back out on circuit. And he's had problems with clutches that have been disintegrating. Motor backwards and forwards, up and down to Port Elizabeth. And eventually a change of crank seemed to take away the necessary vibrations that was disintegrating the clutch. Came out at the last event and burst the tire at 200 kilometers an hour going down towards turn 5. Had a same and similar issue with another brand new tire during the course of qualifying this morning. Started off on the correct pressure, and by the time that he came into the pits, the pressure had gone down again. So trying to work out where the problem lies. Is it the tire? Is it the rim? Either way, if there's a drop in pressure, it's going to affect the handling of the car and could negate any possibility of completing this race. So let's hope for his sake that it all stays together, because there's a good couple of very quick cars at the front end of the grid. Shane Smith, Jaco Lambert, MP Pretorius, Carl Visser, and then the man we just spoke about, Jess Huggett. That's all the Class A cars that's going to be out there for this race number 1, Thermophire's Clubmans Saloons.
Right, and of course Wayne Wilson also had a problem this morning with the car that wouldn't fire up. He said everything was A-okay yesterday, last night everything was fine, and then had a problem getting the car fired up. So let's have a look and see if he's there, because remember, he never posted a time. And then Michael is here. I see Gaza is going to be a pit lane starter. Have a look as the Clubman's cars roll through. But before we do the commentary, I'm going to hand over to Clint. Clint, before we start this one, any news Clubman's related?
Hi, Frankie. Yes, Michael has got a pit lane start for rule infringement. So he'll be starting from pit lane.
I take it that rule infringement was leaving the pit lane while there was cars oncoming, which was a very, very close one. That was actually picked up by the commentary team, so I take it it's that incident.
It's a previous race meetings incident.
Okay, well, there was another incident this morning where a car was released from the pit lane with oncoming cars right up against the wall. It was, let's call it marginal.
Okay, you're making me happy to go look at footage, Gary.
Yeah, it was a bit of a dangerous one this morning, but so be it. The latest news from the class?
We're growing. We had 35 entries this morning. Obviously, I'm one of them that's out. I just nearly got the car ready. There's a few that's dropped along the way, but we're 35. We're going for 40 next meeting, definitely.
And Cody Alberts with a new car?
Cody Alberts with a new car. The car looks too pretty, so he's not going to take any chances.
Once it gets the first scratch from there on out,
yeah,
you just hit the button.
So I think somebody might just make some scratches on the car so he can start racing properly.
Oh, we'll key it as we walk past it. And nice to have Jess Huggett, half a season that he hasn't raced.
Yes, it's good to have Jess back. We know that he's a little bit slower. I think the marriage has drained a bit of his energy there.
You do know that his new wife is listening.
Yeah. So it's her fault.
So about that party that you're not invited to tonight. As they work their way down the back main, Clint, the whole series, Thermophire's Clubman's going pretty strongly 2025.
It's going pretty strongly 2025, and we're just growing it more and we're growing it more. So,
is there more cars in garages that is destined to join us before the end of the year?
There's at least 15 still to come. This year, 15, yes.
And in general, is it the lower classes or the higher classes?
It's actually spread throughout. There's maybe one or two in the front, but the lower classes where we want the numbers up, and the majority of them are the lower classes.
And I see we've got Clinton Bezuidenhout that has come from GTI Challenge to Clubmans.
Yes, we'll see what happens there. it's a different driving style with Clubmans and GTI Challenge, slightly, but I'm sure you'll fit in.
Slightly.
Slightly.
Okay, that's
yeah.
your word for the day.
Slightly.
The difference between GTI Challenge and Clubmans is slightly different
Slightly. Thank
driving
you.
style. Just about good to go. Thermofire Clubmans coming off the right down towards turn number 1. Who's going to be able to get that whole shot? Pretorius on the inside line, going to try and hold it out, but going to be Visser that's going to go around the outside.
Right there, they nose to tail, all of them, as they make their way out of turn number 1, out of block coin corner. Shane Smith has dropped down into that second position as they work their way through. Graham van Rooyen busy coming through. Trappist van Tonder's in the house as well. David Vermaak, just to name a few names that we're picking up here as they go through. Oh, Deelwold Lambert's got trouble with the Beetle already at the exit of block coin.
Yeah, they're going to have to get that car off the circuit. Looks like it's MP Pretorius that leads out from Shane Smith at the front end of the pack. Jess Huggett in that 5th position. It looks like just about, whoopsie, getting that Golf pretty sideways. And it's looking like everybody is going to be able to complete lap number 1 as they work their way down towards turn number 5, Pertamina Fastron.
Jaco Lambert is the man that's sitting out there in P1, but not for long because Shane Smith has just made the move around him on the outside. So Smith has taken that lead away there from Jaco Lambert as they make their way through. All of them busy coming out. Pretorius is coming through there as well. There is Graham van Rooyen, and right behind Graham van Rooyen, we've got Trappist van Tonder. So here they go through. It is Smith from Lambert, from Visser, MP Pretorius, Jess Huggett, Gary Smith, Clinton Besaidenout, Dylan Jabir. They're right nose to tail. There's Jacobs coming through as well at the exit of block coin corner. There is Smith coming through. That is Gary Smith. He's got Clinton Besaidenout on his tail. Oh, the cars are out of shape, out of line as they head through Castrol corner. But the leaders are working their way towards turn number 4. Saddle sweep. Shane Smith in P1. Second is Jaco Lambert. Third is Carl Visser. Then it's MP Pretorius. And right behind him is Jess Huggett, followed there by Gary Smith and Clinton Besaidenout.
Yeah, Gary Smith and Clinton Besaidenout in quite a battle as they work their way down the back main, turn towards turn 5. And Smith is starting to become the dominant factor in this race.
So as the field works its way out of block coin there, we see Besaidenout getting himself slightly sideways there as he's right on the case of Gary Smith. The field working across the start-finish line, back into turn number 1, back into block coin corner. Shane Smith, Jaco Lambert, Carl Visser right on his heels, followed there by MP Pretorius and Jess Huggett. There's Pretorius, there's Jess Huggett right on his heels. That's the first 5 cars, followed there by Gary Smith, and just coming out of block coin corner is Clint Besaidenout, and right behind him is Graham van Rooyen and Dylan Jabir.
Yeah, behind Jabir is Van Tonder, and it's nice to have Trappies back out there on the circuit. And then our first lady racer, 11th overall right now.
That's Gemma O'Lean, and right behind her is Arno Michaels, but we go back to the leading group on the Tygerberg Straight, and there's nothing separating these three. They're on the dirt, they're all over the place, and Shane Smith's got his hands full. Smith has got his hands full. He's trying to get away from Jaco Lambert. Lambert's been hassled by Visser. Visser's been hassled by MP Pretorius, who in turn has been hassled by Jess Huggett as they make their way out of Pertamina Fastron.
I think Jess Huggett is dropping off the back end of this pack. I wonder if it's not a recurring tyre problem once again, but still quick enough to stay ahead of Smith in the 71 car. That's the leader in Class B.
There's Graham van Rooyen. Behind him is Jabir and Van Tonder, but we're back to this leading group of 4, make it 5, that is working their way through. Yes, Huggett. Behind Huggett is Gary Smith. Behind Gary Smith, Clinton Besaidenout. Then Graham van Rooyen coming through. Behind van Rooyen, it's Dylan Jabir and Francois Trappist van Tonder. Then Gemma O'Lean has got Arno Michaels there as the cars come through. Wilson, there's Lehman, and behind Lehman is Griffin Wintle in the 37 car.
Well, I think we answered our own question there. Did Wilson get out? Yep, he is out there on track.
That was Steve Griffin Wintle I was talking about earlier on. As we go a bit further down, there's Lehman in that Corsa, and then behind him is Steve Griffin Wintle. But where the leaders, down the back straight they go, racing towards turn number 5, towards Pertamina Fostrom, down that Killarney straight, and the four of them are riveted to each other. It's Smith, it is Visser, that's now gone up into that second position. Then it's Lambert, followed by Pretorius. That's the front four. Where's Jess? Jess just hanging on there. Then, here we go now, with 4 more laps to go. So we're halfway into this race. It is Shane Smith, Carl Visser, Jaco Lambert, MP Pretorius, Jesse Huggett. Right behind Jess is Gary Smith, Dylan Joubert, right on his heels. Then that red machine of Graham van Rooyen, and Trappist van Tonder has been overtaken there by Dylan Joubert. So it's Joubert into Blockcoin, followed there by van Tonder. And then it is Wayne Wilson that sits there in P11.
Well, I tell you what, they are pretty spread out now, but the pace is very, very quick. At the end of the day, there is at least the front 5 are running in the mid 122s to 123. So the temperatures are right, the track surface, even though it's rained so much, there's still lots and lots of grip out there as our leaders work their way back down into Pertamina Fastron.
Into Fastron they go. That's turn number 5, Pertamina Fastron. And these
locks.
4 guys are nose to tail. And here comes Visser. He tries it outside. It's not going to work there. It's not going to work there on Shane Smith with Lambert, Pretorius and Huggett rounding off the top 5. Jess Huggett has certainly got some kind of issue. It may be that tyre problem. He's dropping way down. As a matter of fact, Gary, he must be careful if you watch the first 4 go through. Jess is going to drop into the hands of Gary Smith and Dylan Joubert pretty soon. And behind them, we've got Van Rooyen and Van Tonder.
Well, there's Gary Smith that works his way through. Clinton Bezuidenhout. Van Rooyen goes through. Well, I do believe that Joubert's doing a pretty decent job with Trappist. That's right in there. It was like Trappist has raced at the last meeting.
Yeah, here comes, and I see that Michaels has got his nose ahead there of O'Lean, followed there by Wilson, Griffin Wintle, sorry. And then we've got Vermaak and Anton Jacobs. But the leaders once again, Gaza, racing down that back Killarney straight towards turn number 5, Pertamina Fastron. Normally it's 1 or 2 leaders. Now any 3 of these 4 can win this one. Our friend from Windhoek, from Tony Rust Circuit there, MP Pretoria, sitting right in that fight as well as they come down towards us. And he's diving up on the inside of Jaco Lambert, and for the first time in a long time, Jaco Lambert's got his work cut out. Lambert on the inside line, and Lambert holds that 3rd spot ahead there of Pretorius.
Well, Pretorius has done a pretty decent job, but then again, so has Smith. If you think about it, he's been the pace setter, 122.475. Is one of the fastest laps that there has been so far. I see some smoke trailing from Jess Huggett.
Well, I just picked up Van Rooyen's car coming through. There is Gary Smith and Clinton Bezuidenhout. There's Graham Van Rooyen coming into shot there. And then behind him is Dylan Joubert. And right on the case of Joubert is Wilson, Trappist van Tonder and Michael Lesieur.
Yep, right behind one another. Lesieur a long way down, but then again, he didn't start on the front end of the grid. So pretty much to be expected, but he's done a pretty good job ahead of Arno Michaels and Jenna O'Lean, as our lead cars are going to be coming straight back towards us underneath the City of Cape Town Bridge, Castrol and Lime Property Management, and they are side by side. That is now a war that's going on. Visser is in the game.
Well, they've got a couple of slower cars that they've got to try and get past first, and they're picking up the slower cars. We've got a new leader. Carl Visser has got his nose up front.
Oh,
Visser has got his nose up front from Smith. He's dropped down to second. Then it's Lambert and Pretorius. Now, these back markers are going to have to just hold their line and let these four go through, because this could change the face of this whole race as they work their way through Lunchtime Kink and into T3 Damstip.
Yeah, this is the last lap that they're on now as well. This is probably of the last of the traffic that they're going to pick up. It's Visser from Smith that work their way through. And just look at that, a whole big bunch of cars. They all get through somehow or other. Luckily, the guys at the in the back markers make enough space. Oh, look at that, Smith right on the back bumper of Visser. Visser's going to try and hold on that inside line. Smith is going on the outside. Lambert is right in there, ahead of Pretorius as well as they go down for the last time into Pertamina Fast Run. I think Carl's got the drive. Carl's got the drive. Shane just gets a bit of a nudge on the back bumper. Frankie, bring them towards the line.
Pretorius is off the circuit slightly. Here they come towards a checkered flag. I'm going to look out the window. It's going to be Visser. No, it's Smith from Visser, from Lambert, and then Pretorius across the line. Can you believe it? It was as close as that across the line. Where's Jess?
Jess Huggett makes it across the line.
Yes.
He takes up that 5th position. So all good. He went through. Then the first of the Class Bs, the second of the Smiths out there ahead of Clinton Mercedenhout, who is a Class X. Van Rooyen coming through second in Class B. And then this year, the Class A entry that started a way back at the back of the 10th position, but he made up a good bit of ground.
Yeah, and of course Wayne Wilson got to the flag ahead of all of them in Class X. He finished in P8. Michael Asio got to the flag ahead of Dylan Jabir and ahead of Trappis van Tonder. And this last ice to the flag is Onu Michaels, Gemma O'Lean, Lehman, and then Steve Griffin-Wintle, followed by David Vermaak. Wow, what a race we had out there for Thermofire's Clubmans Regional Saloons race number 1.
I think this is the last 2 cars coming through now.
That's Eva de Toy in the Ford Falcon.
And Chris Roberts.
That's quite right.
All right, that wraps it up. Race number 1, Thermofire's Clubmans Saloons. A closing word from Clint Renard. Pretty much what you expected. You can't say yes because it's completely different to what we spoke about.
Totally unexpected. But that I must say, the Class A race up front, every single one of them plugged a 21, and there was nothing between them. So that
very,
was
very close. There you can see on the replay the Jumbo Golf going sideways. The front 4 in that Class A battle getting away from Jess Huggett. Gary Smith winning out on Class B. Dylan Jabir ahead of Trappis van Tonder for Class C.
Yes, that was quite a fight there as well. Dylan's going from strength to strength. He'll be in Class B very soon. We all know it. Because as he's developing the car, he's developing himself in the car. So he will be in Class B very soon.
Class D, Arno Michaels from Bernard Lehman, from Steve Griffin-Wintle, David Vermaak and Anton Jacobs. A pretty big Class D for today.
Yes, all I'm surprised on that Class D is that Steve Griffin-Wintle's wheel stayed on the car.
Which is amazing.
It's amazing.
It's a first.
It's a first, so you see what happens when you actually do finish, Steve-O. But yeah, the Class D is big. Class D is big, and it will be bigger next meeting. So and the dicing is not just Class A. The dicing is right through the field. They were all having an awesome dice, which is
and
awesome
a big
to watch.
Thanks to Thermofire's multiple year sponsorship already, and hopefully going forward to 2026 as well. We didn't see Stephen Ghost today.
I saw him, but he was walking around.
Oh, so he's on his legs.
Yeah, I think he'll be in the next meeting. There was talk of him being in the next meeting, so let's hopefully he will come. But
any idea what's wrong with the car?
The last I heard was there was an engine issue, so I don't know what's happened since then. But he must just stop being lazy. I think he's just lazy, Gary.
Too much work and not enough play.
Yes, you know, being the boss and everything, or the boss's husband, whatever you want to call it, he should create the time. So it's all on him. It's all on him.
There we go. It'll be fantastic to have Stephen Ghost back out there again. A big thanks to Thermofires for their sponsorship last year and this year of Clubmans for 2024 and for 2025 and hopefully for 2026 as well.
Thank you very much, Gary.
Good night. See you for race number 2.
Cool. Thank you.
Right, so that was Thermofires Clubmans. We've got 2 more races to go before we head into the lunch break. We've got the motorcycles. That is the MGA Racing Clubmans Classic and Breakfast Run bikes, followed by classic cars and fine cars.
Don't forget about the competitor of the day vote. Send in your competitor of the day, their name, to that number, 0603522890. And now, Pirelli MGA Racing, Clubmans Classics and Breakfast Run motorcycles. 10 bikes set out to come onto circuit. The first time they've been on circuit, I think they missed out the last round of racing. Before that, the Super Twin Cup 650s and 300s stayed out for one race, and now the Superbikes are staying out for this weekend. But all three will be back come the end of the month for the second of the 2 August Power Series. And it is Eden Haynes. A couple of names on here that you know, Francois.
Indeed, I do. Eden
riders.
Haynes, ek noem hom die billetjie. Van Zone 7 se wêreld af, 'n fris laaitjie. He's decided to come put it down on the tarmac. And another one there, Julian Lowe. Also, they're both on BMWs. Julian on the black and green one, and Eden Haynes on the Martini bike. So look out for Eden Haynes. He's a very apt motocross rider, and he's decided to come give it a try on the black stuff. So I look forward. Nice to see John Kosterman out there on the old Priestling Suzuki. He's in the classics. I think that's going. I think we're in for an awesome race. Watch the screen. What do you want to? Right, so the riders just running around the circuit and bringing themselves up to the start-finish line. See a nice Triumph down on the line. That is the 47 machine of Gerard Joubert. Some of the bikes rolling up there. Some lovely machinery. And I must admit, this Breakfast Run Clubmans group really coming to fruition. Some lovely machines here and some great competitors. And I also know of a rider that might be possibly back next year. Eden Haynes. Die man van Zone 7 finds himself in pole position. I expect nothing less. This man can pedal a bike.
Yeah, we've got a couple of other interesting placements. Lubas
next door to him.
Lubabalo Nsana on his 600. Usually he's used to the ZX10, both nationals and here in Cape Town, but jumping onto the 600 since there's no Superbikes this weekend. Jean Momberg has been out for a little while, 2.5 months. He's finally back racing, as has Gerard Joubert. 9 weeks he was out rebuilding that bike after a track day incident. We got the Kajiva 1000 with William Morris. We got Janus Janssen, the 48 of Julian Lowe. And then I see the 95, that will be Wayne Gresser. Good to see him back. But the lights are on and the lights are off and away we go. And a big wheelie from William Morris. And then a bit of a stall for Julian Lowe as they run down towards Block Coin for the first lap off the start. And it's clean so far as they make their way through the corner, just getting into position as they exit and tap the throttle down as they make their way towards Castro Corner.
Julian giving it to horns there, but have a look at Eden Haynes up on the inside. Eden Haynes muscling that bike of his up in front of Julian there as they work their way down through the Lunchtime kink. Eden Haynes, hy's bang vir niks, hy sal ry. As they make their way down into Dams, work their way through Dams. Nice to have these guys out there. Connie Boertes is there, John Momberg, Lubabalo and Tassan on the 600 had a good start. But obviously the thousands gobble him up. Although he's a very seasoned rider. And they're going to work their way down the back Killarney straight now. Eden Haynes, Julian Lowe. Oh, they're cranking up those beamers. They're giving it full steam down towards Pertamina Fastron. Onto the brakes, drop down 3 gears down through the gearbox and hooker right. And it's cambered, you lean right in it like you're going to fall over. Lovely stuff coming out of Fastron. Hook up another gear now. You're in about third gear, go into fourth and come up through the kink here under the city of Cape Town, Castro Bridge, and Eden Haynes and Julian Lowe come through here. They are giving an absolute cracker jack horns. Here comes Lubas and Zasana. He works his way over, and they work their way down to Block Coin Corner. And the first lap under the belt, all's good. And it's nice to see that the motocross boys are sitting in the front. And if they carry on like this, who knows, they might just break out and go up into Superbikes.
Well, I believe Eden Haynes has already done that. He did a 19 yesterday in qualifying, and I think he was allowed to race today, but that is the Superbike time and the bracket that you fall into, so you'll definitely be racing Superbikes next time around as the rest of the field runs through turn 1. Block coin now into Castro Corner, as you can see on your screens. I see Jean Momberg has pulled out of this race for whatever reason that may be. He's rolling into the pits, looking down at the bike, which is very, very unfortunate, as now you see the leaders. It's Haynes and Burtis making their way down into Sarl Sweep. Then it's Nsana and Mayer. Conrad Mayer, the first time back in about 2 years, and he hasn't ridden in quite some time, but he says he's feeling good again. And away the BMWs go down the Killarney straight. Then you see the 600 as well as Conrad Mayer on that other 1,000 make their way down towards the final corner on the circuit before they come around to start another lap.
Right, folks, up here with me in the commentary tower while we watch Eden and Julian go through turn number 5, 30 meter fast on Slade van Niekerk. Slade, you keeping an eerie eye on the front two runners. They are really winding the group back.
No, these two guys, I mean, it's their first time out. The way that they're riding is crazy. It's so impressive to see. It's also so great to see that we're getting more guys out here on the track. We're definitely going to see them next time out in Superbike, so they'll be out with us, because I think they're definitely going to break into that 19 bracket. I know Eden did yesterday in qualifying. I mean, first time out, first qualifying session to go do something like that is very, very, very impressive. And I mean, just watching these two boys out from here, they are doing such an amazing job. The rest of the pack as well, everyone is having a very clean, nice race, which is always great to see. The weather's beautiful out here, not very much wind. So it's just a lovely, lovely day to be out on a motorbike.
Yeah, and as like he says, you watch the riders coming there now up the Tigerberg straight away. Eden and Julian giving it absolute horns. They're choosing all the right lines in the double right-hander. Eden almost getting the knee down as he rolls around. He cracks open the throttle of that 1000R, works his way down the back straight. Julian following suit. They had a little bit of an open bet yesterday afternoon when I spoke to them. Yeah, I'm going to beat you. No, I'm going to beat you. You know what? That comes from the motocross era. They both rode motocross. Now they're down here riding superbikes. And let me tell you something. They are absolutely churning those bikes up.
Yep. They're racing it like it's nothing. Under between their legs. As here is 5th, 6th, and 7th. There's Wayne Fresser, John Kosterman, and Gerard Joubert racing for that top 5 spot. Wayne Fresser coming from the back of the grid has now moved up into 5th spot with John Kosterman on one of the 2 classic bikes. One of the 3 classic bikes, rather, as they race past our commentary box now and down into block coin once again. Gerard Joubert on the 600. Yeah, or on that 600 rather, hasn't raced in quite some time, but he's got some new rubber and he's doing some brilliant lap times that I'm sure he's very, very happy about. And not that far behind them is Hannes Janssen in the breakfast run class. They'll go through now into block coin, out of block coin, and down towards the down the Joubert straight towards Castro Corner once again. And here we are on board with what I can only believe is Hannes Janssen. I lie, sorry, that's Gerard Joubert. And then there's William Morris as they run in and then back down to turn number 5. Pertamina Foster run for your leaders. It is Haynes and Burtis. So 120.4 for Eden Haynes in that lead position. And with 6 laps left to go, we still got quite some time for anything to happen.
Eden Haynes out over the line here. Julian sits up behind him. They are cranking the handle properly. And Eden Haynes, a 120.124. Not too far off that qualifying 119.4. So he's really getting the hang of this. And you can see the boys on the back wheel. Man, he just lights it up here up the Joubert straight now. As the 4th place man, Libre and Nsana comes down through block coin, followed there by Gressa and Joubert.
I look back to the pits now, and there I see John Kosterman coming into the pits as well. So a second withdrawal from race number 1, which is very, very unfortunate. We're down to 8 bikes left on the circuit. As now here we get the camera shot down the Tigerberg straight and into Sarl Sweep. And as you can say, those boys putting the hammer down like it's absolutely nothing at all and pulling away from Conrad Mayer. The first time, as I said, he's been back in 2 years and he's up into 3rd spot. I'm pretty sure he's chuffed with the position that he's in, and he'll be even chuffed later when race 2 comes around. As there, Lubabalo and Sana gets in and out of frame, and we back down towards Pertamina Foster once again with 1st. There's 2nd position. Eden Haynes will come across the line to start another lap with 4 laps to go. There's Buertus, there is Meyer in your frame as they race down towards turn number 1.
Well, there, Eden Haynes cracking the 119s. Well, I've got some news for him, and Slade, you might agree with me. He's going to have to take a step up.
Yeah, for sure. He's immediately in Superbikes. I mean, it's his first time out. He's done, what's it, 3 or 4 race laps, and he's already a Superbike rider. So, yeah, welcome to the big boys.
Well, I won't take long, and I think Julian will put pay to it as well. And Eden, like I say, a very strong lad, muscling that BMW 1000R, giving it an absolute good run for its money. And, well, just showing that it can be done. He's, like I said to Slade, who's standing here next to me, he's not doing anything untoward. He's running absolutely smooth, but not scared to put it on the back wheel, just showing his talents.
No, look, you watch the way he rides, you couldn't believe that it was his first time out on a Superbike. I mean, I know that he's got that motocross experience, so it definitely teaches you so much about getting a bike loose and letting it run the way it wants to, which is the most important thing for a Superbike. But I mean, a track like Killarney, super heavy braking, super heavy accelerating, you're on the back wheel so often on these big bikes, and these guys, they're doing it like it's nothing.
Well, there you have it from a man that's a current championship leader, Slade van Niekerk, and also rides a liter bike and knows what the performance is like. And these boys are absolutely cranking the handles wide open. JT, nice, like I said to Slade, nice to see newcomers on the front.
Absolutely, and in all the classes, we even see some of the newcomers at the beginning of the season coming in, the youngsters, Ethan Dinner, and a few more bringing up the 600 class as well. And then the Masters coming back, the likes of Malcolm Rapson, who jumps in and out every now and again, and Ronald Slammert, who's back on the grid. But with this, it's so nice to see the other guys coming into what is the lower class before you take the step up. Once you feel fast enough and once you are fast enough to move into Superbikes, they are also making the numbers up, as well as the third two-wheel class, 650s and 300s that we saw earlier on. They are also doing very, very well, as there is Conrad Meyer once again in that third spot, just ripping around with his last lap of 1:22.434. Still on the pace, but a little bit behind the front two.
Well, going down into Pertamina, fast strong corner is that man Eden Haynes who leads out. He's got 2 and a bit laps to go, and he is absolutely as smooth as butter at the moment. And well, I cannot give him enough praise at the moment. I mean, I know him well enough, but I did not know that he'll be this apt to a Superbike, and he is really, really posting some phenomenal times. He is still hovering around the 1:20s. He's dipped into the 19s. I think Slade, if you put a man in the right company, he's going to perform better.
No, for sure, exactly. I mean, I can promise you now, next round in the Superbike race, he'll basically, I can almost guarantee he'll drop at least a second. When you get out on track with the right guys, and the guys you can follow, and the guys who ride well as well, it helps you so much. And he spent a lot of time out on track with Trevor. I've spent time out with him. Like, it's been amazing to see the way that these guys are growing just in such a short amount of time. And they're also very eager to learn, which is very, very important. It's very helpful. It's what helps you develop as a rider and get faster.
Oh, no, great stuff there. You know, and also it's promising to grow the Superbike category again. It diminished over the last couple of years. There were about 4 or 5 riders that hung out, yourself included. But you've come now from the tar, from grown up, you with Jared and them. We grew up through it. But to see these guys coming from dirt to track, I mean, another one is David Goosen. I mean, they're like ducks to water.
Yeah. No, it's always impressive. I feel like the transition is a little bit easier than going the other way around, because you get so much sense for riding a bike and just bike technique and control, and you don't get scared when the little things happen. So I mean, these guys, you see, like you said, mentioned David Goosen as well. I mean, watching him on the 600 last year, I couldn't believe it, how quickly he got adapt to the racing. And it's a common thing you see all the time. You see even in the MotoGP, all the guys there, they race motocross bikes all the time. They're always on the dirt. It is very, very good for helping you. We can see there now that we went a little bit wide for Eden there. He's okay though, he's got it all back together. I think he's just got to bring it home here on this last lap.
Well, there we go. Eden Haynes leading out Kuni Buertus. Up behind him, Conrad Meyer, then Lubabala and Tassana, Wayne Kresser, Gerard Joubert, Hannes Janssen, Julian Lowe down in 8th, and William Morris.
Yep, as there you can see the leaders come on through. Lubabala and Sana still in the lead 600, or Clubmans 600 out there in 4th overall, ahead of Gerard Joubert in 6th position. Wayne Gresse, the leading classic bike, and Hannes Janssen, the leading breakfast run motorcycle as it stands. But waiting for the leader to round the final corner. Here he comes on the back wheel through turn 5A, a little bit of a slip to the left through the kink, right up against the wall he comes, and just like that, win number 1 of, I'm sure, many for Eden Haynes, right off the dirt track and onto the main circuit. Then Kuri Burtis, he comes home in 2nd spot, just like that, 2 S1000s right after the other. Brilliant racing from those two.
Yeah, William Morris comes over the line. Next on man should be Conrad Meyer. He'll cross the line. We'll wait for the 600 of Lubas and Desana. Lubabala on the dark grey, the battleship grey 600. He works it over there. Next should be Wayne Gresse. And then Gerard Joubert, Hannes Janssen, and Julian Lowe. Well, brilliant first race there from the Breakfast Club line. Rest of the line coming towards the line now. That should be Wayne Gresse. And he's on that 600, crosses the line. Lovely stuff here from all the riders. Everyone pitching in and doing their worth. So it's all definitely happening out there. And what a great first heat from the Breakfast Run and Clubmans and Classic Bikes. Unfortunately for the Classicer, John Kosterman not making it in total, but I'm sure he'll try and sort it out.
And finally, last across the line. First time I've seen the name out there, but 8th overall and 2nd in the Breakfast Run class. Julian Lowe comes across the line, and that will close out the the two motorcycle classes for the first half of lunch. Brilliant riding from all the guys and girls in both classes. Now onto the final class before lunchtime, the Lauda Classics and Caltron Fine Cars out for their race number 1 very shortly.
Right up, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, Lauda Classic Cars and Caltron Fine Cars. Michael Hitchcock there from Cross Cape. Forklift goes out. Followed there by Franco Donadio from Donadio Plant Hire. all the usual suspects getting out there at the moment. So matching up there with Clubmans. Lovely to see all these classics out here. And I have to admit, classic cars just bring something out in the spectatorship, is that they're all cars of yesteryear and they're all performing very well. So just a couple of call outs there to Boetie in the Fairmont from Vredendal. It's Vredendal Motors that he's got the workshop there. He's in that orange big Ford Fairmont. So I got told it's his mother-in-law's business. It's in the family. It's a Werkswinkel. It's the first winkel there. In Vredendal, lovely, alongside the sea on the west coast. So he does the pilgrimage down to Cape Town, to Killarney, to come and ply his trade, as they would say, or play his sport. Nice to have him out there. Then we've got Malcolm Pfeiffer in the little yellow Alpha. That's Pfeiffer with a P. And there's a toe hook on the back, and it says Mott. Actually, it actually means toe, the wrong way around, but it's the way he's placed it. So we're taking the Mickey out of him in terms of that. But lots of cars out there, and we're expecting a great field. Lots of fine cars out there as well. And one or two visitors from a country, but unfortunately they picked up mechanical problems, so they are stuck in the pit lane. And hopefully next time we'll have them come visit us again. So the cars will making their way around the circuit to come up to the grid proper. And
yep, absolutely excited for this one. With, as you say, 36 cars out on the grid amongst the two classes. It's always lovely for us as the commentators and of course the spectators and the drivers most of the time when there's loads and loads of cars out on the field. But just an announcement now, as you see for those watching on the screen. The competitor of the day, don't forget to vote and send in your rider or driver's name. The current top three all within the same class. So get some numbers up for those that are outside of this class. So far, the top three, Bradley Musto in the Supersport 300s, ahead of Abigail Bosson in the Super Twin Cup 650s, and Adrian Solomon as well in the Super Twin Cup 650s. So keep getting those votes in, and your rider or driver of the day will receive a prize at the end of the day. I'm sure they'll all thank you very, very much. But now back to an incredible lineup of cars, Francois.
Right, so in Class A, we're missing out Glenn Hayden-Mogard. He's got an engine issue. Unfortunately, engine went pop. Michael Hitchcock there, Cross Cape Forklift Services. Franco Donadier from Donadier Plant Hire. Louis Powell in the blue Mark 1 Escort. A seasoned veteran of Killarney, as long as I care to remember, in the Engineero 2-litre Escort. Class B, you've got Trevor Momberg alongside him in the M&E Auto Supergas Ford Capri. And then we've got Jared Evans. He's out there in the Ford Capri Mark 1, sponsored by Cape Eye Laser. Eric van der Merwe in the Black Widow Lynx Motorsport Porsche. Then we got Ferdy Mouton also in the Cross Cape Forklift Services Mustang. Alongside him, Boetie van Sail in the Ford Fairmont GT 351cc from Extreme Auto. And up behind him, Brian Evans in probably what has to be the prettiest Escort I've seen in a long time, JT.
I mean, you look at it and you just go, wow, that is showroom spec, but you'll never see that thing on a showroom floor unless it's for a classics event, because where it really shines is here on the tarmac. And as always, it's shined and buffed to perfection every single time. And you can see that blue and grey, or blue and silver rather, really popping in the sun of such a lovely sunny day.
Alongside him, Dave Aladef in the 325i BMW, the Intellibus MSP Racing BM. Then just behind him there is one of the should I say, main members, Robert Rowe in the Feltred BMW. Then we've got Trevor Hutchings, or I think Lane Hutchings is probably in that car. Trevor's in the, yeah, Lane is in the Sirocco. And then we've got the, let's have a look. Josh Dovey, yeah, he's in the Janetta G4R. Josh Dovey's there. Then Theo Klaassen. And then a man that's having a little bit of issues at the moment is Bruce Vern Taplin's Corolla. And Bruce Vern Taplin had to put another motor in, an old motor, because his other motor went pop. And they're still busy building it.
And someone that's also not out now this afternoon is Wayne Lotter. He had, as far as I remember, last night when we drove past his pit garage, the gearbox casing had cracked and all the way through.
Well, all three of the Lotters are not participating, because I believe that his brother Daniel Lotter has now migrated from Pretoria to Plattekloof, and his nephew is unfortunately playing some golf tournament up north. Well, saying that Daniel Lotter is on circuit. There goes the Capri, the Zach Speed looking Capri.
He obviously gave up the golf for the day.
No, that's the senior. That's senior. Yeah,
he did have an issue in qualifying this morning. I saw him roll. He was rolled back into.
So he didn't qualify so well. He's the back. I see Arnold Lambert's in the Sapphire, the V8 Sapphire as well. Fine cars. They had to put a coil on it earlier on. I believe Michael Hayden Bogart helped him out. So I got a coil in that one, the coil pack. So that's working. Remember, the old cars still work off the old coil. The modern cars got a coil pack on each cylinder. So that is just the difference. But you still get those spares around. I mean, a lot of people hold them, so it's not like it's needles in haystacks. Yeah, the 140Z of Martin Richards is back. Nice to have Martin back, I say. Yeah, that's the ex-Brian Medine 140Y that he's riding. So nice to have Martin back out. And Martin is one of the stalwarts of classic cars here in Cape Town. Just a little bit of banter that I heard earlier. Boetie van Sail and Ferry Maton. Now, Ferry Maton is riding on... he's got dual tires in the front, and he's got slicks at the back because one of his rims cracked and he was losing air pressure, so he had to change it. So I said, yeah, it looks like Nankang tires. But anyhow, the pace car pulls off to the right-hand side, and the pace setter is Michael Hitchcock in the Cross Cape Forklift Ford Mustang, 68 Mustang. And alongside him, Franco Donadio in...
Well, as they lead off towards the line, the revs will climb and the engines will roar as the lights go out, and away we go between both classes. The Libre Classic cars and the Caltron Fine cars that will just lead out behind the Classics. Into Block Point Corner they go. And around cleanly, all 30 cars in the Classics class come through. Then the rest of the field, 36 make up the entire entry. So about 28 cars in Classics and about 8 in the Fine cars. There's the Janetta of Josh Dovey. There's Dion Conradi. Theo Klaassen. They all make their way through. And of course, that beautiful Sapphire of Arnold Lambert also comes into frame. And side by side, they go through Dam's Dip and down towards Sorrel Sweep. The leaders come.
Right, so it's Michael Hitchcock lead out on Franco Donadio. Donadio's pressing already. He would like to get ahead now as he works his way down the Killarney straight away, down towards Pertamina Fastron. But the V8 muscle gets stuck in there. And having a look, Louis Powell in that 2-litre Escort still sitting up there behind him. When Louis brings back an RX-7 Mazda, I don't know. But in the meantime, he's there in the Escort. And holding it out there as they work their way through Pertamina Fastron. The rest of the field leading to Fastron. Coming out there now, it's still Hitchcock, Donadio, Powell. They come down into Block Point Corner.
Yep, you see them all leading out this huge group of cars coming down towards turn number 1, Block Point Corner. There's Louis Powell, there's Momberg. There goes Ferdy Mouton, Brian Evans, there's Boetie van Sail, there's Dancing David Ledef and Josh Dovey, there's Lane Hutchings and Robert Rode. There's Bruce Van Taplin. The whole field's coming through now in Classics. And then here, as you see the back end, there is Bradley Rowe. There is Calvin Bierkman, Malcolm Pfeiffer, and then there's the first of the fine cars with the Sapphire. They all lead through very close together with the Clubmans, with the Classics and the fine cars, as now we're back to the lead here going through Dams Dip.
Buddy Van Sale's great. So there with the Ford Fairmont, Davies, Janetta there, followed by Dancing Dave Valadef. The rest of the field work their way through there. There's the Beetle of Dave Rowley, works his way through Dion Conradi's hatchback as they go down. The rest of the guys down into Perdamina Fostron corner now. Still Michael Hitchcock leading out there in the Cross Cape Forklift Ford Mustang. And going down in there, you got the likes there of Momberg, Van der Merwe, Evans, Mouton. There's Trevor Momberg, Eric Van der Merwe sits up behind him there, and then up behind him Jared Evans. Nice return from Eric Van der Merwe in that Porsche. Up behind him there's Ferdy Mouton, then Brian Evans, and then Buddy Van Sale with Josh Dovey. Dancing Dave Valadef up behind him. Rowe, then Hutchings, that's, and then Bruce Avern Taplin. So everyone rolling through there. Great stuff as they make their way out of Perdamina.
Yep, here is your leader, Michael Hitchcock, pulling away now from Franco Donadio. And Louis Powell, the 1 and 2 position escorts in second and third. And then the rest of the field comes through. There's the Capri, there's another Mustang, the likes of Mouton, Evans, there's Butti Van Sale, there's Josh Dovey, there's Dancing Dave Aladef and Lane Hutchings, Robert Rowe. Then you see a few others coming. There's Jared Thompson, there is Trevor Hutchings, there's Conradi, there is Blom, De Kock. All these cars coming in. There's Lotte Senior, as you see, come in now. All of them are still quite close together, as well as the fine cars that are right on the tail of the Classics.
Yeah, no, the Fines having also a great scrap there. Arnold Lambert still leading out there, but that's great. There's your leader going down into turn 5. That's Michael Hitchcock. That 68 Mustang Coupe giving it absolute storm warnings out there. Franco Donadio, and have a look at Louis Powell putting it sideways in the escort. Wow, is he having fun out there or what? Rest of the field coming through. There's the likes of Baton with Evans, and then Butti Van Sale, Josh Dovey. There's Dancing Dave Aladef there with Lane Hutchings going through there. Robert Rowe, Jared Thompson, Trevor Hutchings in the Golf there with Theo Klaas, and then a Bruce Avern Taplin, followed there by Dion Conradi. Jock Blom goes through there, Hammond de Kock, and then Young Rowe working his way through there as well.
Yeah, now you see there is Michael Hitchcock, the Cross Cape Forklifts entry. Roger Lewis was just behind in the MG in the fine cars class, so the first of the lapped cars comes into play. This will definitely change things up for those battling. I do see the Morgan of Dave Alexander, I believe it is, has pulled over to the side of the circuit between the Lunchtime kink. But then look at that, there's Momberg, there is Van der Merwe, there is Evans. They all run through. That'll be for 4th, 5th and 6th overall. 1st and 2nd in class between Trevor Momberg and Brian and Jared Evans rather, as they run down towards Perdamina Fostron and still passing that back bar of Roger Lewis. That's still sitting in class in the fine cars. As now there goes Brian Evans and Fatty Mouton. There's Josh Dovey and Butti Van Sale. And once again rocketing down towards turn number 1, Block Coin. They all will go.
Going down into Block Coin corner. There's Franco Donadio going through. Have a look at Louis Powell in that aging escort, giving it absolute horns there. Up behind him, Trevor Momberg. Eddie van der Merwe still fending off Jared Evans. That's a good scrap there. Fatty Mouton. And Buddy Van Sale coming through there, but he's got Josh Dovey on his inside. Dovey in that little Janetta trying to squeeze his way through, and Dovey gets it right. Josh enjoying that little Janetta. He's like a little Lego block in between all these big cars, but he's giving it absolute horns now into Cashel corner. That Janetta looking absolutely sweet and classic and very period specific.
Absolutely, and some of these cars are built very periodically specific. And some of the fine cars are passing at the back end of the Classics. But there is Fatty Mouton and Brian Evans really fighting it out. Brian's son Jared just ahead. You can see his son in the distance. Butti Van Sale, one of the biggest cars out on circuit versus one of the smallest with Josh Dovey. They were still fighting it out a moment ago. Then I saw Aladef and Lane Hutchings. But there we see, there's Malcolm Pfeiffer and Daniel Lotter. Then there is the Sapphire of Arnold Lambert with Bradley Rowe. Then there is the second, Sandra Becker, Calvin Beckman. And then there's Dave Alexander. Sorry, I got that wrong earlier with the other car out on circuit. But there's the Sapphire, there's the BMW E46 of Sandra Becker. And then there is Dave Alexander in the Morgan. So that's your top three, mixing it up with some of the classics.
Well, coming out of turn number 2 now is your leaders, but let me tell you something, a man that's on the move is Josh Dovey. He is absolutely peddling that little Janetta. And sitting up now behind Ferdy Maton, he got past Brian Evans. He'll come into picture pretty shortly. You see the little car, there comes the little Janetta now towards the right-hand side of the screen. He's right up behind Ferdy Maton. And I'm telling you something, he's now suddenly got a turn of speed and is now passing the guys at an alarming rate.
Yeah, look how close that is getting now. Josh Dovey is mixing it up. That Janetta is so light and so nimble that it's really, it's smaller than the Escorts. And generally the Escorts are the smaller ones. Minus, of course, the Morris of Calvin Beckman and the Minis that we don't quite see anymore. There they go through Sorrel's sweep now. There's the likes of Malcolm Pfeiffer. There's Arnold Lambert in the incredibly legendary Ford Sapphire, Sandra Becker in the E46 BMW, and then there's Bradley Rowe and Calvin Beckman in the 2002 BMW and the Morris Minor, as there's an issue there for Daniel Lotter Sr. You see him slow down. He'll pull that car to the side of the circuit and get out of the way, as now here comes the leader into frame as well.
Right, so Franco Donadio in picture there. Is your man in second place. Up behind him there will be Louis Powell. Louis Powell coming up there. Then it's Trevor Momberg and Jared Evans having a tussle. The two Capris are at it at the moment. Up behind them, Eric van der Merwe. But here comes Josh Dovey on the outside of Ferdy Maton. That little car is so nimble, but Ferdy won't like that. He'll try and keep him posted. Jared Evans there. Josh Dovey, the meat and the sandwich at the moment, but I tell you what, this man is having an absolute electric afternoon as he pushes hard there, working his way there behind Ferdy Maton.
Yeah, it's getting closer and closer with 2.5 laps to go, and Josh Dovey's off and into the foam. He goes. Luckily, that foam was there. That softened the impact by a major margin, but you also saw the amount of water that was sprayed up in the big puddle. So thank goodness for those foam barriers. Once again, the foam doing what it's done, or what it's made for. Thanks again, Clint Munton and the team that put those together. So that'll definitely put out a double waved yellow, a single waved yellow for now into turn number 3, Dams Dip. And that maybe will give Ferdy Maton a chance to sort of breathe a breath of fresh air, because he doesn't have that small nimble thing that he probably couldn't even see in his mirrors.
There through is Trevor Hutchins in his Golf going through down the back straight. They go. Lovely fight down in Pertamina at the moment. All the cars make their way down the back straight down towards Pertamina Fastron. So cars coming down. There's Dave Aladeff ahead of him, Natasha Tissendorf. She wants to stay out the way there. It's Dancing Dave Aladeff. Up behind him is Jared. Coming through. Jared Thompson. Thompson sitting there. Oh, it's a red flag.
There we did see Josh Dovey, or get confirmation that Josh Dovey was out of the car. No. Anyway, they've red flagged it with 2 laps to go. Someone's exhaust is flopping around on the circuit. That is that Jacques Blom in that Cosworth. Or sorry, the Sierra Cosworth replica, I should say. But yes, Josh Dovey is out of the car. We can't quite get the angle on that car, but you can see just in the far distance where the marshal's waving that yellow flag, one of the foam barriers has been displaced. And luckily that, in my opinion, the water, the standing water in that little dip outside Dams Dip, funnily enough, that really helped slow the car down before it went into the foam, which did a major, major bunch of saving before the tires. So that will be over for race number 1 of Classics and Fine Cars, but still, what a brilliant race nonetheless. Very, very impressive amongst everybody. And a fastest time of 1:22.897 for the leader and winner of race number 1, Michael Hitchcock. But in Class A it was Hitchcock from Donadio, from Louis Powell, all quite close together. Then in Class B, Trevor Momberg and Jared Evans took 1 and 2 and not far between each other. Fine Cars will look back to the end, and Arnold Lambert in the Sapphire, that legendary Ford Sapphire, takes winning honours in race 1 ahead of Sandra Becker and Dave Alexander. Josh Dovey was all the way up into 8th place in that Class X Ginetta. Obviously the first time out on circuit in the class, but unfortunately with that off, it'll definitely need a lot of work for what is, I can only assume, quite a rare car. It is the British brand of Ginetta, and we don't see a lot of them besides the GT3 and GT4 cars that used to come down for the Cape 9 hour. But the rest of the field will peel on through the exit road and back to Parc Ferme after an unfortunate end to race number 1. But that will be the last race of the first half of the program, and we'll move into lunch in just a moment. And then we'll be back just after lunch, which will be in about 45 minutes from now, after a little bit of cleanup and some passenger laps that will go on at lunchtime. And we'll see you all again in a little while.
I've managed to get on the track literally while the BMWs are lined up to get some actual literal action. So camera guy, if you can please just walk with me so that we can get this. As it's happening, we are on the starting line. I hope I'm not going to hold up the race, but this is super exciting. So while we are doing this, I want to catch a driver, because I mean, what is more pre-action than this? Hey, how's it going?
Hi, good, thank you.
Doing good?
Good, yeah, yes.
What is the nerves like just before the race?
Yeah, now the nerves is a bit higher. I haven't driven for 2 months now. Yeah.
Well, we wish you all the best of luck. There you have it, one of the drivers. I don't want to bother them too much, but guys, this is it. They're lined up on the track. It's super exciting, so you will be able to see this race. With Jordan Simon. I was literally standing on the side of the track and I saw him coming off the track with his bike, so have to get this opportunity to interview. Jordan, how are you doing?
Yo, it's been a lovely day. I'm so excited for the next race.
Awesome. And please tell everybody, how old are you?
I'm 16 years old now.
16. And how long have you been riding bikes?
I've been riding bikes for 3 years now, but this is my first year racing.
First year. And how are you doing so far?
I think I'm doing well. There's a lot of good competition, and it's just been the most fun I've had ever.
And tell us a little bit more about your bike. What is the class that you're racing in, and how did you get into racing?
I'm racing the Ninja 300 in the SSP 300 class. I got into biking ever since my friends told me, hey, get a bike, it's going to be the most fun. And I watched all these videos of people racing online, and that just inspired me to do it as well.
And mom and dad, super supportive, I'm sure?
My parents are my biggest supporters ever. My mom's every race. My mom has been here supporting me, and I love my parents.
Oh, that is amazing, guys. And Jordan, how have you been coming in terms of your position?
I am currently last on the grid, but I think I'm doing very well. I'm going to catch up to the 400s and try my best.
Awesome. Well, we wish you all the best.
Okay, thank you.
I'm here on the spectator stand. The BMW class is racing right now, and I saw these guys and they all look so super passionate and excited about what is going on. So I'm going to speak to this guy over here on my left. How's it? What's your name?
I'm Luke. I'm doing very good. How are you?
I am great, thank you. What do you enjoy about coming to watch Killarney racing?
Basically, this is a course I'm looking forward to, the Mark 1s. I like that course, and the sound of this course is just nice.
Any particular drivers that you're a super fan of?
Not actually. I'm spectating everyone.
Oh, okay, awesome.
First time here, so.
Is your first time?
Yeah, it's my first time.
Okay.
Enjoy myself.
Absolutely amazing. Oh, first time at Killarney. Absolutely amazing. Okay, and anything you want to tell other people that are at home that didn't make it today?
You're missing out a lot, but hopefully next time you get to experience this because it's very nice. It's very nice.
You see, I don't lie. You heard it right there from a spectator himself. There you go, guys.
Thank you.
Back at the Keltron Supercars, and I've managed to find one of the drivers who had his head in that bonnet over there, so we had to kind of wheel him out and ask him if he was keen to do an interview. Leon, how's it? How are you?
Good, thanks. Yourself?
Awesome, thank you. How are things going for you today? You qualifying yesterday?
Yeah, no, it's good. Hey, we qualified well. We got a personal PB on the track. We did some work from the last race, and the car's looking good.
Awesome. Yeah. And you're racing like in an hour or so, I'm guessing?
Correct.
Okay, and how do you think you're going to do?
I think we'll do fairly well. I think we'll be in the middle of the pack, and we'll be fighting for maybe top 4, top 5.
Awesome. And how long have you been racing now?
Just this year. So.
Just this year. I'm finding all the newbies now. I love it. And what do you find is like the most exciting thing, or the thing that like reeled you into wanting to start racing?
I think the adrenaline rush. It's fascinating. It's an event that happens quick. So yeah, I mean we just here for the rush. Yeah.
Awesome. And any like mental preparations besides the physical ones of usually staying up until 2 in the morning on a Friday? Any mental preparations for you but get in that seat and take the track?
I think with life's experience, you know, one just goes through the normal routines, and yeah, I mean, I think we're fairly well prepared for the race, and yeah, just looking forward to it.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, and good luck today.
Thank you. Hey, bye.
Hi guys, I'm here with Marco Retta from the BMW, fresh off the track. Did come first place in qualifying, and I believe you have some news to share now. How did the race go?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we came first. Very happy with that. We're very happy with the result. It's the first time the car's running at the front of the E-Class, and yeah, we've put a lot of work into it the last few weeks and months. And yeah, finally everything's coming together nicely. Yeah.
Awesome. And just for everybody who has been watching in the past, because I was confused, Marco used to have a red BMW. Marco, what happened?
So I still have the red BMW, it's just parked at the workshop. It's a hell of a lot cheaper when I look at it than racing it. Yeah, look, it's just in a different league. I raced it last in March in the Nationals, and I might bring it out in September again. But just race meeting to race meeting, it's just it's really expensive to run with slicks and so forth. And this little baby of mine, yeah, looks much less power, more of a driver's car, no ABS, no traction control, on semi-slicks, and I'm absolutely having a jewel.
Awesome. And the last time we spoke, the class and the series was really, really new. So I think it was the first time that you were riding. And you were quite excited about this class. How do you think that it's developed since it started?
Look, absolutely. I mean, I think we've built a solid foundation this year so far. And yesterday in qualifying was the most guys out on track at the same time, so we're over 20 cars at the moment, which is fantastic, and we thank everyone that's got BMWs and invite anyone that's got BMWs. Our rules are simple. There is no rules. There's only a tyre rule. That's a Dunlop semi-slick. If you're in B to F, and in A class it's a slick. Other than that, bring what you got.
There you go, guys. No rules, just your tyres. So if you have a BMW, you're bored, you have nothing to do, come down to Killarney, get your car in and start racing. Thank you so much, Marco.
Okay, thank you.
Managed to find a Libre classic car driver, because you know they're on the other side of the pits over here, on the other side of the racetrack, always hiding away. So I am here with Mr. Dion Conradi. Nice to meet you.
Good morning.
Hi. So qualifying this morning, how did you do?
Unfortunately not too well. We had a bit of an oil leak which caused a bit of havoc, and I had to slow down, so I only did about 3 laps qualifying, so slower than normally. But the track was also very greasy this because we qualified early morning. It was 8:45.
It was still ice because that's how cold it was.
Yeah, it was ice cold this morning when we got here. So yeah, but now it's nice outside. So we hold thumbs and we look forward to the race.
Okay, so by the time this interview will be aired, you would have had your first race already, because that's happening at 12:30. Okay. What have you done now with your oil leak and everything to fix it before your first race?
Now we had to replace our O-ring, and we're just waiting for it now for the silicon to dry, and then we should be good to go. Yeah, fine.
Guys, that's the reality of racing. You qualify in the morning, you figure out that there's something wrong, and you've got hours. Silicon cannot dry quicker than they want it to right now.
I'm going to blow it to dry quicker.
Where's the hairdryer?
Yeah, didn't bring that along.
Well, thank you so much for chatting with me. All the best for your race.
Thanks. Cool. Thank you.
A while to get hold of this man, okay, Mr. Marius Fourie, because he was on the other side of the track by Neon getting some things to clean your injectors. Yeah. But I saw this car and I had to find the driver because it's sexy as all hell. And whilst waiting, was informed that this is a Mercedes-Benz SLK, but it has a Chev engine in. So, meneer, asseblief, can you please tell us about this car?
Ja, dis maar 'n padkar wat ons gevat het en 'n bietjie probeer 'n raceskar maak. Die Mercedes motortjie was maar nie lekker gewees nie, toe sit ons vir hom 'n Chef motor in en hy doen beter. Maar ja, straai maar met hom ry. Kyk maar wat hy maak.
And your first race, have you done it yet or no?
Dis my eerste race wat ek nou met hom ry, met pa ry altyd met hom. Maar ja, ons kyk maar wat hy kan doen en
so pa ry, jy ry, jou vrou ry. It's a whole family affair here, guys. The Fouries, watch out for them.
Ja, nee, wat ons al drie draai en kyk maar, ons geniet die sport, so dis lekker.
And how long have you been racing here at Killarney?
Killarney is nou my, kan ek eintlik sê my eerste jaar dat ek nou regtig ry en alles op hierdie jaar.
And the other classes, because I see right there, there's another Andre Fourie car with a Libre Classics on it?
Ja, ons het begin met die classic karre en toe besluit ons dat ons maar hierdie ook weer probeer. So ja, probeer maar alles. Kyk maar hoe gaan dit gaan.
Awesome. Al die beste vandag.
Baie dankie. Dankie.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am back. It is the lunchtime show here at the Power Series, round 6. We are live. It is exciting. The sun is shining. I'm sitting in a little shady spot at the moment, but the sun is shining, and it is an absolutely fantastic day here at Killarney. And if you haven't noticed, I got someone super special sitting right next to me over here. I have brought in, because Onus disappeared. Onus won 2 races out of 4 races, so he's just decided to bail on me and be a celebrity for the next hour. I'm only joking, Onus. We love you. I have Mr. Libre. Thank you so much for being here with me on this lunchtime show. You have an incredible racing history. So I just want to get as much information as I can from you. Where did your love for racing start, and when did you know, like, this is it?
That's where the bug went.
Oh, just a little bit of mic problems. We will get that sorted. There we go. I think if you speak now.
Okay, mic check.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go. Oh, so I'm a minute. Technical problems. It happens.
Technical. Yeah, that's fine.
So you said you grew up on a farm for your love for racing. You grew up on a farm. You were racing on gravel roads, and then?
Yeah, then I got invited to go with a friend of mine to Tarleton at races, which is many moons ago. And I think that's where the bug actually bit, because I wanted to do the same. And from the drag racing, I wanted to get onto the track. So eventually I got onto the track, and the rest is history. I've been racing. The first time that I got onto track was '92. And then I raced a couple of races there and ran out of budget, and tried again and ran out of budget. So it hasn't been a full-time racing. It was always like intermittently, because I could never, sometimes the budget or work wouldn't allow it. But I always wanted to race, yeah. So we're fortunate that on a beautiful, gorgeous day and local races, I mean, I just love it.
And you, the last time I spoke to you, you had the Lotari, which I haven't seen today. You are now racing?
Low T.
Low T. I knew there was a nickname, so I wasn't going to try and remember. The Low T. Tell us a little bit more about that car.
Yeah, so the Low T is a Lotus with a GTI Golf 8 engine in it. So that's why we call it a Low T.
Low T.
Yeah,
okay.
So it's a smaller version of the Lotari, because it's smaller in size and in capacity. And it's just a fun car to drive and run around with, we're always developing the Lotari, so there's always work being done on it, and we don't always get it in time for local races. That's why we've decided to get another car in the meantime, just to keep us busy.
Nice. And how much involvement do you have personally with the cars, or do you rely on your team? And if you rely on your team, tell us a little bit more about them, because they are the magic usually behind the scenes.
No, they definitely are. I must say, I like the team as they are at the moment, because they do a lot more than what I could do, because they've got more experience than what I have. So I've got some input, but normally I get overridden anyway.
Okay. What has been your best experience racing thus far in your career?
No, it must be the hill climb that we won last year with the Lotari. I must say that was one of the highlights, well, the best highlight that I've had in my career thus far. So yeah, that was a tough competition.
Okay, and any modifications that you swear by, any secrets that you are willing to share with those watching?
No, I don't think there are any secrets. It's really a lot of work. You need to be able to get everything, and everything needs to run perfectly for that day and that lap, so to speak, or that run, because there's such a lot of things that can go wrong. So it's a perfect run that you're actually aiming for, which doesn't happen any time.
Yeah, okay. And how do you prepare mentally to get behind such a fast car? Because it is one of the fastest cars and speeds that we have here at Killarney.
Correct. You need to be in the moment, but it quickly reminds you that you should be in the moment you get out of here, because the first corner that comes up and your tires are cold, you know that you need to be on top of it, and it is quite a handful. But it's a pleasure driving, but it is a handful.
Awesome. Anything else that you want to share with those watching live? I'm sure everybody are huge fans of you, as am I.
No, just thank you very much for the support, because I mean we do it for the love of it, and we enjoy it that other people also enjoy what we are doing, so that's what we do. So thank you very much for all the support, and it's always nice. It's a nice vibe.
It's a very big community. I've noticed Killarney is definitely, and the racing community in general is a community. It's a family. You need someone. I mean, I was trying to interview Marius Fourie, and he had run over to Neon to get something to help with his injectors, to clean them out, and I was like, that's just incredible how everybody helps everybody out, no matter what you need.
Correct, it's always like that. I mean, even doesn't matter where you go, your biggest competitor will actually help you out, because it's not for getting away from them, but it's actually, you need to be able to compete to be able to have the privilege of, say, winning or not.
Yes, exactly. Well, thank you so much for being with me today and chatting to all the people watching live. It's an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here.
Cool.
See you guys later.
Cool. Well, that's it, folks. Mr. Davy Hubert, the legend himself. Incredible history at the hill climb. A car that is just spectacular. If you haven't seen it, you need to check it out on the racetrack. I have seen that Latari. It is incredible. And the low T, which I have seen today, when it gets parked over here behind me, which it often does, there are just crowds of people that come around the car and want to take photos. It's incredible. So I am going to ask now for my friend Jay to come and join me, because he's been doing this for a while in the lunchtime show. He just always hangs around, and then we kind of grab him to come and talk. So I'm going to hand that to you, because you don't have the headset on right now.
No, I left the headset for Ernest. I
thought you were at home the whole day. I was like, where are you? Because I haven't seen you. I was sitting over there. We usually bump into each other at the clubhouse, getting food, getting a snack, drink, anything.
So I'll be honest with you, we've been giving away a lot of promo stuff. So I've given away probably about 30 little flags of Lion property. We've got some hats to give away. We've got signed flags of every single driver. So if anyone's here at Killarney and is getting this message, if you come around and see me and ask me and you give me a driver's name and say, I want that signature, I've got a flag for you.
Guys, you see, this is why you can't just watch online. I mean, thank you for watching online, but you do have to come down here. There's so much fun and excitement and giveaways. So if you want a signature from one of the drivers, all these freebies, find
We've got Hobo stickers as well coming around. We've got those to hand out. But we've got a lot of big news within our class, though, because a lot of guys have done some crazy things.
I'm going to put my phone down there because I feel like I'm fidgeting with it.
Shane Biscombe now, number 18, he's swapped teams from Line Property now to CRA team. He's now sent his car to the Rico Barlow team, the 9-hour guys. He's casting over there.
That was last weekend, 9 hour or 4 hours?
It was a 4 hour, yeah.
Okay.
So that obviously well done to that team for winning that. That was a big turnaround for them. And then, well, now one of our cars are sitting at that workshop getting worked on. He's just done 2 seconds faster. So he's doing well. Ernest is back, as we know, the champ.
How's the rest of the team feeling? Because I know that's a super competitive team. How are they feeling about Ernest being
Some guys are stoked about it. Other guys has put a big fire under their bums. Some people aren't too impressed. Straight to 10 max on everything. So we've seen a few guys that have done really, really well. Glenn did fantastic, 5th to 2nd. He starts 2nd in the next race, and he's eager to hunt down Ernest big time. He feels he's the champ, but Ernest is the champ, so there's a lot of back and forth of that. So I'm happy to see the good solid racing. And the other car that also that's been changed a bit around is, if I'm not mistaken, Ernest's car went to Neander Toy.
Yes.
So that got worked on there, and they did a lot of work. Congratulations to that team, the Fury guys working on that car, getting that car ready. There was a lot of work. Carl Halleck and Bradley Fenner have done a lot of work on their cars. Carl's car looks absolutely fantastic. Let's go a peek inside of it. Done the entire inside.
Wow.
It looks like a brand new car. You would never say that car is 30 years old. Never in a million years.
Okay, need to go check that out.
Absolutely gorgeous. Who's it? Rob's done a lot of work. He's actually got a whole new car, whole new engine, whole new chassis. He swapped his car around, so he's been working on that. That is actually Craig Hume's old car.
Oh, wow.
So he's managed to get that, work on that car, and getting that car ready. He's had, unfortunately, a bit of issue with the motors, rear end seals popping on, leaking oil. He's had another issue as well with, I think, rockers. Leon Chetty's gone 2 seconds faster.
I interviewed him earlier today.
Who, Leon?
Fantastic, yeah.
You actually got an interview with Leon?
I did.
Leon, I'm coming for you.
If you haven't seen, I'm a stalker, okay? I'm up there with that mic in their face and they can't say no to me. I've only had, I think, 1 or 2 people that are like, no.
Yo, I'll tell you now, Craig Hume is one. If you can track down Craig Hume, I've got a rare interview of Craig Hume and Andrew Moffat as well.
Challenge accepted. I've done Andrew Moffat.
No, this is Andrew today. I'm on
Andrew.
interview. I came 3rd. I said, Andrew, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, August interview. He's like,
I did get
oh.
some La Resistance when I tried to get Andrew because his car was kind of in pieces and he was like, just wait 5 minutes. I was like, I'll wait. I will be here. I'm not going anywhere.
I'm not going anywhere. That's what I said to him. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here to stay. So, yeah, look, at the Formula Supercars going from strength to strength. There is rumours of another 2 cars entering in as well. So the pack will be growing.
Okay, nice.
William,
it's about time that class grows a little bit more.
well,
series.
from the beginning of the year, we were 9, we are 11. We should be up by 14 by the end of the year, I reckon. So that's a big growth in the class. From sitting 3 years ago, we had 4 cars on track.
Exactly.
So
good growing.
big time growth. 2 new sponsors on board. Can't remember the one sponsor's name, so sorry, I'll get that right.
Tisk.
Yeah, Tisk. But I just want to say thank you to Pro Oil, Line Property Management. Big shout out to them as well. The other ones are the co-sponsors as well, which would be like RBK, Fender Technical Services, as well as Dunlop as well. They really stuck their neck out for us. They're giving us a lot of work, a lot of help, and yeah, that's the main thing. Without the sponsors, we can do nothing.
Absolutely. Amazing. It's definitely, like Una says, those top 3, you need sponsors, you need spectators, you need drivers.
Yeah.
DSS, I called it. Drivers, spectators, sponsors.
Sponsors. So, yeah, thank you very much. I don't know if you want me to talk a bit longer. Want me to talk
No,
about
if
something
there's
else?
anything else you want to share, you're welcome to
that's
share
about
with
it.
us.
I'm just excited for race 2. I want to see what happens.
This is going to be interesting, okay? Because they do not want Ernest to come first again.
I think it's going to be a big scrap now between Glenn and Ernest. Big scrap. And then it's going to be Carl and Andrew Moffat scrapping for 3rd. And both those cars are quick. Both of them are doing 126s. And Ernest is doing 125s. So they're all there. So if Glenn can get in the mix and slow them down, they can start challenging each other.
I was actually sitting in Ernest's garage and I was watching on my phone the live stream, and he has a TV there. But my phone was clearly like 2 seconds delayed because by the time I started shouting, oh my God, Glenn's going to catch him, my husband was like, are you late? Ernest won already.
I'll tell you what, Glenn was a good 300 meters down the road. And that's a long way to get back in 3 laps. He raced like an absolute demon. He had no time to set the car up last night when it comes to suspension. When I mean no time, 0 time. All they did was replace the clutch. They replaced, the clutch exploded. There's a round piece, I guess, the middle part completely bent out. It was like, it was snapped. It was actually not looking good at all. We were worried that a couple of other parts would be damaged in the motor as well, or in the gearbox, and it wasn't. Luckily not. He literally spent, I think, until 12 o'clock last night working on the car. Eventually just said to the boys, close it, I'm done. I cannot do anything more. Yeah. I'm tired, I've got to wake up and race. So he's racing the car that he's unfamiliar with. But he said to me now, once the tires sort of like embedded more and started getting more stickier, he said it started feeling like his old car again. So I think race 2, he's going to go out with all the horns. Happens. He's chasing number one.
It's so tight because I was talking to one of the other drivers on the other side of the track earlier today, and they were like, they did qualifying, they were leaking oil, they had to change a seal, and now they are literally sitting waiting for silicone to dry. And I was like, oh my goodness, it's like literally like that, like saying waiting for the kettle to boil. He's waiting for silicone to dry, and the race was coming up, so I was just like, anybody got a hairdryer for this guy? But that's how crazy it is.
Yeah, I mean, everything. I mean, Nash was waiting for silicone to dry as well. I don't know if you know that as well. A lot of the guys are like Shane, Rob. My heart bleeds that man. Every car he works on, every little like improvement he does, something else just breaks. So he fixes that, and then it's further along the line that breaks. And like he's changed motors now twice. Yeah. Changed frames even. He's literally got so fed up with the last motor. He said, "I'm done with it. I'm moving on." And he's moved on, and now other things are starting to fall to pieces. And my heart bleeds to the guy because he races really, really well. He's a competitive driver, and he spends all night there working on 4 cars, and he's got to work on his own. And then to have it not working, it's just doesn't work.
That is racing for you guys. But I'm hearing engines roaring, and I can see cars lining up. So I think I have to say goodbye to you for now because the races are going to start. They are literally going out on the track. Jay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, as always. Me.
Guys, stay tuned. There is so many more exciting races coming up after the lunchtime show now. It's going to be super exciting, competitive, as we were speaking about all the different classes, the Cultron supercars, the BMW classes, etc. It's going to be jam-packed. So stay tuned. I will see you later.
folks, we are back again for the second half of the program. To all the people at home, whatever you're doing, stop doing it now and get back to your television screens, because it is time for the second Sports and GT race brought to you by Spirit Invest. As the cars work their way out on track, unfortunately we're not going to have Charles Visser in this one, but it seems like everybody else that is supposed to be there is going to take part in this second Sports and GT car race. So we'll have a look and see exactly who's going to be out there. Only 14 cars, probably end up with about 13 or maybe even less, because I know Marius Fourie didn't take part in race number 1. So we'll look and see. We may have a full field though. That is possible, that we will have a full field, but we'll look and see if everybody that's supposed to be out there is there. So just waiting for the rest of the team to make their way towards the commentary box. Jordan Hibben is trying to get up the stairs, and so is Francois Butler. So this is the second Sports and GT car race for the day. All right, Jordan, we're not going to have Charles Visser in this race, unfortunately. But everybody else that was in race number 1 will be in race number 2 as well. So away we go.
Down towards Block Coin they go now into the first corner. They'll rush on down, and because Charles Visser's not in this race, Connor Kilbride will lead it out. But I'm with the Sports and GT driver myself up in the commentary box. Peter van der Spey, how are you, sir?
Hey, I'm very good indeed, man. What an exciting race and what an exciting day today. I mean, how is Charles Visser with his time of 11.2?
And unfortunately, to not have him out here in race 2, I'm sure we can see him go faster. He was pushing to go faster.
Yeah,
and
I mean, you know, I don't know why he's not in the race. I think it's something to do with noise. You know, which has always been a bit of a bugbear in the Sports and GT side. Yeah, you know, these cars do make a lot of noise, and we want to have some noise around. You know, I don't know why we can't have a little bit more noise.
I mean, you're at a racetrack, you expect some noise. I mean, the people next door should just you know get used to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, Davy Hubert was also had a noise issue, but they did a quick exhaust pipe upgrade. So that's pretty good. Now, it's very interesting to see how his car is going. But look at Connor.
Yeah, so there it is, the first lap done. It's Connor Kilbride from Davy Hubert in first and second. Then a Yanni Hatzi in that Nissan S14 ahead of Valen Volskenk. And then Tristan de Nobrega, the one of 2 Racing Spirit entries. Then Martin Prince.
What has happened to Sandro Baccardi? Is he there?
Yes, he is. He's dropped down quite a few positions. Unfortunately, I see now he's only exiting turn number 1. He was fighting in the top 5 in the early stages of race number 1. So strange to see why he's dropped down so much in race number 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's very unusual for him. He must have had either a little off. Where did he start on the grid? I think he started number 6 on the grid, I think. Then probably got bumped up because of Charles being knocked off. So he was probably 5 on the grid. He must have had something going around. I see he's catching up very quickly there now. There he goes.
Unless it was just something off the start and he got swallowed up a little bit and Now it's about finding his way back towards the front of the grid.
Yeah, something absolutely must have happened in there. But, I mean, Hatsi, look at that. Davy Bear, he will always put up a race. I think his car will probably be a little bit... Whoa, is Davy Bear running second now? P2. And there he comes. Davy Bear, I mean, to actually be even going close to that Libre is quite some achievement. What was their lap time there now? 15.2. And Connor's...
So Connor's currently on the fastest lap of a 15.227 with Davy Bear 16.5. So it's about just over a second the difference in fastest laps between the Libre out front and the Lotus of Davy Bear.
I mean, Connor is definitely going to bring that time down. I know that they're aiming for sub 11. Sub, where were they on the last race? 13. 13s. He's chipping away at his time all the time. They're working on that car, and they're going quicker and quicker. You know, it's an interesting car. You know, being an aero car like the Juno. I mean, Sandra is really doing well with his Juno, and the Nissans are spread out all over the place at the moment.
And you yourself, you drive an open top. Okay, you haven't driven in a little bit of time, but where's your car?
I haven't indeed. I mean, my Juno, it was basically ready, but you know, I've got a bit of a policy for myself, and that is that, you know, I want the car to be ready at least a week before racing. I need to get some seat time, and unfortunately, the car was only ready. Look at that. There's a big change in positions. That's something ready to get hold of. Yeah, oh, what was that?
That will be Valen Volskink. Just outside of turn number 1, down the Joubert straight against the wall. There it is, into the tires, and a tire wall, or part of the tire barriers rolled across the track.
Oh, it's such a bad place to come off.
But I think it's one of those, we'll have to wait until we see the replay, and once, of course, we know he's out of the car. But I'm pretty sure you've experienced, as well as many other drivers and riders, if you go outside and you understeer ever so slightly onto the rumble strips and onto the dirt, it can very easily throw you off to the left-hand side if you don't control it and carry on down the circuit.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and that's a really classic place to come off. And you just have to touch the grass. And if you're overcooking it slightly, that's the end of that. And well, that's not a good place to be in the wall. I don't see the yellow flags.
Yeah, I see one just on the front straight here into turn number 1. But I would think maybe there's a double yellow of some sort if it's right close against the circuit. So there's one yellow right there. But I see a yellow there. He might just be out of the car. I believe it's possible that, yes, he's up against the tire barrier. So he is safely out of the car, which is always good news. And these sports and GTs, especially the factory-built GT Cup race cars, they are known for their strength and rigidity and, of course, keeping a driver safe, which is the main purpose of the car.
Absolutely. They're also known for when you do come off, you are a passenger. And you just got to go where the car goes and hope for the best, but you're normally very safe. You can always get out of those cars. They're extremely safe, very good track record, you know, from a safety point of view. And so where are we doing with Connor? His time is coming down. Is he chipping away? He's still got the fast 13.7. Very good. They're dying to get under the 13s. And Davy Bear's doing exceptionally well there with his upgraded exhaust system. So he's a little bit down on power. And what has happened to Sandra? Sandra's clawing his way up. So he's come from the back there now, and he's up, and he's doing 18s. And I mean, Sandra was doing 15s in the last race. So there's definitely something there, something going on there.
And I'm very curious, after race number 1, Sandra had a bit of an issue into turn number 1. I think he slid onto the sand a little bit and collected himself. And I wonder if it wasn't something like that again early on in the race.
Yeah, he could have damaged some air or something, but that was a spectacular save. I mean, how do you know, I watched it there, and he literally broadsided the car. Davy Bear was right behind him at the time, and he was slowly catching up. That was the corner where he had to take him, where he eventually did take him. But I was talking to Davy, and Davy said when he lost the car, he absolutely thought that he would lose the car. and I watched it, and it was a save of note. I mean, how he saved that car is that's obviously testament to his experience, and then Darby eventually did catch him in the same corner. There's a very interesting overtake, and coming down the straight now.
Now that's Conor Kilbride catching some of the back markers, the likes of Marius Fourie, and I believe that is Jan Greef. So there is the leader, Conor Kilbride. He's currently sitting on a 1:13.7, still his fastest lap of the day so far. There's Davy Joubert in second place. He's currently doing a 15.6, and that's 2 seconds off the fastest lap of the race. However, with traffic, it will, of course, slow you down and lessen your lap time. So with 4 laps to go, there's the third place man, Yanni Hatsi, and then fourth and fifth of Tristan de Nobrega in Class C, and then Martin Prince in Class B, separating themselves by about a car length as they exit Block Quain Corner. There's still that Porsche on the outside, but it's out of the way. And now these two will race down towards Castro Corner.
It's turning out to be quite an interesting race, and I'm glad that chap is out of his car, out of that GT3. It didn't look great at all. I mean, that looked like a serious off there. But here comes Sandro Baccardi into the pit lane. So there was definitely something wrong with his car. He's just driven into the pit lane here now. I don't know what's going on there now. I'm just having a look down there now, and there's guys all around. He's getting out of his car, so he's definitely out of the race.
Yeah, so that will be a withdrawal for Sandro Baccardi in race number 2. We obviously can't quite tell. He's not very chuffed about that, I'm sure. There's your leader once again on screen. He is just jumping up behind Clive Smith in that Porsche. Then there's Davy Joubert once again. 9.6 seconds is the current difference with 3 laps to go. There's Jan Greef, a couple of cars behind with Marius Fourie rather. They've been lapped by the top 2. Now I can hear coming past our commentary box is 3rd, 4th and 5th. But that will be Yanni Hatsi as far as I'm aware. No, sorry, that's Marius Fourie. Then it's Yanni Hatsi and Martin Prince. And then just behind Prince, it will be de Nobrega there. Prince and de Nobrega are fighting it out, but Martin Prince just managed to get past Tristan de Nobrega in that Racing Spirit entry. And there you can see that will be, we saw 3rd, 4th, and now 5th as they run down to catch some back markers themselves.
And I must say, Martin Prince is doing very well today. I mean, he hasn't been around for a while now, and his car was off for a long time. He's had it beautifully rebuilt now, and I think he's having a fantastic race. To see him up there in the top 5, he's running 4th now, and first in class, or second in class right now. And just looking at the board over there now, he's having a great race. The Porsches it's really nice to see a bunch of Porsches out today, and some aero cars, the Libre and the Juno. And I certainly hope to have my Juno back on the next race. I think it's going to be the 100-kilometer race, if I read the program correctly. And is that?
So that is a bit of a back marker battle there between Yanni Hatsi, who passes Jan Greef in that 350Z. There's quite a few, as you said, there's a lot of Porsches that have been entering the last couple of races. Of course, we've got Charles Visser in the newest of the spec Porsches, that GT2, 992.1 RS, that GT3 Cup car that they race over in Europe and across the world. And that the same one that he raced across the world in Europe, in Italy, not that long ago. As well as a couple of our other drivers racing GT3 Cup. We've got Andrew Rackstraw racing in the UK, and we've got another one, but the name will come to me ever so soon. Keegan Masters. Keegan Masters is also racing a 992 GT3 Cup car over in Italy himself in the European Series. But now onto the last lap. We just wait for the leaders to make their way one more time around the island. There is your leader, Lights Ablaze. Conor Kilbride, I think he's going to be super stoked. He's won classes before, but he's never won overall and in the top class of A.
Yeah, he's doing really well in that car. They're such easy cars to drive, but actually, you got to get used to it. You got to get used to the aero, and it's really, they've started out in that car, and I think they've done exceptionally well in that car, and it's really quick. And we were just talking to him now in his pit box, and I need to get my Juno back on the track to give him some competition. and you know, maybe put one of the faster guys. And Shalfus has actually offered to drive my car and to see what it can do and help me set it up. But Connor Kilbride's doing really well, I must say. I don't know what's happened to Martin Prince.
So yeah, that was just across the line for Connor Kilbride. He'll take victory overall in race number 2 for the Spirit Invest Sports and GTs. Then we wait for the second place man coming into frame. Now, there he goes. That's Davy Jabir with that beautifully prepped Wild Rose Gin Lotus. Then we wait for the 3rd, 4th and 5th place man that were not that far between each other, but I think the gap's opened up now between Yanni Hatzi, Tristan de Nobrega and Martin Prince. And Martin Prince on this last lap, I saw him slowing down astronomically, so there might just be a problem with that Porsche of his. But here he comes in the turbo Nissan S14 across the line. Yanni Hatzi takes 3rd overall, 2nd in class, which is a brilliant result for him, as well as Clive Smith in the Porsche. There's Tristan de Nobrega in the Spirit Racing BMW M3, and then Martin Prince, he's dropping down a position or 2 possibly as he comes out of Pertamina Fostron for the final time today. There he is. Jan Greef once again is a lap down, so he'll finish in 7th overall and 2nd in class, just behind Richard de Roos. And there we see Martin Prince, top 5 finish ahead of Richard de Roos, that just comes across the line now in another of the GT3 Porsches, an older series cup car. But not a bad turnout for the GT Sports and GT class, with all the prototypes and sports cars that race out here at Killarney. Also a little bit different, I'm sure you'd say, is an early end to the day for Sports and GT. It's usually one of the top figure classes that races a little bit late into the afternoon, the likes of the Clubmans and the Superbikes that also race later in the day. They get an early finish, which I also think is different for them, different for you guys. And maybe it gives them a chance to relax and maybe have a nice chill Saturday afternoon and Sunday.
It's always nice if we start early and finish early. I mean, as you quite rightly said, we normally, you know, up early in the morning and you get out here to the track, and then your last race is at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and that is really a long day. And I mean, you know, fatigue is a big thing in motor racing. You've got to be fit. It's one of these sports that, you know, people don't realize how fit you've got to be to do this sport. You've got to be training every day. You've got to get all those exercises done, and keeps your brain sharp, of course, too. And but it's actually really nice to be finished at this time of the day on race day, I must admit. I'm sure the guys are very happy with that.
Yeah, we get a replay here. I don't know if it was just a standard replay. I was actually hoping to see if that was Sandra Bakari. It was one of the open tops, and I think that was Connor Kilbride. But yeah, I suppose you can speak to Sandra Bakari when you go downstairs and find out what happened there, but I'm very curious myself to figure out what was the cause of him dropping so back into the field.
Yeah, you know, also if you remember in the first race, Davy Hubert overtook Sandra Bakari there in turn 1, and they did touch. And so there could easily have been a little bit of aero damage. You know, those cars are so aero sensitive. You just get a slight aero sensitivity, but the fact that he came into the pits now, it sounds like more mechanical. And that's pretty terminal. But Martin Prince, I'm very interested to know why he backed off so much.
He came slow down the main straights. I was also curious, maybe he just let off on the final lap, trying to preserve the car for whatever reason?
No, Porsche, you can hammer it all day long, every day, day in and day out. There's no such thing as taking it easy in a Porsche Cup car. Maybe just something, you know. I'll speak to him now as well about it and find out what's going on there.
But awesome. Thank you very much for joining me and Frankie up here in the commentary box, and the rest of us in the commentary box. I'm sure you also love being up here and watching from the top. There's that incident with Valen Volsking just on the curb, and I think putting the power down slips the rear wheels, and there he goes into the tires. But luckily he got out, sat on the barrier, and obviously, of course, we're all glad that he's safe.
That was not a light tap. That was really a hard hit there. I'm sure you'll be a little bit shaken up with that one. Sitting in the car is definitely going to be. That's a bad hit. I'll go and talk to them now, and I'll go and catch up with the guys. Yeah. And anyway, it's been nice to be up here, guys, and always good to pop in and see the enthusiasm and that going on up here, and we'll see you later.
Yeah, and hopefully we see you back at the end of the month if that your Juno's prepped the week before like you like it to be.
I'm going to be back. I'll be back, as they say.
Thank you so much, Peter van der Spy.
Right, so for all the folks that have been involved with Driver of the Day nominations and votes, the top 3 so far is Bradley Mustoe, Abigail Bosson, that came 5th in her race, and Adrian Solomon. So just keep that one in mind. There you got it on your screen as well. Top 3 so far for Driver of the Day, but that doesn't mean that in the second half there can't be somebody that does some serious magic and turns that around.
I think they need to change this, that you've got a driver of the day and a rider of the day, because they say it's a competitor of the day and all 3 of them are bikers. All good, no problem, fantastic. But it would be nice if you could share it. You have a rider of the day and a driver of the day, and you see who's the top 3 in both categories of 4 wheels and of 2 wheels. But that's just my opinion, that's all, and it's only just an opinion, nothing else but that. So that was the opening race for the second half of the program. And when I move on to the BMW Car Club Cape Town Series, race number 2 over 8 laps. All right, folks, here we go with the second of the BMW Car Club Cape Town Series races over 8 laps. The cars have made their way out onto the track. We've just completed race number 1 after lunch, which was in the Spirit Invest Sports and GT category. We move on now to the second race after lunch, which is the BMW Car Club Cape Town race number 2 over 8 laps. And race 1 was a great fight between Anwar Levy, Mansour Parker. Then eventually Baby Jakes came and upset that apple cart there for them. So let's see what's going to happen in the second race of the day. As we see the sports and GT cars working their way through Park Vermeer, the BMWs are making their way down the back Killarney straight.
So from one class to the next, very quickly changing over to the next class. And as you said, in race number 1 for BMWs, it was very, very good. It was extremely enjoyable with bunches of battles amongst the entire grid. There you see just on the bottom of the screen, there's Vaden Volksken's stricken GT3 number 52 Porsche Cup car. I think he just got on the grass or got on the tarmac. But now, here come all the BMWs. We'll see 22 started in race number 1. They all weave and get themselves ready for race number 2. And we'll see what the grid looks like when they come to a stop. And then they get underway in a moment from now.
All right, here we go as the cars begin to line up. One by one, they begin to line up. Anwar Levy, Mansour Parker will be on that front row of the grid. Baby Jakes and Dexter Bruce. Remember, Dex had off and he had to work his way through the field in race 1. But all the cars are back out there. I see Ephraim Levy in that boxy BM reversing there as well on the grid. That is the 19 car of Ernest Page. And he will start in P14 right next to, or just one grid slot behind on the right-hand side of Ephraim Levy. Now remember that Gary Manwaring only did about 2 laps in race number 1 and then he pulled out, but I do see the Manwaring BMW out there. He's just ahead of Jacques Prince. Right, you hear that BMW safety car move off the line. That will lead these Beamers into turn number 1, into Block Point Corner. A big thanks to all our sponsors here today. Shane Bascombe, I don't see the, yes, the Ahmad car is there. It's the orange BM right at the back of the field.
Yeah, that's the same one that was campaigned by Chris Fursch.
Correct.
For quite some time. Obviously, he's still in Switzerland, busy at home.
Well, either way, it's good to see Ahmad back behind the wheel of a race car again. He hasn't been racing for a heck of a long time. And great to see Mr. Ahmad back out on track again. Lost none of his flair, but obviously, you know, after being away for a while, he's going to have to just get slowly but surely get back into it again. But we know what he can do. He was a champion driver back in the day for Clubmans. That is that man in the orange BM we're talking about. So you won't find him at the back of the field for long before he starts to maneuver his way through.
And you know what I tend to find sometimes is, you know, a champ, maybe not in the highest series, unless you look at the likes of Sebastian Vettel, for example, that went from Ferrari, waited out a little while, went back to Aston Martin, and was in the midfield for quite some time. You go from having multiple championships in the fastest car on the grid to somewhere in the middle, if not at the back, and still, you know, enjoying your life racing.
Yep.
It's like that sometimes. You see some of the legends come back from Killarney. They were multiple champions, always at the front of the field. They get in a much slower car, start at the back, and they have just as much fun, maybe even more, starting and making their way back up to the front again.
Right, so they work their way out of turn 5, Fostron corner. It's a dead car park that you see at the bottom of your screen there. 4 Golfs and a Porsche. They're in a park for May. They all roll out of Fostron corner.
Here they go. The turbo spool, and they get underway. As it once again is Levy and Parker, 1 and 2, that race down into turn number 1, Block Coin corner. And of course, we got Baby Jake slots there into 3rd place in that black and gold, almost reminiscent of a John Player special liveried. I think it's designed as a police car. As they run down into Castro corner, turn number 2, Dexter Bruce was in 4th, but has Troy Dolenchek in the 1 Series, that Motorsport. BMW Motorsport car around the outside, but Bruce comes back on him just like that as the rest of the field comes into Castro corner. Now we watch them go down towards Damsdip.
Yeah, and I see Dylan Jabez having a fight there with the Marco Retta as they work their way through Damsdip, heading up the Tigerberg Straight, which will become the Golden Highway as this race meeting goes on. Already you see there's a slight haze of gold as the sun works its way around. They're all working their way through turn 4, the double right-hander, Saddle Sweep, heading down the Killarney Straight towards turn 5, Pertamina Fostron.
And you know what, funnily enough, you say it's the golden, or there's blinks of gold around the circuit. Because it's so bright, we haven't had a nice sunny day in quite some time. Yeah. So I'm sure all the drivers are enjoying it as we see this battle. There's Dexter Bruce at the front of your photo. Then it's Marco Retta racing Troy Dolenchek. Then we see they'll come down past us and into turn number 1. It's Levy from Parker, from Jacobs, from Bruce, Retta, Dolenchek, Jabir, Page, King, and then Abraham Levy. They're fighting with Ernest Payes and James King. As James King, that's that circle track experience as he holds it and brings it back. That was a save and a half.
That was circle track racing, yes, oval track racing at its best as he managed to hang on to that motor car. And right there with him is Ephraim Levy. And Levy's now got his nose ahead of him. Then the rest of the field start working their way through. But where are the leaders? They should be making their way into Saddle Sweep. Yeah, here they come. Up the Jabez Straight. It's Levy and Parker with the Baby Jakes once again in a distant 3rd position. There was 0.8 of a second between Levy and Parker when they started this lap. They're now side by side as they race down the Killarney Straight, and we have a new leader. We have a new leader. It looks as if Parker's got his nose ahead of Levy there in a Fostron. These 2 cars look identical, and they're both in the Class B. Baby Jake sitting there in 3rd. Ha! Here comes Dexter Bruce. Behind him is Marco Retta. Then it's Dolenchek. Behind Dolenchek, it's Hubert. Behind Hubert, it's Page. Then it is Levy, followed there by James King as they work their way into Block Coin corner.
Yeah, then you saw the rest of the grid coming through. That's the likes of Arnu Michaels, Gary Manwaring, Lloyd Brady, Sebastian Swanepoel. They all come through. They're in your frame currently. There's that group of 4. Michaels, Brady, Manwaring, Swanepoel. That's all Class E drivers. And then you've got some of the Class F guys. Kobus de Kock, Jacques de Toy. You've got Ahmad, Jacques Prince, and Shane Boscombe at the back end of the field. Those are still running. And that's 19 on the grid as of current. And still back and forth between Mansour Parker and Anwar Levy. But look at this. Marco Retta, who went from the big, scary, bright red, I would call it a fire truck because it was quite big. He jumped from that to a slower car, and how he's picking up the pace in this thing, doing 23s in this car, fighting with the likes of Dexter Bruce. And these two are having a ding-dong battle of note as they run down towards the final corner, Pertamina Fostron, with Troy Dolenchek not that far behind them.
And Dylan Jabez right on their case as well, followed there by Ernest Page. But the leaders are heading toward, the gap has got a bit bigger now between the leaders. But look at Marco Retta right on the case of Dexter Bruce as they exit turn 5 Fostron. Meantime, Parker and Levy, Mansour Parker, Anwar Levy, and Baby Jakes, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, coming down towards us. Dexter Bruce, Marco Retta. That's going to get pretty real Here comes Troy Dolacek and Dylan Hubert right on his heels. Behind them is another good one, Paige, Ephraim Levy and James King, and then Arno Michaels, and then the 41 car in there, and that's Lloyd Brady. They're also having a great fight out of block point.
Yep, there's that Class F battle now. We've seen the rest of the classes. There is Kobus de Kock, then Jacques de Toy, then Ahmad, Jacques Prince and Shane Boscombe. All of them are quite close-knit between each other, and they're still racing out all in E36s, so that's kind of the car for the class as they race around now. Here we're in the mid-pack. It's Dexter Bruce and Marco Retta with Gary Manwaring going very slowly.
Yeah, I just picked it up. Gary Manwaring going very slow as the leaders now. That's why the white flag is waving there. And we've got to change for second. We've got to change for second. Baby Jakes has gone up into that second position. He has moved up into second spot as the leader runs across the line. Parker sitting up there in P1. And this fight on your screen still raging on between Ernest Page and Ephraim Levy.
Yep, that's the fight for the lead in Class E between Ernest Page and Ephraim Levy in the E36 and the Boxy E30. Then we see this 1 series versus the 3 series E36. They run in and out of block coin corner, just like that, side by side. Through the corner they go. Now down the Joubert straight into Castro corner, and just like that, Marco Retta gets the jump on him into the corner on the inside line, later breaks, and he takes that position back. So now that's the fight for Class D lead as they exit Castro corner.
There you saw Dolacek and Hubert also go through your screen as well. And it is Dolacek that's just ahead there of Dylan Hubert, and then it is Ernest Page and Ephraim Levy working their way through the right-hander turn 3. That is a damn step, and James King is not too far behind Page and Levy.
Yeah, and there they go into Pertamina Fostron once again. There'll be 3 laps to go coming up on the end of this lap when they cross the line. And as you say, Baby Jacobs is way, way close now to Mansour Parker. They nose to tail as they come across the line, and he might even get past. Sudden burst of speed for Baby Jake as he comes down, and into the lead he goes. And for whatever reason, the 46 and the 45 BMWs of Mansour Parker and Anwar Levy are slowing down a considerable margin, with Anwar Levy really being the worst of the two. And he's got Marco Retta and Dexter Bruce on his case, as you see them in the background. That is now for 3rd, 4th and 5th positions as they race towards Castrol.
Yeah, loss of power there for Levy, because he's going to be eaten up here by Marco Retta and by Dex as they work their way out of Castrol corner. Right behind them, there's another fight coming out of Castrol. We'll pick him up now as they go through the Lunchtime kink, and that is Tristan de Nobrega and Dylan Hubert. They're the two of them come through Lunchtime kink now, but Dylan Hubert right on the heels there of Dolacek. I said the Nobrega, sorry, Dolacek.
It would be nice to have Tristan de Nobrega and his BMW in here as well, but I think it'd be way out at the front.
Yeah, it would be.
But now you see those two. Then another battle. There's groups weaving and bobbing as they go. That's Page and Levy once again in the E36 and E30 battle as they come towards down Sorrel Street towards our picture and down towards the final corner. Once again, there's Dexter Bruce, who had Anwar Levy on his case, but now Bruce has managed to get past the stricken Levy that seems to have some sort of issue, but he won't pull into the pits, just left maybe to gather some points. Then we see Dolacek and Joubert once again, then Page and Levy as well, with James King after having that massive slide and losing some ground. He is still clawing his way back. Then we see who else is in the distance. That'll be Class F, sorry, more Class E. It's Michaels and Brady, and then just behind there's De Kock and De Toy, Ahmad and Boscombe, and then Prince just at the back.
Yeah, so there's battles all over the place as we watch this field run around. Baby Jake sitting on P1, all on his own. He's going to make it 2 for 2. That'll be a second and a first, yes. And then, oh, this man is in trouble here, Parker, because here comes a combination of Retta and Bruce heading towards him. And then we still got this fight with Dolacek and Hubert and the one between Page and Levy heading up the Golden Highway. And then there's also one a bit further down with Michaels and Brady a bit further behind this fight.
There you just saw the change between Page and Levy there, and it's back and forth once again. That's the fight for lead in Class E, and they're racing down now towards the final corner. They'll have a lap to go once they make their way past the start-finish straight. And we just look out for the leaders. And they're side by side once again. Page just can't get by Ibrahim Levy as it stands, but they'll have a lap to go and 5 corners left when they get down to turn number 1.
Right, so there goes your leader into one. Blockway, here comes this fight. Oh, and I'll tell you what, it's heating up. It's heating up. That was Bruce that went through. And here comes another fight towards us. That is Levy and Page having their own little war out there with James King not too far behind. And there's King working his way out of Blockcoin corner. And it's a side-by-side fight between Page and Levy as they work their way out of Castrol corner.
Yep, Bez Dolenchek and Joubert once again also fighting it out in class. That'll be Class D for 3rd and 4th in class, 5th and 6th overall. As the leader now should come into frame. There he is. The Interceptor is what I'd call it in that black and gold police car. Down to the line he comes, and that'll be Baby Jake's a 2nd and a 1st in this race 1 and race 2, and Margaretta still on his case.
Manso Parker, Margaretta as Baby Jake's comes home in P1. Here we go towards the line. This is going to be close, but Manso Parker will get to the line ahead there of Margaretta. Dexter Bruce right on their heels. Now, that fight, here we go, between Troy Dolenchek and Dylan Hubert, and Dolenchek will get to the flag ahead of Hubert. Here comes Levy, and it's going to be side by side. It's Page by 6,000ths of a second. Ernest Page gets to the flag ahead of Ibrahim Levy.
Now that was nothing. That was paper thin, a number plate thin, as Gary says. As Arnu Michaels and Lloyd Brady also come across the line with nothing between the two. 3/10ths, but nothing beats 6,000ths of a second between the two. That is Levy and Page right to the line. Ernest Page got left behind the previous lap, but managed to catch up and get by in that drag race. But we still have a couple more to go. Here comes Kobus de Kock across the line ahead of Jacques de Toy and Ahmad.
Shane Bascombe coming towards us now, and then Jacques Prince will be the last car across the line. Gary Manwaring did a couple of laps, then pulled off, and Swanepoel also had a problem, and of course Vicky Paither and Andre Voorden did not come out for this race.
But Frankie, I'm sure, as you can say, that was one hell of a race, and I think, in all honesty, from my opinion, and I'm sure many others around the circuit, as we see it now, I look to the crowds and I haven't seen this many people, 1 on the banking and 2 in turn 3 stands in quite some time. So I believe that we are picking up the physical presence of the people, and I think this is one of the classes that is also bringing people every single race event that they are around.
Well, this class, remember that this class is only this month 1 year old. So for a year to get to 20 cars, not bad at all. And there's a big future for the BMW Car Club Cape Town class ahead.
Well, Frankie, if you think about it, when the initial discussions came out about the BMWs, that came down from Joburg's side, and then the theory went out, why don't we do it? And it seemed like a logical idea at that point. But who could have believed that as a new class, it's in the top half of all the classes at Killarney within a year with a number of entries. That's brilliant. That's proof it was right.
Remember that this class has been running for years and years in the northern region, up at Swartkorps International World of Motoring, at Kyalami and Red Star Raceway. It's been going for a heck of a long time over there. And when they came and did a Northern Region Extreme Festival event here in Cape Town, July last year, they brought down their BMW class. And everybody was saying, but why don't we do it? And they got the blessing of the guys from up north. Guys, do it. Then we can come and race by you. You guys can come and race by us. We can even share rules with you guys, and we can have one big northern region and a southern region. So the chairman of the BMWs from up north said yes. All the committee, all the drivers up north said yes. Do it in Cape Town. You've got our blessing, and make it work. And they have done just that. Beta trustees, Formula Libre, race 2, over 8 laps, DJ Boyson and Cohen Bam in Class X will lock up that front row of the grid. Hayden Elwood in the Formula Ford, that Jordan 7-Up coloured Formula Ford of Hayden Elwood, the only man in Class C. He will start third inside of row 2. They will have Richard Carr. The Formula V's will be from P4 all the way down. Luan van Heerden did not do race number 1. And some information, gentlemen. Josh Dovey, that drives a Janetta, that went into the tyre wall and the barriers, he was up in the commentary box with me during lunch, saying it was a semi-throttle jam, and the car is not that bad. They had the car by Harp Motorsport, and he said that they were going to do their utmost best to get the car out for the second classic car race, which will be the final race of the day. So, and I did see them work on the car, so I'm hoping that we will see that very quick Janetta of Josh Dovey back out for the second race of the day, if they can get it sorted out. He said, I can't promise, but we're going to give it a shot.
So the 2 Class S entries on the front row of the grid, DJ Boyson and Cohen Bam. Then we have the one of the 2 Class C cars, Hayden Elwood, that is on the second row on the inside. Alongside that, the leading Class V of Richard Carr. Behind that, Joshua Smith and James Beaumont. Behind that, Edric Heysam. I see there were some photos that was put up on Facebook of them doing some serious work on that motor car earlier on. Damian White in the second of the Class C's, and then coming off the back end of the pack, Donovan Ramsey and Luan van Heerden. That makes up our group of 10 for the BJ Trustees Formula Libres race number 2 for the day.
Well, Van Heerden, that wasn't out for race number 1. He is out there in that 88 car. So he didn't make it out for race 1, but he is out for the second race. He's alongside Donovan Ramsey on the last row of the grid. So let's have a look and see. It's going to be these two Class S cars, the Dyco car of DJ Boyson and the race driver SA car that's in the hands today of Cohen Bam. That's the Storm Lanfear car that's being campaigned today by Cohen Bam.
Looks just like a Formula 1 grid, the way everybody all of a sudden dissipates off the grid, and you know it's time to get to the action side.
Right, so when the lights go off, they'll drop the hammers and they'll go away now as the lights go off, and off they go. That's going to be about those two Class S Reynards of DJ Boyson and Cohen Bam, and then right behind Cohen Bam we have got Hayden Elwood and Richard Carr. He's right on his case as well as they work their way out of Blockpoint Corner onto the Hubert Straight and into Castrol.
And the last thing that Cohen Bam wants this time around is to have a spin like he did in race number 1. But this time he should clear out. I think he'll feel a little bit better this time around. There is Hayden Elwood. There is Damian White, who pulled off the side of the circuit in race number 1 on the inside of turn 1, Blockpoint Corner. But then we still have the battle of the V's in the background as we watch them go on through the frame, down into turn number 4, Sarl Sweep, and racing, of course, down towards Pertamina Fostron once again. There we see DJ Boyson. There's Cohen Bam. The gap already quite big between the front two. Then the two Class C's of Hayden Elwood. Richard Clark spits the 2, and then it is Damian White in the Swift. He'll make his way by the frame now. There is in and out and down towards turn number 1 as the V's come into picture.
Right, so here we go, down. So as they race into turn number 1, into Blockpoint Corner, it is Richard Carr that's right on the case of the ex-Formula GTI single-seater car of Damon White. Edric Haysalman is having a fight there with Beaumont as they work their way up the Jabez Straight towards Castrol Corner. Just ahead of them is the number 15 car of Joshua Smith. He's working his way out of Castrol, and then behind him, Haysalman, Van Heerden and Beaumont are having their own little war, and then Ramsey rounds off the field.
Yep, they finally got Luan van Eden out for race number 2. He missed race number 1, unfortunately, with some issues, so they were grafting hard with the ERA racing team with Rob Elof and his crew to get that done. Now the V's will make their way around Sarl Sweep. We saw the likes of Smith, Haysalman, Van Heerden, Beaumont and Donovan Ramsey come in and out. Now, coming across the line, there you see DJ Boyson once again, Cohen Bam just behind, but the gap is extremely large as Cohen Bam will now cross the line by us, and that will be 10 seconds the difference between first and second as Hayden Elwood and Damian White now cross the line as well.
Yeah, here comes Richard Carr. Behind Richard Carr is Damian White as they head towards us, and there's this lovely battle heading towards us. There it is, Beaumont that's in that battle. Well, it's first Smith, then it's Beaumont, then it's Edric Haysalman, and there the three of them disappear out of turn number 1, out of Blockpoint Corner, and they are chasing down the 49 car of Richard Carr that sits first in class. Here they go, Beaumont and Haysalman, the two of them working their way out of Castrol Corner, and right there with them is the 88 of Luan van Heerden and of Donovan Ramsey.
There you see, we saw that battle in race number 1 between Edric Haysalman and James Beaumont, and it's happening once again. As you see, a 10th the difference between those two in 7th and 8th overall, but 3rd and 4th in class. There you see Damian White and Hayden Elwood once again. They're doing their thing in Class C. Hayden Elwood would definitely like to win this one this time around. But, sorry, Damien White would like to win this one ahead of Hayden Elwood. But still 5 laps to go before that fact can become the matter.
Now this is going to be interesting, watching these two cars heading into Block 1 corner. They're both in Class C. That's a Formula Ford of Hayden Elwood and the old Formula GTI Challenge car of Damon White. And there is 1.5 seconds between Elwood and White as they work their way around. Here comes Joshua Smith, behind him is James Beaumont, and behind him is Edrich Heisamen, and that is 6, 7, and 8 working their way out of Block 1.
Yeah, and they're still very close together. It's side by side. And who's going to be the latest of the breakers between the two? And it will be James Beaumont once again. He'll get a better line to cut the nose off of Edrich Heisamen as they go in through Castro Corner. Now exiting Castro Corner, they go down towards the Lunchtime kink nose to tail. And the last thing you want to do is get your nose cone anywhere near the gearbox of the person ahead. Sometimes you can give them a bump, but it's not something that I or any of the others would suggest. As there you see Cohen Bam once again. DJ Boyson just passed our booth. We'll see the difference. It was 10 seconds about a lap or so ago. So we'll see what it is now. And then it's Hayden Elwood and Damien White once again. The two battling it out in Class C.
White Cohen Bam crosses a line. Oh, it's 17.9. You can say 18 seconds between Boyson and Bam. And this fight, this one's heating up. The one for third and first in Class C. That is Hayden Elwood. He goes wide, and Damon White had a look up on the inside. That is Formula GTI single-seater versus a Formula Ford as they exit Block 1 corner onto the Hubert straight to go, and late under brakes is White as we watch this fight going into turn number 1. Joshua Smith, James Beaumont, and Edrich Heisamen.
Yep, they're still at it. And I don't know if Edrich Heisamen is going to get the chance to get past James Beaumont, because James Beaumont's defending is on point at the moment. So he's just waiting for an opportunity to take that back and take that position. As now we'll jump through to Cohen Bam, who heads into turn number 5, Pertamina Fostron once again. And as we saw the last lap, 17.9 seconds. I believe it's going to be closer to 19 this time around.
Right, here comes, we just had a glimpse of the race driver SO car in the hands of Cohen Bam. And here we go into Pertamina Fostron. Damon White wants the lead in class. They're sitting 3 and 4 overall, but it's 1 and 2 in Class C as they head under the City of Cape Town Bridge. Across the line they go, and there is 0.3 of a second between Elwood and White for the lead in Class C.
You also, as a little bit of a mechanical mind here, you've got to realize that Hayden Elwood's car, no front spoiler, no real spoiler. So better in a straight line, it will have the top speed compared to Damien White. Front spoiler, rear spoiler, he dives up the inside and he'll take that position away from Hayden Elwood. An incredible move into Castro Corner, really shoving it up the inside and holding that position all the way through. Now it's going to be, can Hayden Elwood manage to get past? He dives it into 3, but he doesn't take it. He backs off and slots in behind once again as they race down the Tygerberg straight towards Sorrel Sweep and then down the long back straight.
Well, 2 more laps to go. The leader's just making his way into turn number 1 into Block 1. There he goes. That's a Dyco Auto Electric car of race leader DJ Boyson. Wow, how many times did I say that in the past in Formula M when his dad, Dirkie Boyson, used to race Formula M and DJ as well. The Dyco Auto Electrical car. Sounds very nice to say, and also sounds very nice to say that Hayden Elwood has not given up the fight to try and get that place back from Damon White as they run down the home straight. Now, he will lunge up onto the inside. He will lunge up onto the inside. Will he have the lead? Yes, he's on the inside line, and he should take that lead away of that fight in Class C, and he goes into P1 ahead there of White in class.
Yep, you don't want to be too dangerous and get your limbs tangled in these things, because one tire against the other tire can mean catastrophe, and luckily it didn't end that way, as there's Richard Carr currently leading 4.5 seconds ahead from Joshua Smith in the number 15. Then it's James Beaumont and Edrich Heisamen still battling it out nose to tail. Still 3rd and 4th in class and 7th and 8th overall. Luan van Eer and Donovan Ramsey just made their way by us, as well as your leader who's on their final lap. DJ Boyson rounds Block Coin Corner, and he'll have 4 more corners to go before taking 2 out of 2 victories today.
And he's the quickest man out there with a 1:14.721. He's DJ Boyson, the man that sits out there in P1, all on his own. And then this fight you just saw go through there, that's Haysalman and Beaumont, and just ahead of them through your shot is Joshua Smith, as the leader is on his last lap. Here comes this fight down the home straight between, and he's gone back into the lead again, as Hayden Elwood from Damon White, but we're going to pick up the leader for the final time today. He will work his way into Fostron, and that is DJ Boyson.
DJ Boyson, the Burner Factory Dyco car, as you said, synonymous to winning races. He comes into your picture. He's got some more back markers to catch up. But just like that, he makes it 2 for 2 in race number 2 of the BJO Trustees Formula Libres. We'll see what the difference between himself and Cohen Bam is, as Cohen Bam now gets into Pertamina Fostron for the final time. And we still have Hayden Elwood and Damian White fighting it out as they go through and into turn number 4, Sarl Sweep. But here comes Cohen Bam on the final lap.
Cohen Bam in the race driver SA car. He will finish 2nd in class and overall. And here we go, down that back straight. It is Hayden Elwood and Damon White. They are nearly side by side. Elwood is ahead of White as they work their way into a Fostron corner. And let's see, can Damon? No, I think the toe has been broken. The toe has been broken, and he will not get to the line ahead of Hayden Elwood. Elwood will come home P1 in Class C. Damon will finish 2nd in Class C. Well done to Damon. And then the next man will be Richard Carr. Carr heading through Fostron corner. And then behind Richard Carr is that fight that's now beginning to fall apart. And they are just behind Joshua Smith, and that's that fight between Beaumont and Haysalman. And the gap now between Beaumont and Haysalman has got a lot bigger. So Beaumont will get to the flag ahead there of Edrich Haysalman.
Still a brilliant race nonetheless. I believe it was Luan van Eeren and Donovan Ramsey, 2 of the lapped cars by DJ Boyson, that made it to the flag a lap prior. And they will take 9th and 10th overall in the BJO Trustees Formula Libres. And they'll take 5th and 6th in Class V as well. But what a brilliant battle in Class C. When last did you see a Class C battle like that?
Well, you know what, I was just going to say, other than P1 and P2 overall that ran away, what a great fight between Elwood and White. And then Smith was just ahead of Beaumont and Haysalman, and they had a good little fight out there. And yeah, it was, I'll tell you what, there was only about, 10 cars out there, and a great race between all the drivers in the Formula Libre category.
And I've got to give some personal props to Hayden Elwood and Damian White for both having cars that have finished the day. It's been quite some time since both have finished. They've been on and off being able to race. As there's that battle between James Beaumont and Edrich Haysalman. But once again, I mean, Damian White hasn't completed a race, and I don't mean it in a bad way, in quite some time. So he's going to be very, very chuffed. And I'm sure him and Hayden Elwood as well, who will be chuffed, will get out of the car in Parc Fermé, and it'll be all hugs and smiles after an incredible dice between those 2 gentlemen.
Right, folks, those at home and those around the circuit, Batek 650 and Supersport 300, race number 2. First one being taken there by the very quick young Adrian Solomon. He'll be back out there. Max Munton had a great race. Let's have a look, see how it's going to pan out. Nicholas Hutchings is there, Raymond Alexander there with him. All the usual suspects. Almo comes through here. Peter Hill on his R7, a spanking new R7. Everybody rolling up into their positions. Right, so we're going to get the show on the road pretty shortly. Nicholas Hutchings hoping he can bring something to it. We got Bradley Musto on the 7 bike. And, well, you're going to take them off the line for us, JD?
I'll do just that. We had Adrian Solomon, Max Munton starting from the back end of the grid once again. And they came up and went 1 and 3 in race number 1. We wait for the lights. The revs climb. The throttles are on. The red lights are on. The red lights are off and away we go. And 7 racing laps, we get underway. Look at the toe. There was zigging and zagging down to turn number 1, block coin, and just like that, Nicholas Hutchings has the perfect start and gets away. Now it's Adrian Solomon and Max Munton's time to try and claw back through the field. That's all they need to do, and I can see that bright green Sunscan number 14 of Max Munton get through, as well as Adrian Solomon in the black Full Kings 650, and Abigail Bosson in her new leathers and the Project 60 SA Kawasaki 650 as they run on down. They make their way past Bradley Musto like he's standing still. Of course, he's in the lower class of 300s, and currently I believe he may be leading out in class as they run down through into Dam's Dip.
Lovely carving through the field there by Adrian Solomon, and the likes of, it's just the name eludes me now, Max Munton, sorry. Max Munton right up there behind him now. They're chasing Nicholas Hutchings, who's gapped at about 3 seconds. They work their way now through Sarl Street, down the back straight they go, down towards Perdimeter Vostron. Nicholas Hutchings leading out there. And Adrian Solomon's in there, Max Munton is here together with Abigail Bosson. They're rolling there. Bosson short on the tarmac tie there of Max Munton. Munton riding a bit of a sore right shoulder from yesterday's fall, but he's still in there cracking on the pace. And Adrian Solomon is trying to get a bit closer. Solomon's out there. And here comes Abby. Abby looking on the inside of Max Munton. Abigail Boston having a look. Is she going to crack it? Is Max going to hold out? Abby dives up on the inside and shuts him out. It's a great move from the young Les as they exit block coin and work their way up the Uber straight.
Yep, once again, lap by lap, they just fight it out as Adrian Solomon moves up into that second spot ahead of Abigail Boston and Max Munton. So they are all in the top 4. But Nicholas Hutchings is pulling ahead, so the 3 of them can use this advantage, so to speak, by having Nicholas Hutchings have no toe out in front, but clear air, so they can all tow each other, slipstream each other, get each other much closer to Nicholas Hutchings ahead, and hopefully can provide a fight at the front end of the grid.
Well, Abby Bosson showing that a little bit of international experience goes a long way as she sits now behind Adrian Solomon. They work their way down the Killarney straight away down towards Portabina Fostron corner. Adrian Solomon, Abby Bosson and Max Munton all on Super Twin Cup bikes, 650s, down into Fostron. Oh, have a look at this. Yeah, they go in. Look at that. Oh, I tell you, up behind Adrian, it's Abby and Max Munton. And Abby looks like she's on fire at the moment as she gets up there behind Adrian Solomon as they exit Portabina Fostron and work their way to the Castrol Bridge.
Yep. I think she is on a hard charge amongst the boys, but back and forth they'll go, as you don't want to quite be at the front of that group of 3 or in the middle because you will get past. And just like that she does through the slipstream. Max Munton moves up into that 3rd spot, 2nd in the group, as they run out of Block Coin corner now down the Joubert Straight and towards Castrol corner they go. Will he dive up the inside? Max Munton dives up the inside and takes that position, and Abigail Boston tries to go with him, but just like that, diving on the inside and cutting the nose of Abigail Boston, Adrian Solomon holds his position in 3rd spot, and they still try and aim and charge their way to Nicholas Hutchings ahead.
Oh, Max Munton bringing out some top draw envelope there and deciding to crack on the pace, get ahead of Adrian Solomon. He tried to take Abby with. She just unfortunately a bit late into the corner now as they sweep into Sarl Sweep. Double right-hander licking the inside of the apex there as they work their way down the back straight now, down towards Pertamina Fostron as the rest of the field come through. And, well, I tell you what, that 3 Gagala bikes fighting for second. Max Bunton wants to get closer to Nicholas. Nicholas has got a gap now of about 3.3 seconds over the rest. So he's pretty much out there. Max trying to crack on the pace and get away from Adrian and the likes. But Bunton has been honed down there by Solomon, Adrian Solomon and Abigail Boston. They're staying very, very well in touch.
A 1:22.524 for Nicholas Hutchings on the Hutchings Service Centre, racing number 72. And he leads by 4.2 seconds to Max Bunton, Adrian Solomon and Abigail Boston. Then we see coming into picture Reynald Burnett, Wesley Hendricks, that's been on an incredible charge. And then we see Raymond Alexander and Bradley Musto, as well as Peter Hill, as they come through and out of Block Coin Corner. But there's some moves going on for second, third and fourth as they go down into Dams Dip.
There we go. Abby Boston has got past Adrian Solomon now, chasing down Max Bunton. Abby took the gap there now, this time in turn 2. Now she sits up there behind Max Bunton. Can Max fend off? Abby's on fire. She's back in the saddle and she's showing them what she's got. This young lady knows how to pedal a machine as she works her way down the back straight. There goes Nicholas Hutchings. He's down the road. He's got 3.5 second gap. But it's up to those 3 that are fighting it out for third, basically tripping themselves up and not being able to reel him in, JT.
Yeah, usually you can drag each other and pull each other towards the front of the grid because everyone's getting slipstream, but in this case, they're chopping and changing positions so much they're slowing each other down. So in and out of Pertamina Fostron they go, and look how close Abigail Boston is to Max Bunton now as they run down the main Porsche straight once again towards Block Coin. We'll see if there's a dive up the inside for Abigail Boston. She moves to the inside. Will she make it stick? She dives on Max Bunton and she'll take that position. Abigail Boston now sits in second place ahead of Max Bunton and Adrian Solomon.
That is a dynamic move coming out of Abby there now. Works her way up here, the bear straight up towards Castrol Corner. Can she fend off Max? She's clever. She traps the door in the inside there. Keeps Max at bay. All his hard work now has been put to play as Abby goes down. Does Abby have the legs to get away from them? As Abby seems absolutely determined in second race now. Down into Dam she goes. And they're behind her, Max and Adrian. Adrian's had the wind taken out of his sails because both Max and Abby have pipped him. Now there's Nicholas and there come the rest. Well, are they getting closer is the question.
Well, Adrian Solomon is the oldest of the 3 as they now make their way onto the Killarney straight. There we see Reynald Burnett. That's a little bit off the pace, unfortunately. 8 seconds to the group of 3 ahead. And then Wesley Hendricks, the last of the 600s in this top 6. Then it's Raymond Alexander that's actually on his case in the first of the 300s. And Bradley Musto and Peter Hill will come into frame now as we watch them come down the Tygerberg straight.
Right, up there is Elmer Mostert and Late coming through. Working their way up the Tygerberg straight. There goes your leader, Nicholas Hutchings, into turn 1. And have a look at these 3. Oh, tell you what, cracker jack movement coming out of there. Is it still Abby? I think it's still Abby leading out. We'll have a look now as they come into picture. No, it's Max Bunton. Bunton, then Abby, then Adrian Solomon. So Max has come back. We lost that possibly in turn 5. Max there back down, not too far. They're starting to reel in Nicholas Hutchings, or is he getting tired?
That's also very possible. It's 3.9 seconds now was the last gap. There he goes. They are catching very slowly, but we'll have to see what the gap is at the end of this lap. It's still Max Bunton from Abigail Boston from Adrian Solomon. And as I was saying, Adrian Solomon, I believe he is the oldest of the 3, but not old in terms of slow whatsoever, because all of them have been racing for so many years on all the different kinds of circuits, on main circuit, on short circuit. Some have gone international, the likes of Abigail Boston. So they are here at home at Killarney, and they're racing out in this group of 3 as they head down towards Pertamina Fostron.
Down into Pertamina Fostron they go, Max Bunton, Abby Boston, and Bones sits there behind them now. Bones losing out a bit there. Abby is really on fire at the moment, chasing down Max Bunton now as they work their way down the Porsche straight. They're trying to reel in Nicholas Hutchings and work their way down towards Block Coin Corner. Down there in goes Nicholas, there's Max, there's Abby, and there's Adrian Solomon. All there into Block Coin Corner, working their way out with it's their penultimate lap now as they work their way up the best straight. There's Nicholas. There come the rest. Oh, there's Trooper 3. Now what's going to happen? Abby having a look up on the inside. No, Max shuts the door, says, Abby, stay there now. As the awning gets a little bit of a kink there. A fishtail coming out of Max, and he must have had his heart in his throat.
Yep, and just like that, Adrian Solomon also goes wide, and he loses a little bit of time to the two ahead of him. They almost go side by side, do Max and Abigail into Dam's Dip, but they won't let that happen as they still nose to tail once again. They go down into Saddle Sweep, and any more battling between the two of them will then bring Adrian Solomon back into the fray. That's what he wants. Still a lap and a half to go, or just a lap and a corner left to go as Nicholas Hutchings, the leader, heads down into Pertamina Fostron once again.
Down into Pertamina Fostron they go. And there goes Nicholas. Nicholas looking rock solid as he leads out. He's going to start his final lap pretty shortly now as he works his way out. Nicholas Hutchings, as you see, racing, but have a look up behind him. Oh, Max Munden's got his hands full. Abby is hanging onto his number plate at the moment. And I tell you what, with a lap to go, anything can happen.
Yep, the gap looking quite equal as they come down towards Block Coin once again. There you see late on the brakes, Adrian Solomon's closing up on Abigail Boston. Abigail looks into the apex and moves a little bit wider. Max Munton opens that gap now, and he heads out ahead of the three of them. We'll see the gap now 4.4 seconds. So actually their battling is slowing themselves down, and Nicholas Hutchings will pull away. And so far, so good for him on that Hutchings Service Centre number 72. He should stick in the lead and take this victory. But look at that, 4.5 seconds adrift. As you can see in the picture, Max Munton still leading out of that group of three from Abigail Boston and Adrian Solomon.
Right, now we know Nicholas has got this one in the bag, all things being equal, but let's have a look, see what Max Munton can do and what Abby. Oh, Abby's a little bit off the pace there. Max has got a good draw there on her. They're going to work their way down the back straight down towards Fostron Corner. There goes Max, there goes Abby, there goes Adrian. And they work their way down and cracking on the pace as they go down towards Fostron. Last time today for this crowd. Nicholas coming out of Fostron, and he'll be working his way towards the line. Nicholas Hutchings, have a look, see flag lap, there's the flag. Nicholas Hutchings takes heat number 2, but here comes Max Bunton. Oh, and Bones gets past Abby. Oh no, Abby did so well. Unfortunate for the young lady, but what a ride coming out of a true metal shown there.
I know you said earlier on this morning the rose amongst the thorns, but I think she was the thorn amongst the roses, busy poking at the boys. As here comes Reinhard Burnett to take 5th overall and 5th in class. Then there was this battle between Wesley Hendricks, his first time on a 650, as well as the current leader of the championship as far as I'm aware, and the leader of this race number 2 in class, Raymond Alexander. They'll come training down, but the gap is widening as Hendricks gets 6th overall and 6th in class ahead of Raymond Alexander. Then we wait for the likes of Bradley Musto, Peter Hill, Elmer Mostert, James Late, Jordan Seaman and Mitchell Robinson. As here comes Bradley Musto to the line. There he crosses us. Incredible stuff from him as well. He's been doing nothing but improving the whole race with a 28.9. Peter Hill makes his way by us, as does Elmer Mostert on the 94. Then debutant James Late, and now we wait for the second debutant in class, Jordan Seaman. He will come and cross the line. I believe Mitch Robinson doing his teaching ways and just giving him a push, teaching him the track a little bit better. And there they go, the final 2 finishers across the line in the Battec Super Twin Cup 650s and Super Sport 300. Francois Butler, was that quite a race, or was that quite a race?
I tell you what, it's very exciting there for the second foot on the podium, and I thought Abby was going to surprise us. She was right there, hanging in there. Where she made the mistake, Adrian just maybe left the best to last to get past her to take 3rd. Max Bunton with that sore shoulder, great riding out of him. He saw the opportunity early, decided to take it with both hands, and filtered his way up towards 2nd. Nicholas, well, he upduck disappeared, and that's the way he rides. Otherwise, he gets caught up, as we saw in heat number 1 when Adrian took him. Adrian 3rd and 1st, Nicholas 1st and 3rd. So I reckon Nicholas will take it for the day. While we're on the mic here, we have a visitor and an immigrant to South Africa, a man all the way from Scotland who's now come to join us. He's a Scottish motorsport commentator, a guy by the name of David Christie. Yeah, and he can commentate Africa, but it sounds like Afrikaans, but actually Scottish. And not only that, It's his birthday today. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. David Christie.
Thank you very much. You chose your words carefully on the immigrant subject there, Francois, but thank you very much. It's wonderful to be back here, 3 years almost to the day since we first met up here, and yeah, it's wonderful enjoying the beautiful sunshine. I notice you guys have all got your puffer jackets on. This is a beautiful summer's day over in Scotland here, so I would have enjoyed more of the racing, but unfortunately I've been too busy stuffing my face over in the wonderful Killarney hospitality, so if you haven't had a chance to enjoy that, head over, but you're not going to get anything because I've eaten everything, unfortunately.
Well, David, lovely. Glad you can come here, and I see your lovely ladies with you as well, all the way from Scotland. Nice to have you. You residing in Gordons Bay, and that's where the pot is, where they stir for the wind.
It is, despite all the warnings from yourself, Francois, about moving there for the wind. I decided to go there, and it's absolutely lovely. I absolutely enjoy it over in the here in the Western Cape. It's fantastic, and it's only 45 minutes to an hour away from here. So who knows? I might be able to make it over here a little bit more often.
Well, you know you're always welcome here. We can always make arrangements for you to get in. You want to come to karting? Come next week. Let me know. I will make an arrangement to have your name on the list. If your lady wants to come with, she's welcome. And you apparently said you've got a bit of an attraction or affinity with karting. My man, if it's anything like it is here, I don't blame you.
It looks properly intense. I've made some preparation as well. I've already prepared some ballast ready to go for that. But yeah, look, karting's always the sort of lifeblood of any motorsport series. So it looks brilliant. Obviously, I see a lot of it from you on your social media. So it looks great fun. Obviously, a lot of people out there enjoying some of the rental karts out there just now. So I'll probably be out there in a couple of hours' time.
Well, they're not actually rentals. Those are the young guns that are practicing for next Saturday. I was just saying to Gary earlier, we sit with 18 World Rotax champions. The nearest to us is Italy with 10. So this is the home of karting in South Africa, to down at Killarney. We call it the 1 mile. It's actually a kilometer, but we call it the 1 mile circuit. And yeah, some great youngsters, some great drivers here. We're seeing a couple of the old world champions, the guys like Anthony Mogard and them all coming back. So it's just a big injection into the sport, and if you've got a love for it, well, you won't be misdone by that.
It genuinely is the beating heart of motorsport. I mean, look at it. You've literally got the karting circuit right in the middle of the main circuit itself. So you go from one straight into the seat of the other as well. We've got the GTIs coming out as well. And it's, what more can you want? You can literally spend as long as you want to in the karts. And for me, that's one of the overlooked aspects of it. A lot of people see karting as like a stepping stone to other aspects of motorsport, and yet there's people that have spent, Francois, their entire life in karting and still developing their skill.
Well, we've got guys in the age of 50 that are still karting, so it gives you an idea of what the epitome of it all is. The nice thing about it is it's a good, clean sport. There is that period in your life, that 13, 14, when the you know, all those funny chemicals start playing at the rye, but they wear their one off. And we see some of our drivers, you will know, around the world, the likes of the Van der Lindes and the Perels and that, they're all ex-Cape Town karters. They were all from the karting. So, like you say, this is the lifeblood of motorsport.
It really, really is. And it's such an affordable and accessible way to get into motorsport as well. And I say affordable in brackets because obviously you can spend as much as you like on karting as well, but you will never get the thrill of karting anywhere else. And a lot of drivers, they come back to it and they're like, they realise what they've missed when they get back behind the wheel.
Lovely, David. Well, we're going to break over now to GTI Challenge. Frankie and Gary are going to keep you through that one, but nice to have David here.
Yeah, great to have you up here. Nice to see you again, sir, and your lovely wife. And as Francis said, you're always welcome to come and join us. So, Gazza, here we go. With the API Property Group GTI Challenge race number 2. Now, I'm led to believe that they're going to do the 3-light start in this one because the 1-light start was absolutely chaos earlier on this morning.
Yeah, well, that actually, to my mind, is a part and parcel of the incident that happened down in Turn 5. They all made it through to Turn 5, but I mean, it was inevitable with them being so close to one another and with the cameras not reacting the way they were supposed to. We unfortunately lost out on a massive amount of action. So now we've got the cameras working properly, and we've got a 3-light start, which means we can follow that Class A battle. We can follow that Class B battle. Class A, Shane Williams, Ollie Hinternaus on the invert, starting on the front rather good. Ian Cup, Skull Keltness, John Henry Vaughan did very well in race number 1, and Nathan Victor. But Frankie, that Class B battle is going to be nothing less than what we had in Class A earlier on.
Yeah, well, you got Donnie Sundenberg that's there on pole position. You got Wayland Volskenk that is in there behind him. You got Sean Liebenberg, and then that's where the problem starts, because then you got Zach Leyden that's going to be in that fight as well. Zaki Hendricks will be back. Mohammed Kalfi will be back. The other Volskenk car will be there, Wayland Volskenk, and probably the other Sundenberg car as well. So that's Wayland Volskenk with the door open and closing there. So it's going to be hectic. And then the original Brat Pack will be behind them in Class C.
Yeah, the Class C, it looks like they've got some of those cars going against it. Daniel Mooner from Mark Fontini on the front row, Conor Jabir from Israel Davids, and then Devon Dreyer and Flash Finneran. Then Tristan Jabir, Ross Schroeder. I don't think they're all going to be out there. Ijaz Majid and Khamal Din. I think that's of the cars that's broken, that is down by Park Vermeer.
And just a quick footnote after the incident that happened in Fostron Corner, Tristan Hubert was saying he couldn't put any weight on his foot, and it didn't look good at that time. They did take him to hospital, x-rays were done, thank goodness, no broken bones, just very, very badly injured ligaments. So thank goodness for that, because it could have been a lot worse.
Well, the car took a massive hit on the right-hand front door. Wow, some of the guys not realizing that it is a 3-light start, and unfortunately there's going to be a bit of penalties that's going to be involved with that one. So Class A, it's going to be through turn number 1, through Blockcoin. Here comes the rest of Class B. Obviously, the car that pulled away too quickly will be classed as a jump start. But let's have a look at this Class C battle for a change as they come down into Blockcoin.
Yeah, well, we'll have a look and see as they race down towards Blockcoin, turn number 1. It is a slightly less Class C field than what we used to, but all those Golf 1s are in there as they circulate out of Blockcoin Corner onto the Hubert Straight and towards Castrol. And as they do that, the Class A cars are busy working their way through turn number 4, through Saddle Sweep, the double right-hander. They will come into view now as that Hardy Dodge just gets out the way in time as they come down towards us. And it's Nathan Victor. Nathan Victor from Skalkie Geldenhuys sitting out there in P1 and P2 as they work their way down that back straight. The Killarney straight into Pertamina Fostron. And the two of them are side by side as they work their way through, and it's a 3-way fight. No, Nathan Victor is in third. Victor is in third. The 71 car is in P3, not in P1. As a matter of fact, it is Ollie Hinternaus. He is the man that is in P1 in Class A.
And here comes the Class B battle. Remember, there was the one jump start, so that one will fall by the wayside. That is the balance of Class B. Let's pick them up as they go down in towards Blockcoin Corner.
Oh, what a rumble that one's going to be there in Class B. Mohammed Kalfi, well, he did the jump start, Kalfi. So here we go as they come through. It's Wayland Volskenk. It's Liebenberg, it's side-by-side stuff, Sundenberg, Hendricks, Harris, the other Sundenberg, Leyden, as they all work their way through, and Mohammed. Here comes the Class C fight, and Daniel Mooner and Mark Fontini are going one-on-one. There was a 10th between the two of them when they started that lap. Ross Schroeder, that was also involved in the race 1 incident, sits P17 and third overall in Class C.
And Mark Fontini has made his way ahead there of Daniel Mooder. So Schroeder a slightly distant third, and then a Dreyer in behind that. Class A, side by side as they go down. Can Hinternaus possibly hold on? Well, he's right in there on that front row of the grid. Geldenhuys has had a brilliant race number 1. How will it go for him for race number 2? The Class A cars, John Henry Vaughan finds himself in that 4th position. Cup is right in there as well as they go down towards Blockcoin corner, closing off that inside line. Now diving towards the outside, John Henry Vaughan, and Cup in 4th and 5th.
What an absolute rumble. There was a 1/10 of a second between Geldenhuys and Victor, and 200ths of a second between Victor and Hintenhuis. 8/10 of a second between Hintenhuis and Vaughan, and only 5/10 of a second between Vaughan and Cup. That is how close Class A is as we watch this Class B battle raging out of Blockcoin corner.
Well, Volksking from Liebenberg, remember it was a jump start by Kulfi, right onto the grass, both of them as they work their way through. Hendricks, the 2 Sundenbergs, Harris and Leyden have not been able to make their way through yet.
Keeping an eye on Class C, that's heading up towards Castrol corner. We'll have a look at them now as we watch these guys go through. Class C has been led there. Is that Fontini? Yes, Mark Fontini is in the lead, but we go back to Class A. That is racing down that Killarney straight towards Pertamina Fostron, turn 5. And through Fostron they go. That's Geldenhuys from Victor, from Hintenhuis, but that can change at a blink of an eye. Those cars look pretty much identical. We need the Class C cars. Here they come onto the almost Golden Highway as they work their way around. It's Mark Fontini, and he's got the API cars right in there behind him. As Mark Fontini's got Muna, Schroeder, and Dreyer in that fight as well, followed there by Davids and Ferroli.
Very, very tight as they work their way through. But I personally think that we're going to have a look at that Class A battle in the not too distant future, because that is one that's raging on. But look at this, the Class B battle. This is a brilliant, brilliant dice. Unfortunately for Kulfi, he had the jump start, not realizing or not remembering that it was a case of a 3-light start, so that even though on the board you see he is leading, in fact Volksking and Liebenberger have broken away from the rest, are 1st and 2nd in class from Zaki Hendricks, Zak Leyden, the 2 Sundenbergs, and then Harris at the back of the pack. But we've got to go to that Class A battle.
Now it's beginning to peter out now. The leaders now pulling away from 2nd, 3rd, 4th as they work into Pertamina Fostron. Look at them, that's nothing, it's Skull Geldenhuys, and there's a fight for 2nd between Ollie Hintenhuis and Nathan Victor. Ian Cup sits there in that P4. It's only those 4 cars because remember Vaughan has fallen out. Vaughan has fallen out. John Henry Vaughan was in that fight. He has completely gone now, so it's only 4 Class A cars that are racing down into Blockcoin.
Well, there you see as they go through, it's going to be a very difficult battle now for Victor, because Geldenhuys has up, dusted and disappeared. Here comes the Class B battle, and they are Linus Stone. Well, it's getting even closer. Kulfi comes through, but remember, you'll probably get a time penalty. Closing off that inside line is Volksking. Liebenberg's right in there behind him. One of them is going for that outside line. That was Zak Leyden that was prepared to go for the outside, hoping to get the inside line as they now come up the Joubert Straight and towards Castrol corner.
Yeah, it is Kulfi, but he's 6 seconds ahead of Volksking. He's going to get penalized for that, I'm almost certain. Then it's Volksking, Liebenberg, Hendricks, Leyden, Leyden and the 2 Sundenbergs as we watch them. But Class C, we've got to get Class C, but we're first going to have to go back to Class A that is working their way out. There comes 1st, 2nd and 3rd in Class C, heading into Castrol corner. Fontini, Muna and Schroeder. Then it's a bit of a gap before we see 4, 5, 6 and 7 come through for Ollie, Dreyer, Finneran and Davids as the Class A cars race towards turn 1 Blockcoin.
Yeah, down towards Blockcoin they come, and Geldenhuys is doing a disappearing trick, although Nathan Victor does appear to be a touch slower. 1.2 seconds with 3 laps to go. That's not out of his control. Hintenhuis has got a bit of a gap on Cup. Cup didn't have too great a race. Number 1, he'll be looking to get at least a top 3 with this. But look at this Class B battle. This is the battle of race number 2. Volksking, Hendricks, Liebenberg and Leyden.
That is 2, 3, 4 and 5. on track, that is. 2, 3, 4, and 5 coming through. That is Volkskenk, Hendricks, Liebenberg, and Leiden. Not too far behind them is the father and son Sandenberg combination. And that is those two cars at the back. Oh, there's a big off. Oh my goodness, I saw a car fly through the air there. Tiny picked up the whole thing. I just saw the tail end of it. It is a Class B car, that I can tell you. The car's moving out the way on its own steam, so that is a good thing at least. But my goodness, the driver managing to get that car out the way. However, we've got to go back to exit of Block 1 corner, because the Class A cars are coming around to start their second last lap. We'll pick them up at the exit of Block 1. Geldenhuis, Victor, Hintenhuis, and Cup in that order. Yeah, they come into view now. All four of these cars on the Joubert Straight. Geldenhuis, Victor, Hintenhuis, and Cup racing towards Castrol Corner.
Oh, I tell you what, all of them are exceptionally good. There is no doubt about it. Let's have a look at that Class B. The man that jumped the lights, Calfee, that's him coming through. Now, Volkskenk back into that second in class. Zak Leiden with the car that's on the inside line, and he's going to hold on to that position. Leiden ahead of Zaki Hendricks, the two Sandenbergs in there behind that as they work their way up towards Castrol Corner. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth all in one group. But we've got to have a look at this Class C battle again.
Yeah, Fontini, Muna, and Schroeder as they work their way into Block 1 corner. Then there's a Class B car that's pulling off. Here comes Adriano Ferrari. Oh, there's contact between Dreyer and Finneran. Devon Dreyer and Flashman Finneran contact in Block 1 corner.
Somewhat of a late dive going in there, but once you're committed, you're carrying that speed. There's nothing much that you can do. Once you've committed, you've got to just hold on and make the best of it.
So this is the final lap as we watch the leaders working their way out. That's Class A out of Block 1 corner and into Castrol, been led there by Geldenhuis, Victor, Cup, and Hintenhuis. And this is the last lap for the Class A drivers. That's Cup working his way through the screen. Here comes Mohammed Kalfi. But behind Kalfi is where this fight is on, and it's not done yet. They're making their way into Block 1 corner, and it is Volkskenk, Leiden, Zaki Hendricks as they exit. Then Donnie Sandenberg Jr. and Senior as they work their way onto the Joubert Straight. With the Class A cars going down the back straight, Class C is heading into Block 1, but we're going to go back to Class A as this is the final lap.
Yep, the last time they worked their way through Pertamina Fastron, and what a dice it was. It's petered out a little bit now, it's opened up, but it was a brilliant race for us to watch and to commentate for you. And it's going to be Geldenhuis from Victor, from Cup, first, second, and third across the line. So having said that, I think now's a good time for us to go to that Class B battle. Coming down the Killarney back straight.
Sorry, Gaza, Mohammed Kalfi retired out of the race. He pulled off. I think he realized that he was possibly going to have a penalty.
All right, so this is the battle now for the lead in the class. It's Zak Leiden that's on that inside line, and he gets worked right towards the outside. Hopefully they don't make contact as they come up towards the line. Frankie, take Class B across the line.
Right, yeah, they come down towards us. These guys are absolutely side by side across the line. And it is going to be Volkskenk, Leiden, and Hendricks across the line. And there is not much. There is 1,000th of a second between Volkskenk and Leiden, and 2/10 of a second between Leiden and Zaki Hendricks. They were the cars across the line. Then the two Sandenbergs finished the race, and the one Donnie was 1.3 seconds behind the other one.
Mark Fontini winning out from Daniel Muner by 3500ths of a second in Class C, ahead of Schroeder, Ferrari, Finneran, and David. So we lost out on Oli Internas, and we lost out on Mohamed Kalfi that did that jump start, not realizing he wasn't the only one. There was 2 cars in Class B that actually did the jump, but he continued through with it. We lost out on John Henry Vaughan, who had a brilliant race number 1, laying in 4th position for a long time in race number 1. Unfortunately, not been able to complete race number 2. API Property Group GTI Challenge, race number 2 for the day.
Well, I want to look at that car that did the roly-poly. It's on the way back. I think it might be the 75 car of Sean Liebenberg.
Unfortunately, the camera doesn't pan that far, and by the time we picked it up, it was right on the edge of the camera shot. So I somehow don't think we're going to get any replays of that.
No, but Tiny picked that up. I just saw the end of it. But I will say one thing. Sean Liebenberg started the car, drove it out the way, and at the checkered flag, fired the car back up again. And he's now driving that car back to the pit area. So, yeah, he'll have a bit of work to do as the replays are on the screen of what you've just seen for API Property Group GTI Challenge Race 2.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, Pirelli V8 Masters and Caltron Supercars heat number 2. Pole sitter Sean Moore, the man to beat. Alistair Brown possibly can create an upset there. Dennis Gaduk and Stuart Spooner are there as well. Ian Parsons, Gary Thompson, Martin Bench, as well as Ken Finneran. In the Supercars, we've got the likes of Ernest Page, Glenn Phillips, Andrew Moffat, Kyle Alec, Bradley Fenner, Shane Boscombe, Nashlin Schloss, Leon Chetty, Craig Hume, and Robin de Vos. And, well, you know what? It's a class all on its own, and it is, oh, that class must be what? Frankie, help me, about 35 years old?
For V8s? No, they started in 1997.
Oh, there we go. 97, that's 28 years old.
It's quite a while ago.
Yeah, I was still a teenager.
I was just past that.
I remember that at the end of 1995, it was the end of the Western Province Super Saloon era. And then in 1997, the late Owen Ashley came up with the Formula Supercars, and myself and the late Brian Peake were still invited that Wednesday evening to the launch at Owen Ashley's garage of the Supercars, and that was back in 97. But there were like some seriously hectic names like Brian Bright, Louis Powell, just to name a few, that was racing those cars back in the day.
Right, so they're the very apt and very old Frank Yennis. Just gave an update of when it happened. I think, Gary, 1997, I think I was in grade 8 or something.
I was married for 10 years already. And you
shame.
had 3 years to go before you came out of school. Right, going back to the track, Pirelli V8 Masters down towards turn number 1, and the Caltron Supercars decided they don't want to get lapped before the end of the race. Oh, very, very close. Almost making contact between the front two cars, but it looks like it's going to be Sean Moore that's going to lead them out once again.
Yeah, the man from Ziegler Logistics, Sean Moore, leads out. Oh, and have a look at this. Dennis Gaduk having a look on the outside there of Alistair Brown. And, a couple of lockups coming out of the Supercars there in Castro Corner. They're in a hurry. They want to get going. Glenn Phillips sits out there together with Andrew Moffat, Carl Halleck, and also Ernest Page is in there. Page been relegated down to P4. So everything happening down there as they work their way through Tamstep. Coming up towards the Sorrel Sweepers, the V8 Masters in those 345 APVs. And I tell you what, they are rocking and rolling, and Sean Moore's got his hands full as he works his way down the back straight.
Barely holding on to it, but he does manage to actually do it now. Dennis Gaduk is right in there as well. In fact, he's got himself up onto the inside line. I wouldn't be surprised if he does it under braking, just about. He's right up, they make contact, and unfortunately that is right in front of the oncoming pack.
Well, it's a bit of a downfall there for the likes of Dennis Gaduk. He's been reeled out there. We've got Stuart Spooner, so they work their way over and change there. Moore, followed by Brown, followed by Spooner, Finneran, Thompson, Bench, Moffat, Phillips. Moffat leading out the Supercars there with Glenn Phillips, Kyle Alec up to P3 ahead of Ernest Page. And getting a bit mixed up there with the V8 Master cars. And I tell you what, that just creates for more of a race.
Well, he's going to have to now get through the Caltron Supercars. He's trying to overlook right around the outside without affecting their race at all. So right around the outside he will go. Moffat, Phillips and Halleck, the cars that's nearest to that V8 Master. But hopefully he will get through there. Probably when he comes up the Tygerberg straight, he'll be able to work his way through. He'll just put the power down now, move towards the inside like that, and move up to the front end. But we've got to go down towards Pertamina Fastron. It's all about, once again, Sean Moore that is in the lead from Alistair Brown, Spooner and Finneran, pretty close to one another.
Right, ex-South African Supercar champion Sean Moore showing him the way around in the Ziegler Logistics sponsored vehicle. And Alistair Brown, Stuart Spooner, Ken Finneran, Gary Thompson, Martin Bench. And then there's Moffat leading out Glenn Phillips in the Supercars. And I see that Ernest Page has managed to get past Kyle Halleck. There's Page in picture with Halleck up behind him.
Yep, he's just made it, but Halleck is right there with him. He'll probably have a look to see if he can make a plan going down towards turn number 1. Page, pretty confident, stays on the outside line. It's Moffat from Phillips. Page on the outside line. It doesn't cost him. Yep, he was confident, but he was confident for a good reason. He held it all together.
Right up behind them there, Boscombe, Sloss and De Vos all embroiled in a little bit of battle, but back up to Sarl Sweep as Sean Moore weaves his way through there. He's been followed there by Alistair Brown. Alistair Brown, probably the nearest contender. Stuart Spooner, Ken Finneran comes up there behind him. And then a little bit further back is Gary Thompson and Martin Bench, followed there by first the supercars. And then here come the supercars. It's going to be Moffat ahead of Glenn Phillips. All right, Glenn Phillips is right on the tailgate there of Moffat. So Moffat's got his hands full. And this little battle royal has been brewing on for years, not just for months.
Well, I'm back. And yeah, we carry on. This time around, however, Ernest Page not leading out, not like he was in race number 1. And it's between these two. One of the Pro Oil cars, the other one of the 3 is just holding out from Andrew Moffat. He'll stuff his nose in and he'll hold him off from the space frame chassis that is the Opel Carlsson Supercars. Then you see Kyle Halleck. There's Bradley Fenner as coming by, is Ken Finneran in that block coin APV Mustang. Then we see the likes of Shane Boscombe up into 6th in class as we jump back to the leaders, and the lead change again for class between Andrew Moffat and Glenn Phillips as they go through block coin corner. They'll have that Mustang just there in frame. Come and feast on them in a little bit of time with 5 laps left to go. So they're going to watch out as they will be a back marker, or not a back marker very soon, but they'll have the Mustang coming up the back of them very soon.
Well, Kyle Halleck lies there in 3rd place. We drop down to Perdimina Fostron. There's your race leader, Sean Moore. And Moore consolidating his position at the moment. When he's got some free air, he'll get the hammer down and get away from 2nd place man, Alistair Brown. Brown's there in 2nd. 3rd and 4th up behind him is Stuart Spooner and Gary Thompson. And then a little bit further back with the likes there of Martin Bench. And joining him now could be, I think could be possibly Finneran that's moved up through the ranks.
Yep, here we go once again, side by side, sorry Francois, as they go through and look at the predator that's about to catch the prey. Ken Finneran in that block coin number 44 is going to have to make his way by cleanly, and he should have the straight line speed from that APV V8. But no, what he actually does is he backs off and he lets them go. I think, you know what, in actual fact, maybe he knows he can't catch the rest of them, so he's just watching this fun little battle before he interrupts too much. So he'll probably wait for the back straight to try and get by. But Andrew Moffat still holds out ahead of Glenn Phillips. Then we see Bradley Fenner. So where Kyle Halleck has gone, that is a bit of a confusion, and I lie, sorry. The camera just jumped past. Kyle Halleck still sits there in 3rd. Then it's Bradley Fenner. Then it's Shane Boscombe up into 5th in class, which is a brilliant result for him currently. Then De Vos just behind. Then Nashvin Slosh. That is these cars, the grey, white, and white. That will be Boscombe, De Vos, and Schloss. Then it is Craig Hume. And Ernest Page has dropped out of this race somewhere or another. I think he's pulled that car into the pits because as on the sheet it says he's 2 laps down, as is Leon Chetty.
Well, starting his third last lap now, Sean Moore works his way up towards Castrol Corner, followed there by Alistair Brown. And there comes Alistair Brown into picture. Moore now already taken the corner. Up behind them is going to be Stuart Spooner and Gary Thompson. And it's nice and tight now as they go into Castrol Corner. Nose to tail stuff. They're having a bit of a fight there for the last foot in the podium. So nothing untoward there. There is Alistair Brown in picture now going through Damstep. Behind him, Spooner and Thompson. Right. Having a look down into turn 1. Finneran coming in there. But there's the lead of Moffat and Glenn Phillips on the supercars.
So as you see, that 44 of Ken Finneran does make his way by. Then there's Kyle Halleck in that 3rd spot like we thought. Then there's Bradley Fenner. And in this 3-way battle, that'll be for 5, 6, and 7. So they're fighting it out for the top 5, which is always a nice place to finish. It is De Vos that gets by Shane Boscombe, with Ernest Page rather at the back of that group. Then it's Nasreen Slosh. Sorry, I lie. So I'm looking on the screen. The timing on the left-hand side is actually incorrect. On the right-hand side of us inside the commentary box, we have a different timing screen. And it's Shane Boscombe, Nasreen Slosh, Craig Hume, and then Leon Chetty, who's 2 laps down. It seems that Martin Bench and Ernest Page are out of this race. As there we come back to Alistair Brown, Gary Thompson and Stuart Spooner.
Well, the V8 Masters down their penultimate lap at the moment. Still being led out by the likes of Sean Moore. There is Stuart Spooner coming into picture. Spooner working his way through there. Ken Finneran. So they work their way down. And Sean Moore making his way down now into Berdemina Fostron, just behind those slow supercars there. He works his way in. He'll work his way out now as he comes out, starting his final lap when he crosses the line. And he has got quite a substantial lead over the rest of the field at the moment. It does Sean Moore. Up over the line, gets the last lap board as he goes over, and he knows that he's got one more lap to do to clinch the day in totality.
Now there he rounds the corner. We'll wait for Alistair Brown, 10.081 seconds. There you see that bright red fire truck red, number 22 of Alistair Brown. It comes into frame. There's Gary Thompson and Stuart Spooner. Gary Thompson, third in gold class, with the 55 of Stuart Spooner there in 4th and 1st in class. Then it does say Bradley Fenner on your screen, but that will be in fact Ron. That'll be Ian Parsons that sits there in that 5th spot overall. Then Ken Finneran, then Glenn Phillips and Andrew Moffat, but we'll wait for them. Here's this battle once again. That'll be the likes of Shane Boscombe that is in the middle of the sandwich with his 2 Armour Guard cars, Robin De Vos and Nasreen Slosh. As they go in and out of frame, there goes Sean Moore down the back straight, the Killarney straight, to the final corner for the final time today.
Right, the man from Ziegler Logistics, Sean Moore, takes into Berdemina Fostron for the last time today. He takes it nice and easy. He doesn't have to show off now. He works his way up the Poor Straight, up towards the city of Cape Town. Castral Bridge, up under the bridge he goes. Checkered flag beckons. Sean Moore takes heat number 2. He will be followed by the likes of Alistair Brown as all their supercars come through. Here comes Alistair Brown, being chased hard there by Gary Thompson. They come over, Alistair Brown crosses the line, followed there by Gary Thompson. Then it's going to be Stuart Spooner. The next up should be Dennis Gaidik and Ian Parsons. Dennis Gaidik crosses the line. And a couple of cars a little way down. And Ken Finneran making his way down the back straight down towards turn 5. It's Berdemina Fostron.
And as we're waiting for the leaders of the supercars class, the way to look at it on our timing screen compared to that of the live stream is still Glenn Phillips, Andrew Moffat, Carl Halleck and Bradley Fenner on the lead lap. Robin De Vos is the first of that battle that comes home ahead of Shane Boscombe and Nasreen Slosh, and then Craig Hume and Leon Chetty. But here is the lead battle for 1st and 2nd overall in class. And this will be a fight for 8th and 9th overall on track. Glenn Phillips does more than enough in the 33 to come home ahead of Andrew Moffat at the line. Fierce competitors that are always there or thereabouts between each other, and they weren't that far off one another at the line. Carl Halleck comes home in a good 3rd. That makes it 1st and 3rd for the Pro Oil cars and Hobo Racing. And then 4th as well for Bradley Fenner. So that's a 1, 3 and 4 for the Hobo Racing Pro Oil gentlemen. And that will end their day with the Pirelli V8 Masters and Caltron Supercars. And quite a fine race it was amongst both classes. Limited incidents in race number 2. And I think that was a good race day nonetheless for those 2 sections.
this one. The car won't start. He said it doesn't want to fire up. And the lights come on all over the place. Looks like a Christmas tree, he says, but it's just plain dead. It swings, but it won't start, and they've tried all sorts of things. So that 44 Polo of Trappist van Tonder will be out, unfortunately. And I think we've got a couple of cars that's going to start this race from pit lane. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Thermofires, Clubmans, Saloons, race number 2. I'm also led to believe that Shane Smith has also got some kind of problem with the car. They did say what it was. Oh, he had a diff issue. That's quite right, with the car. And he is not going to take part in this race neither. So sadly, we're going to lose at least 2 of them. Shane Smith and Francois van Tonder. Furthermore, I think everybody else should be out there. Right, you can see, here we go. As the cars roll out of pit lane, Michael is here in that Golf 1, leads them out onto the racetrack. Jess Huggett is in there, MP Pretorius is in there, Jaco Lambert coming through there as well as the rest of the field. There is Graham van Rooyen, Gary Smith.
Did you see Carl Visser?
Wayne Wilson.
I didn't see Carl Visser, and he should have in fact come out with that grouping.
Yes.
Oh, okay, so he is out there.
Yes, we both missed him. As I looked up the window, I see he's out there, he's on track. He's just behind Jaco Lambert and ahead of Graham van Rooyen as they head into Castro. So Carl Visser is there. Wayne Wilson in the Nissan Maxima is there. Talking about Wayne Wilson and Nissan Maximas, if you, Clinton Besaidnout going into Castrol, just throwing that car sideways. Dylan Hubert is there. Talking about Wayne Wilson and the Maximas, we're going to see Wayne Wilson and the whole Maxima crew again on the 23rd of August at the next round of the Killarney Rallycross and the Tarmac Attack of Janeda Meet. That's the Raceway Tarmac Attack, which was called the old Tar last year. It's now and even the beginning of the year. It's now called the Tarmac Attack, and I tell you what, that is magic stuff. The 23rd, we're going to do something different, Gaza. They're going to do relay racing. So the first race of the day will be relay racing, and then we'll get to session 1, 2, 3, semi-finals and finals before the end. And we had close to 60 cars last week, Saturday. Not quite, let's say around about 55, but don't want to exaggerate.
Probably one of the best ever.
Yeah.
And
you were supposed to be there, but you had trouble with your drive.
Yeah, unfortunately, the car that I was going to be using from Traction Drive picked up a problem with the Altar and started spewing a bit of oil in areas it wasn't supposed to. So that brought that to an end. But as soon as that one sorted out, or Gerard Corpus's car gets sorted out, and then one of Wayne Wilson's Maximas will become available, then we will do another series like what we did on the spinning pitch, or one of those sessions that we did on the skid pan with traction driving, and we'll stick that up on second gear on the next Tuesday night. So for all the information that you want on Motorsport, second gear, 8 o'clock Tuesday night on Facebook, and includes lots of information on Killarney International as well. So they're going to do another lap around, which is quite surprising. I don't know if they maybe cleaned the track somewhere and they wanted the people to have a look-see. So on the invert, Michael Lucia and Jess Huggett will be on the front row of the grid with Pretorius and Lambert Jr., Jaco. Then Carl Visser, that makes up the front five, and that is Class A. That will be leading this field out for race number 2. Thermofire Clubmans, race number 2 for this first event for the month of August, and there's another one, as Frankie said, at the top end of the show, the last weekend of this month as well.
And then just before that, on the 23rd, will be the next all-day rallycross. Folks, you've got to come and watch this. It's now, whatever it was, whatever you've seen, whatever you didn't like in the past, forget it. Write that off. It is something completely, utterly, totally different. It is now working, thanks to the likes of Gerard Kloppers and Barry Williams and Jean van Wyk from E36s and Junaid Hamid from Raceway. They are making this work big time. And the 23rd of August, I believe, is going to be another major success.
Yep, no doubt about it. And then also the latest information we will have on Tuesday night on the hill climb. That's going to be at, I think it's the 24th, 25th of October. And that will be on the Philip Cassano Drive as you go out of Cape Town. A multi-million rand endeavor that's going down there to bring premier hill climb to Cape Town. All right, so let's see how this one's going to play itself out. Jess Huggett that ended up 5th behind that group of 4 very quick motor cars. It's a whole lot cooler now than what it was earlier on. I see Cody Albert starting off the back end of the pack with the Alpha. It's an ex-road going vehicle that they decided they're going to turn it into race mode. And this is the first time that he's out with that motor car.
All right, we just saw a glimpse of the Alpha there of Cody. There it goes. But it's the first time he's put this car out, and it turns the wheel in anger as the lights go off. And away we go, racing down into turn number 1, into block coin. It's Michael Essier that will lead that pack through. Jaco Lambert sits right on the outside. Jess Huggett sits side by side with MP Pretorius as they work their way out of block coin corner onto the Joubert straight. They go, Pretorius right there with Huggett. Behind Huggett, it is Kyle Visser. Behind Kyle Visser, it is Gary Smith. Right behind Gary Smith, it's Van Rooyen. Then we've got Clinton Besaidenout. Behind Clinton Besaidenout is Wayne Wilson and Dylan Hubert. That's an old group of cars and more that I just mentioned that's racing through Lunchtime Kink and into Damstip.
Oh, Michael Essier is losing out pretty badly. He's dropped down from that pole position down to 4th already. So, yeah, the power of those front 4 Class A cars just climbing in there, getting the hammer down. And look at that. It's Lambert down the back main. He's up, dusted, and disappeared. Visser has now got up into that 2nd position. And then directly in behind him is Jesse Huggett that started in 2nd. Then it's Michael Essier. Then it is Pretorius is the next one that is up and alongside Michael Essier.
Yeah, Michael Essier was in P1 for quite some time, and all of a sudden Essier finds himself just ahead of Pretorius. So something must have happened out there between turn 3 and 4, between Damps and Sarl. Because there he goes, just ahead of Pretorius, followed there by Smith. And then Wilson, Besaidenout, Van Rooyen, all coming through in that fight, followed there by Joubert and Steve Griffin-Wintle. And then Gemma O'Lean in P12. She's the first of the lady races.
Oh, Carl Visser is going to have to hoof it up because Lambert is doing a brilliant job. Meeting for meeting, just getting quicker and quicker, more and more confident, and mainly more and more consistent.
Right, so it's all about that man that sits now in P1. That's Jaco Lambert with Carl Visser in 2nd. Then Jess Huggett is there in 3rd. That's 1, 2, and 3. Then behind him, we've got Essier. Right on the case of Essier, it's NP Pretorius as they go down that back straight with Gary Smith right there on his bootlid as they work their way into Pertamina Fostron. And right there with them in Class X is the Maxima of Wayne Wilson.
Yeah, Smith is now right there in behind that Polo, and starting to close down. But look at the battles behind that. Class C is Jabé from Gemma Olin, and then the Class E battle is De Toy from Fielding.
Right as the field works its way through, we go back there into turn number 1 into block 1. That is Van Rooyen. That's coming through. There's the BMW of Dylan Hubert. Then it's Steve Griffin-Wintle. Gemma Olin is right in that fight together with David Vermaak. And then Anton Jacobs in that very, very old steed of his, the Nissan Sentra, that served him well over the years.
Jaco Lambert has put up the fastest that time, a 121.714, leading out from Carl Visser. 2 Class A cars. Then Jess Huggett, and behind Jess Huggett it was Michael Lesieur. That's now swapped around. It's Pretorius that has worked his way past Lesieur.
So the leaders are working their way into turn 5, into Pertamina Foster. Nearly said block 1 corner. That's turn number 1. But here we go. Keeping an eye. There goes Pretorius. Here comes Lesieur. Right on his case is Gary Smith. Right on the case there of Michael Lesieur. Then we've got Wayne Wilson. Right there behind Wayne Wilson is Clinton Besaidenout. Then we've got Graham Van Rooyen. And hot on his heels is Dylan Hubert. Then Steve Griffin-Wintle and Lady Racer in the BMW, Gemma Olin.
Well, I do not believe Carl Visser has closed realistically the gap to that first position. Jess Huggett, that ended up behind that group of 4 in race number 1, started in 2nd position alongside Michael Lesieur and has now got himself into a pretty solid 3rd, but there is still 5 laps to go. Don't know what's going to happen from here.
Jabé goes into turn 2, then Griffin-Wintle, then Olin, then it's Anu Michaels, David Vermaak, Anton Jacobs and Bernard Lehman in the Opel, and then it's Arendse coming through, and then we see Cody Alberts in the Alpha just ahead there of the Falcon of Evert de Toy. Leaders are working their way out of Pertamina Fostron, heading on to the main straight. Then we pick up this fight between Jess Huggett on the outside and MP Pretorius on his inside. The man from Cape Town and the man from Windhoek. We follow them through, then right behind them is Michael Lesieur. Behind Lesieur is a yellow BMW of Gary Smith, and he's been hassled there by that Nissan Maxima of Wayne Wilson.
Yeah, behind Wayne Wilson is Clinton Besaidenout, new to the Clubmans side of the world. Bit of a gap then behind him as we go to Van Rooyen in the red Golf that's just gone through out of your picture. Then we've got Jabé, there's our lady racer Gemma, and she loses out to Griffin-Wintle that dives up on the inside. Honor Michaels from Vermaak, Lehman, and then Jacobs that works his way through.
Now then we've got Arendse, that's right there, Cody Alberts and Evert de Toy. Working our way onto this golden highway as the cars come through. MP Pretorius, Jess Huggett, Michael Lesieur, Gary Smith, all filtering through. Wayne Wilson, Clinton Besaidenout, Graham Van Rooyen, all heading down into turn 5 into Pertamina Fostron. Dylan Jabé coming through as well as we watch the field working their way through. But there's your race leader. We haven't seen him for a while, and that is Jaco Lambert, as he is nearly 2 seconds ahead of Visser, that's in that 2nd position.
Yep, and then here comes a battle for 3rd and 4th. It's Jess Huggett that gets that inside line and gets ahead of Pretorius. Eventually, he's past MP, and Smith has dropped a little bit back. He was right there and thereabouts, so Smith has dropped a bit back, but he's also finds himself behind Michael Lesieur.
Yeah, nice fight that's going on heading towards us, and that is Clinton Besaidenout, and he's having a go at Graham Van Rooyen. Besaidenout and Van Rooyen going one-on-one out of Castrol.
Yeah, nothing much between the two of them, and I do believe there's a realistic chance of a pass, although they open up a bit of a gap between them now as they came past the back marker, and with a change of line, a slight lift off as they went through the kink, and that opened the gap up. But going down in towards turn 5, side by side.
Right, well, heading towards turn 1 for their second last lap is your leaders. But we can keep an eye on this fight going on your screen there. That's between Huggett, Pretorius, Lesieur, and just in the background, the yellow BMW of Gary Smith as they head under the City of Cape Town Bridge. That is that group of cars that we were talking about. Now, here we go, Pretorius, Huggett, Lesieur, and Smith working their way out of Blockpoint.
Yep. They are very close, but don't forget about Lambert. Lambert still got 2.3 seconds that he's broken away from everywhere else. And Carl Visser, try as he may, Jaco Lambert has got that one pinned up front. I don't believe anybody's going to catch him with 2 to go.
Lambert and Visser will be working their way down that back straight. There goes Lambert, there's Visser. Right there with him. There was 2.3 seconds between them when they started this lap. We're now heading towards the end of it as they make their way out of Fostron Corner to end the penultimate lap and start their final lap.
Yep, going into the final lap, and well, I don't believe Visser is going to be able to catch him. A bit of a gap, 11 seconds as we wait for the next battle to come through. That is Pretorius, Huggett, and Lesieur has closed up. Smith, although he's Class B, remember that's a Class A battle that's going on in front of him, but he is the leading Class B car out there from Van Rooyen.
There comes Wilson, and then behind Wilson we'll see Graham Van Rooyen coming to view now. There comes that red Golf of Van Rooyen, and he is putting the plug. He's disappearing down the road, but here comes Clinton Besaidenout, and not too far behind Besaidenout you've got Dylan Hubert. There goes Van Rooyen. Here comes Besaidenout into one. Then Dylan Hubert, who's leading his Class C. Dylan Hubert, and he's been chased down here by Griffin Wintle. That is in P11 and first in Class D.
Jaco Lambert, for the last time, the blue flags were waving as he passed some of the back markers. He's done a brilliant job. It just gets quicker and more consistent race for race. Jaco Lambert is going to take the checkers.
Lambert will come home in P1 across the line. Kyle Visser will finish in that second spot. Couple of back markers towards the checkered flag. That's Adam Omar. He's a back marker. And here comes MP Pretorius to the flag. Jess Huggett right in there behind him, followed by Michael Lesieur and by Gary Smith.
Now, Smith comes through to complete his race. And now we've got a bit of a gap. It'll be Van Rooyen in the red Golf. You saw him come through there now, just out of picture. And then behind Van Rooyen, who is a second in class. And I believe Wayne Wilson has pulled off the circuit.
But here comes Clinton Besaidenout to the checkered flag, and behind him we have got Dylan Hubert. Then it is Griffin Wintle that finishes, and then the two BMWs right there with each other. That is Gemma O'Lean that gets to the flag 0.5 of a second ahead of Arnu Michaels. Well, that's the top 12 to the line. David Vermaak finishing his race. And then Anton Jacobs and Arendse, they will finish their race. That is Lance Arendse, Anton Jacobs, Lance Arendse. Eva de Toy will finish with the Falcon, I think. Yes, and then right behind him in Class X is the Alpha of Cody Alberts. First time out in that brand new car. It can only get better and better from here. So that wraps up Thermofires Clubmans Race 2. There's 2 more races on the cards. We've got the motorcycles, and then we'll end the day off with the classic and fine cars.
Experience vibrant solutions, transparent communication, and a squeeze of innovation in every interaction. Call us today or visit Lime.Cape Town and let's cultivate your community scheme's future together. Lime Property Management, leading, innovative, motivated, energetic. They sponsor the main straight, Castrol for the control tower and for the spinning pitch, Pertamina Fostron for turn 5, Blockcoin for turn 1, King Tony Tools for the subway, City of Cape Town for the bridge, and then of course Smile FM, the official media partner of the Western Province Motor Club. Playing more 80s than anybody else in Cape Town. That's their logo, and that's a fact, folks. That is a fact. So a big thanks to all of our sponsors, as well as our corner sponsors. Of course, Castrol also sponsors Turn 2 as well. I said the tower and the spinning pitch, but they also sponsor Turn 2 Quarry Corner. So a big, big thanks to Castrol. So yeah, and Blockcoin, the new sponsor for 2025. In turn number 1 in Holes, they sponsor Holzhoek. So a big thanks to everybody. And as I said, our class sponsors as well. We cannot do it without you. But the big sponsor is Lime Property Management.
Back out once again for two-wheeled action come the Pirelli MGA Racing Clubmans Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles. And as you can see, our good friend Byron Height always used to say, the Golden Highway has become what it is at just before 5 o'clock. A handful of races left to go for the day. Two, in fact. And it will be two fairly big races, the second of the two bike classes today, and then to finish us off, classics and fine cars. But just like that, we've got 11 supposed bikes on the grid, minus one. Jean Momberg has withdrawn from this race as he had a damaged spark plug in race number one. That caused a little bit of under-fueling. So the bike was running very lean, and he said he doesn't want to go and risk putting the championship at jeopardy as well as his bike. So he's decided he's just going to keep it as it is, and he'll hold off until the end of the month to get the bike sorted and to get back to racing. So we left with 10 others on the grid. The likes of Wayne Gresse, Eden Haynes, Kudi Boertes, Lubabalo Nsana, Conrad Meyer, Gerard Joubert, John Kosterman, who went out in race number one, pulled in halfway through. He's back out for race number two. William Morris on the Kajiva 1000. Hannes Janssen and Julian Lowe out on the circuit for race number two. We'll hear the revs climb in just a moment from now. The 30-second board is out. We'll wait for the paddle man to call the 5-second board. There it is. Kuni Boertes and Eden Haynes get ready with the two S1000s. The lights go on, the revs go up, the lights go out, and away they go. And down to turn number one, Holes Hook. They fire like bullets out of a loaded gun. Into turn one they go. Hard into the left-hander, hard on the brakes. They all fall into sequence. And down the Joubert straight they head into turn number two, Castro Corner, for the first time in race number two. Everyone slots into place. And here is where we begin to see either the person in front of you pulling away or the person behind you falling back.
Eden Haynes, Connie Buertes, Libre Intisana, Wayne Gresser. That's the way they lead out now through Lunchtime King down towards Damsdip. And, well, is Eden Haynes on his first outing going to make it a clean sweep? Well, I reckon the man to hold him is Connie Buertes, possibly Libre Intisana in the 600 if he can make it nimble enough through the corners, because Lubas has got a lot of experience. John Momberg, Conrad Meyer, we'll have to have a look, see how they do. So they work their way down the back straight. Someone giving it horns down there into turn number 5, 30 minute fast on is John Kosterman. He's trying to make amends for his previous race where he didn't do so well. But here comes your leader, Eden Haynes. Getting on the money, but Connie Buertes sitting there with him. And Libre Intisana sitting there in P3. Going over the line, Conrad Meyer, Wayne Gresser, Kosterman, Hubert, John Momberg. And then Hannes Janssen, Julian Lowe, Willem Morris, and John Momberg.
They're round turn number 1. Block coin and someone's down. Let's just have a look. The rider's okay. It was just a very slow fall halfway through the corner. That's the 47. It's Gerard Joubert once again. That is a big, big shame. He dropped the bike at a track score and he is absolutely upset, as you can only imagine, as the rest carry on. Oh, that is terrible, terrible for him. Hopefully there's not too much damage to that bike, because he just got it rebuilt over the last little while. 9 weeks it took. As the rest go, there goes John Kosterman around the outside of Wayne Gresser as they go down towards Sarel Sweep once again.
Johnny Kosterman, a man with about 40 or 50 years experience of racing, so he's having a lot of fun there. The leaders go down into Perdamina fast on. Eden Haynes and Connie Buertes is holding on there with him. Connie wants to say to him, no, Eden, we have got a bet on the table. I want to wrap this one up. Will he be able to? Eden and Connie are those to tail now as they reel out of 5 down towards turn number 1, Block Coin. And up behind him, Intisana on the 600, pedaling very well with a good couple of litre bikes up behind him.
Don't forget, there is still that bike down in turn number 1. Of course, the rider is all right, which is always nice to hear. But very, very unfortunate for Gerard Joubert. Coming down into turn number 2, Castro Corner. It's still Haynes from Buertes, from Mansana, from Meyer, Kosterman, Gresser, Lowe, Janssen, Morris is your top 9, and the only 9 bikes out on the tarmac at the moment. They head out of Castro Corner. A little bit of a bump there for Conrad Meyer. There's John Kosterman. There is Wayne Gresser. So the gaps are opening up amongst all of them as they head out of Castro. And now you see the leaders head towards Sarel Sweep once again.
Eden Haynes muscling that bike. Connie Buertes also trying to hang on both on BMWs, doing exceptionally well. Third place, Libre Intisana on the 600. Conrad Meyer sits there in 4. Up behind him, Johnny Kosterman on the old Priesting. He's in the classics, leading out over Wayne Gresser. Right, down they go into Perdamina fast strong corner, your leaders. And these 2 new youngsters, Eden Haynes and Connie Buertes, are having an absolute jaw party, whatever you want to call it. Eden Haynes, BMW 1000R, Connie Buertes closer in proximity up behind him. Work their way down there, you come down into Block Coin corner, turn number 1. Eden taking that safety line on the outside, brings it in now, not too keeled over. It's quite safe around the corners, no knee down, elbow down kind of stuff. He's actually still learning, but when he gets onto the straight, he gives it an absolute twist to the throttle and gets his way up towards Castro Corner.
Yep, and as you can see, Connie Buertes is not letting him up whatsoever. 1.1 seconds is the difference this time around this lap. 5 to go. A 1:21.1 for Eden Haynes. So he can still catch up and do his 19 as we see them come down the Golden Highway once again. Down the Tygerberg Straight. There is first and second. Haynes, Buertes, Libre Intisana, the first of the 600s. Has Conrad Meyer just behind the 3rd place in Clubmans 1000. John Kosterman next in the frame. That is the first of the classics. Then it's Wayne Gresser, the 2nd in the classics. Then it'll be Julian Lowe, Hannes Janssen, and Willem Morris as they all come through. As we jump back, there we see them. That will be Morris and Janssen as they come down towards Sorrel Sweep. I lied, that's Janssen and Lowe as they go through Sorrel Sweep. Here's back to the leaders in turn number 1.
Yeah, it's still Eden Haynes leading out Kuni Boertes, and Eden has put a bit of a gap over Kuni, although Kuni will try and draw in Eden. But like I said, Eden a very strong lad, and he's got the muscle power for that big 1000 RR. Kuni Boertes, also a very strong young lad, sits up there behind him. And they work their way now out of Castrol Corner, down into Lunchtime King, and down into the dam step. Lubabala and Tassana been reeled in there by Conrad Meyer. They'll come through the Lunchtime King up towards dam step. And Conrad Meyer trying to reel in Lubas, but Lubas a very experienced rider on a little 600, showing Conrad Meyer the way around the circuit.
Yep. Showing some serious might between the 600cc and the Litre bike, as there 2 bikes on their right hand side going through Sorrel Sweep. We jump back to the leaders once again. There is Eden Haynes, there is Kuni Boertes, 1.7 seconds now the difference. It's opening up gradually, but this also shows that Kuni Boertes is putting in some great improvement after race number 1. A 19.9 goes Eden Haynes, and a 20.8, just under a second between the two in terms of lap time on that last lap as they race down. There's John Kosterman once again, and here are your leaders. Sorry, no, I lied. This is third and fourth. Lubabala Nsana and Conrad Meyer, and they've swapped places now, changing from third and fourth. So Nsana now still the leader of the 600s. In fact, the only 600 out on the circuit, and sitting just under a second behind Conrad Meyer out in front.
Conrad managed to get past Lubabala and Tassana. That inevitably would happen, the power of 1,000 over a 600. And Meyer now moves up to P3 in Class A, so in the Clubmans class. And have a look now down the back straight down towards Pertamina Fastron. It's that man Eden Haynes. I tell you what, if I was voting for a ride of the day, this would be my ride of the day. There's just no two ways about it. For those voting online on the WhatsApp band, that is definitely the ride of the day, Eden Haynes. He is absolutely on his debut to take 2 races. Thus far, he's got 2 laps to go. Starting his penultimate now when he crosses the line. So he's actually blown away from Kuni now. And there's a bit of daylight between the two of them as they roll down into Blockcoin. And Eden, you can see that there's Kuni up behind him. There must be a good 3-second gap, 4-second. And they are working their way out now up the Uber Straight. Behind them, it's going to be Conrad Meyer and Lubabala and Nsana hanging on.
Now there you see on that all great 600 running on through. Then there's John Kosterman, the first of the thousands, the first of the classics, running a very good race this time around after he did exit race number 1 with some sort of issue. And then there we should have Wayne Grisse coming into frame. There he is on that all bright red Kawasaki. I believe he's on his ZX-10 this time around. As far as I know, he's been jumping between a ZX-10 and a Yamaha R1, as we saw Hannes Janssen and Julian Lowe come on through. But there is William Morris as well. That needs to, sorry, no, that's Julian Lowe, and then William Morris now comes across the line as we jump back to the end of the circuit, and we jump back to the leaders once again.
All right, third place man Conrad Meyer going in there with Lubabala and Tassana down into Pertamina Fastron. Now Meyer starting to pull away from Tassana as the leaders have gone down into Blockcoin. But Lubas trying to hold on to Conrad Meyer. Conrad Meyer streaking out ahead now, and they're on their final lap.
Yep, just like that. The laps go by quick as we run on through. The sun slowly sets faster and faster and gets a little bit lower on the horizon. There you saw the front 2 go by. On the back wheel, Lubabala Nsana and Conrad Meyer. Sorry, you know what, Francois? I keep calling him Conrad, like the piston. It's Conrad. My mistake. When you listen to this a little bit later or tomorrow, please forgive me. Conrad Meyer. He still holds out against Lubabala and Nsana. But there you see Eden Haynes and Kunibutis make their way down towards turn number 5 once again. Francois Butler, bring them home.
Right, coming out of Pertamina fast run, it's that man, Eden Haynes, has been rocketing on 1,000 RR. He goes past William Morris on the Older Brilliant, comes up towards the line. He's going to be absolutely ecstatic with a double win for the day. And right up there behind him, Kunibutis. He'll be as happy as a pig in Palestine, to say the least. And he'll take second, probably for the day as well. Great ride there from him. Waiting for the likes of Conrad Meyer to come up over the line. Cross the line. Followed there by Lubabalo Intisana. A man that comes from ZX10 Cup and has also ridden superbikes here at Killarney for quite a couple of years. Nice to have him in the house. But yeah, he's a great ride coming out of Johnny Kosterman on the Priestling, the 81, taking the classics and P5 overall.
Brilliant stuff as we wait for the rest of the field to come out. And you know what? You know something I'll say is I see there is a battle coming to the line. But I think Eden Haynes will get one present at prize giving from you. That'll be the one victory for today. But he also gets the prize of going to Superbikes next round. As look to the line, just like that, between Gresse and Janssen. 0.02 of a second at the line between the R1. Between the R1 and that of, let me just see, the Gixxer 750, GSXR 750 Suzuki, Johannes Janssen. Very, very close between the two right at the line, and good racing until the very end. Still, I feel for Gerard Joubert, very, very unfortunate. We'll wait for that bike to be rolled back to the pits, probably be put on a trailer, and then we'll lead out and wait for the Libre Classics and Caltron Fine Cars to come out for their final race of the day, as well as the last race of the day here at round 6 of the Killarney Power Series, brought to you by Line Property Management in association with Smile FM. But that was the Pirelli MGA Racing Clubmans Classic and Breakfast Run bikes, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly. And just before I forget, just a little bit of information on the the competitor of the day announcement. Just before it is the last race of the day. At halftime, at lunchtime, it was Bradley Musto with the most votes, ahead of Abigail Bosson and Adrian Solomon. And just bridging 5 o'clock, it is Brad Musto from Abigail Bosson, from Adrian Solomon, the same as lunchtime. Those are the favorites, the top 3 competitors of the day. And that competitor of the day, once the day is over, will be decided at prize giving.
Final race of the event, the final race of the day. Remember that next Saturday there's karting at the karting circuit, Francois, and you'll be involved with the karting next Saturday, yeah, at the next round of the regional and club championship. And then Jordan will be here for short circuit racing for National Women's Day, yes. So Geordie will be doing the short circuit on the half main, and Geordie says he'll be talking to all the ladies. Yes, if not, why not? And Francois will be doing the same
at
in the
karting
section, commentating there and talking to all the ladies there as well. That is next weekend here at Killarney.
The only downside is, Frankie, I can't talk to all the ladies because my lady's with me.
Oh, well,
you know,
okay,
so yeah,
well,
I'm a bit short-steamed there.
just say it's an official interview. Jokes aside. And then the 23rd, we're back for all-day rallycross. And the 30th, we're back here again for the next round of the Power Series. And Francois, that Saturday, you've got dirt oval karts, I think. Yes, at Zone 7. So that's basically the calendar, more or less, for Killarney. There, of course, Wednesdays, they've got the Street to Strip as well, robot-to-robot racing on Wednesdays. And the guys that you saw spinning here today, they'll be with us as well on the 30th. There goes the Janetta. I just picked it up on screen. So Josh, Dovey and them have got that car sorted out for the second race.
Yeah, well, at least we know he never ran issue there with his car.
Throttle jam. It was a semi-throttle jam. That's why they could get the car sorted out. It wasn't flat out into the tyres and the airbags.
We watched the pace of that car in that second half of the first race. He was extremely quick. So let's have a look, see now how it goes now.
All right, folks at home, there was a mic that just malfunctioned here, and we've got the mic sorted out. So you would have heard me, but not Francois. So we've got another microphone that we plugged in, and Francois will be back up and running again.
Right, so all the lead drivers make their way into Fostron Corner. They working out of Fostron Corner. It also looks like a little bit of an inverted grid as they make their way now up towards us. Setting up there, we've got Franco Donadio. We have got Eric van der Mavers there, together with Michael Hitchcock. No, that's the normal grid. Hitchcock and Donadio on pole. But now they're going to slow it up. The field is tremendously strung out, so they might have to do another sighting lap.
Yeah, it's pretty much strung out for sure. Here comes Jared Evans in the Capri. He's also come. I see Malcolm Pfeiffer stopped down, and he's stopped with the Alpha GT Junior. Eric van der Merwe, the man of Lynx Motorsport. The Meisner Escort of Mr. Louis Powell. The Suburban Spares Capri of Trevor Momberg. And they have got that Janetta sorted out. Josh Dovey is, you would never say that car just went into the tyres a couple of hours ago. Fabian Matorna's there, Brian Evans, Boetie van Sail in that Ford Fairmont GT, the man from Vredendal. Dancing Dave Aladev puts it in P11. Jared Thompson is in there behind him. Dave Rowley is there with the Beetle. Trevor Hutchings. Here comes Robert Rowe, the chairman of the section. Dion Conradi is there. And we've got Lane Hutchings coming through with the Sirocco. Bruce Evan Taplin a bit further down. We've got Herman de Kock, Jacques Blom. They all in this fight. And just behind them, the fine car front grid is Arnold Lambert and Sandra Becker. That's the front row of the fine cars. Right, we're about to get this one going pretty soon as we approach 5:15. This is the final race of the day, the final race of the event. Brought to you by Lime Property Management in conjunction with Smile FM. and our other associate sponsors. Big one is City of Cape Town. That's also very much involved. A big thanks to City of Cape Town. Right, the field rolls off the line. It's a rather gloomy afternoon here at Killarney. For those of you that live in Cape Town, they were predicting rain on Monday and Tuesday. But you know the weather in Cape Town, anything can change. That's the fine car field that's rolling through Blockcoin Corner. But it's Hitchcock that leads them through Castrol with Franco Donadeo, Ford versus Ford, Mustang versus Escort. There's a whole lot of Escorts and Capris. Those first 5 cars, then the Porsche of Eric van der Merwe, then another Mustang of Fadi Maton, the Janetta of Josh Dovey, then the Ford Escort of Brian Evans, and that big thundering V8 Ford Fairmont, that orange and black. As a matter of fact, as we're talking about a Ford Fairmont, my late brother-in-law had a Ford Fairmont many, many years ago, of which he cherished that car a heck of a lot. And yeah, I do gum up a bit because we lost him on Monday, and so it still hurts a bit. But, yep, that Ford Fairmont is out there of Boetie van Sail, the man from Vredendal, as we're going to get this one underway shortly. Francois, as the 2 Fords of Hitchcock and Donadeo lead them towards Pertamina Fostron.
Right, so they're under pace car orders. They work their way down. And Michael Hitchcock will have the go on the light. But up behind him is the likes there of Louis Powell and Trevor Momberg. Jared Evans also in there. Eric van der Merwe in that very quick Porsche 928. He'll be sitting there with him. And the likes of Ferdy Baton and Josh Dovey. I'm going to keep an eye on Josh Dovey. If things work out, and I think the way they're going to work out, this man's going to create a little bit of a stir.
I think so, and I'm glad that they got that Janetta sorted out. And we called it little, and it even looked little compared to Mark 1 Escort. I said to him when he was up here, and I said to him, but man, is that thing a pocket rocket or what? And he says, yeah, pity for the throttle jam. It could have been further up the field.
Right, under the lights they are. The lights going to go off and away they go. They get the hammers down now, make their way down towards Blockcoin Corner. Michael Hitchcock gets the upper hand on the inside track. Franco Donadeo sits there. Louis Powell's on the inside of Trevor Momberg. Momberg's on the outside line. Will he hold off Powell? Powell dives across his bound, gets in front of Momberg. No, he doesn't. Momberg squeezes in, and Momberg's going to move up to P3, and that's where Trevor wants to be. And Louis is going to have to slot in behind him as they work their way around Castrol Corner.
Jared Evans is in that fight as well. Then it is Eric van der Merwe, Brian Evans. Then it's Fadi Maton, and here is the Janetta that's coming through as well. That's a group of cars that's working their way through Lunchtime Kink and into Damstip. Lane Hutchings coming through with a Sirocco. There's the orange Fairmont of Van Sail as they race up the Golden Highway towards Sarel Sweep.
Spectacular picture there of the sun setting in the background. That's why we call it the Golden Highway as they make their way through there. And the leaders going down into Pertamina Fastron.
Still watching them come up Tigerberg Straight. We head to the back straight where this whole group of cars are going through. And there are the 2 Capris. It's Momberg and it is Jared Evans as they come through. Ahead of them is Louis Powell in that Meisner Escort, and ahead of that we've got Franco Donadeo in the Donadeo Plant Hire Escort, and then right up front, that's just disappearing out of your screen, is your race leader in the Mustang, namely Michael Hitchcock.
Right, so Hitchcock makes his way up towards Castrol Corner. Here's your leader, Michael Hitchcock, in that 68 Mustang. Followed there with the Mark 1 Escort of Franco Donadeo. And the Meisner Escort there of Louis Paul, followed there by Trevor Momberg, Jared Evans, Eric van der Merwe, and Brian Evans with Ferdy Maton and Josh Dovey.
There is that beetle of Dave Rowley, that Jacques Blom and Adam Undercock going, Malcolm Pfeiffer in the GT Junior. They're all racked and stacked in there as we watch them work their way along the Tygerberg Straight towards Saros. There's a car that's gone off. There's more than one car. Another car just hit the tyre wall. That car hit the tyre wall. I think there may be two cars that's involved. It could be two motor cars that's gone there. And here are the Janetta once again of Josh Dovey. Man, it's Josh Dovey and it is Jared Thompson. Jared Thompson climbs out the car. It's Thompson and Dovey that's involved in that situation. And Francois, they've called for the red flag. This race has been stopped. Jared Thompson just sitting on the wall, a little bit shaken there.
Well, Jared must be very dejected. He's just finished building that car. It's a 333i BMW. And I'm sure he's not very happy, but he looks a little bit anal.
Well, we've only done, what, there's still 6 laps to go, so we haven't even done quarter of this race. So they're going to have to get that situation sorted out and then probably go for a restart, but that's not for us to call. That is for the powers that be at race control to decide. Josh Dovey walking towards Jared. Oh, that's nice of Josh, just to go and have a chat. Of course, we won't know what they're saying to each other, but I'd like to think that they are asking each other, are you guys okay? Sorry, wasn't meant on purpose. That's what I'd like to believe. And I'm almost certain it would be something in that line. Well, you've got to feel for Josh Dovey. What a horrible day. If there was a bad luck trophy, I'll give it to him. He's doing so well in race 1. Goes into a dam step, gets a semi-throttle jam, slams the car into the tires and airbags, comes up to me in the commentary box and says, it's not that bad, we're going to get it sorted out for the second race, and then gets himself involved in that situation with Jared Thompson. And now that Janetta is not going to be sorted out for anything for the rest of the day. But yeah, you've got to feel sorry for both drivers, but especially for Josh Dovey, as the cars have lined up on grid proper right here in front of us, the classics and the fines. Right, folks, there's a replay of it. Well, that's a replay of the situation between the BMW of Jared Thompson and the Janetta of Josh Dovey. Here they come now. This is another replay. And, oh, he comes across, and the whole BMW's on 2 wheels. He slams across into the side of Thompson. Thompson gets the car on both right-hand side wheels, brings the car back down again, and then slams into the tire barrier on its right-hand side. So we're under red flag here, waiting for the circuit to be cleaned up and the situation to be sorted out. The medics are down there, and we will go off the air until we are ready to restart. for you folks at home, if you look at the screen, you can see that Thompson BMW on the flatbed there in the pit area. The whistle is blown down here by us. Original grid and 6 laps of racing action awaits us. Just waited for all the cars that was in front of the front runners to go around again and take up their original grid positions. Calvin Beekman on your screen, there's Malcolm Pfeiffer, Herman de Kock, Jacques Blom, Bruce Evan Taplin, Jaco Conradi, Dave Rowling, the Beetle, as the cars begin to move off the line, led there by the Mustang of Hitchcock, the Escort of Donadio, the Escort of Powell, the 2 Capris of Momberg and Evans, the Porsche of Eric van der Merwe, the Ford of Fadi Maton. Obviously Josh Dovey's name shows there, but he's not going to be in this one, obviously. So Francois, they work their way along the Jabez Straight towards Castrol.
Lovely shot of them in formation as they work their way around Castrol Corner. It's a 6-lap race, that's what's remaining. So it'll take approximately 8 or 9 minutes for them to complete. And once that's done, the day is done. Sun setting, we've probably still got about 45 minutes of sunlight left here. So not too on the dangerous side from a light perspective.
And before we continue, big thanks to Gary, that's only done about, what, 4 or 5 races of commentary today, because he's stuck behind the camera. He was pretty upset this morning, and one can understand, because every time he was pushing buttons, the camera wasn't doing what it was supposed to do. But a big thanks to the IMUSAT team. They climbed in hook, line and sinker, and Gideon and Steve and the entire production group in the production office got it sorted out for us. So thanks to Gaza, and a big thanks to Steve, Gideon and everybody else involved. So yeah, for the folks at home, I know it was frustrating at the beginning of the day. It was for us as well, because it's difficult to commentate and the cameras are doing their own thing, but we survived and they got it right. And here we are with the final race of the event. This one, a restart over 6 laps.
Right, so the cars make their way down into Fast-Strong Corner for the final time today in terms of before they spring into anger. Michael Hitchcock, Franco Donadio, Louis Powell, Trevor Momberg. Right, here they come up towards us now. They're under lights. It's a little bit of mind games now. Everyone bunching up nicely as they work their way to the city of Cape Town, Castrol Bridge. And down the Porsche Straight they come. The lights are on. They will start feathering the throttle now as they make their way down. And up over the red line they go. Lights off and bang down they go down towards Block Going Corner. And Hitchcock getting the whole shot. Donadio sits up behind him. Louis Powell again on the inside of Trevor Momberg. Bit of deja vu now as they go through Blockcoin into the Jabez Straight. And it's Hitchcock, Donadio, and the Mazda Escort gets the upper hand over Trevor Momberg. Jared Evans is there. And Eric van der Merwe is having a look at the inside there of Ferdy Maton. Brian Evans also joining the party. Behind them, Robert Rowe. And then it's Boetie van Sail. And then it's Trevor and Lane Hutchings in the Sirocco and the Golf respectively. Followed there by Robert Rowe.
Yeah, there we go, through Lunchtime and into Dumpster. All of them working their way through. There's a Sirocco of Lane Hutchings, Boetie van Sail, Trevor Hutchings. Then Rob Rowe. A bit further ahead was Dancing Dave Aladef as they make their way onto the Tygerberg Straight. No more so golden now as the sun is beginning to set here at Killarney International. Working their way along the Killarney Straight towards turn 5, Fostron.
Good scuffle up front there. There's Michael Hitchcock. Franco Donadio sits right up there behind him. And Donadio up on the inside. And Hitchcock runs wide. And I don't know if you're going to catch Donadio. You will not want to, because once he's up front, he wants to get over now. But here goes Michael. Michael coming back at him as they go down towards Block Going Corner. Hitchcock uses the muscle of that mighty Ford Fiat Mustang. Powell hangs in there. Trevor Momberg, Jared Evans, Eric van der Merwe. And then it's behind him, Brian Evans, Aladef, and then Putty van Sale.
Field working through. There's the Morris Minor of Kelvin Beekman as they come through. But let's have a look, see the leaders are working their way into turn 3. Here they come into Damstip. And we've lost the leader. Hitchcock has dropped all the way down, and he's there just ahead of Brian Evans, Eric van der Merwe, and Fadi Maton. So he got himself out of shape, and he's lost that lead. Not only did he lose the lead to Franco Donadio, but he is way, way, way down the road now.
Well, Donadio leading out, followed by Louis Powell and Trevor Momberg, but here comes Michael Hitchcock. I think he missed the gear. That was basically what happened. He had to recompose himself. Lights ablaze now as he gets past the... he's not past, he's behind Momberg on the inside of Jared Evans. But Michael Hitchcock is going to wind up that Mustang and just use the brute power of it.
Yeah, he's going to work his way back up into 3rd position, just ahead there of Louis Powell. So Donadio will lead into Blockwain, then it's Powell, then it's Hitchcock, then it's Momberg. Behind Momberg, it's Jared Evans, Brian Evans, Eric van der Merwe, Fadi Maton, Putty van Sale. Behind him, it's Dave Aladef, and right on his heels is Lane Hutchings, followed there by Bruce Evan Taplin, and a bit of a lock-up there by Rob Rowe, and then the beetle of Dave Rowley.
Brilliant stuff there from coming out of all the drivers. Let's go back to the lead and see if Michael Hitchcock is going to do anything. There's Franco Donadio there. You can see coming out of turn number 3 there out of Damstip is Louis Powell, but the Mustang is right up on his heels. Michael Hitchcock wants to work his way back to the front, and he's got the muscle to do it. Powell, a seasoned veteran at Killarney, 40 years or so, and he knows his way around. He's been around this island more than he cares to remember. But Hitchcock has blown past him. Hitchcock's got past him as they come down into Pertamina Fastron. Another question beckons Frankie. Will Michael go in search of Franco?
Well, he's going to try. He's going to have 3 laps when he crosses the line, but Louis Powell is not going to make it that easy for him, that's for sure. And now we've got Jared Evans sitting right there behind Trevor Momberg. There they go, the 2 Capris, one behind each other. Brian Evans in that fight as well. Then behind Evans, locking up the wheels there is the red Mustang of Fadi Maton as Brian Evans chases down the 2 Capris. Ahead of him, Jared Evans, and just ahead of Jared, the blue one of Trevor Momberg.
Well, with 2.5 laps left in this one, Michael Hitchcock is really battering that 68 Mustang. There's Putty van Sale going into Cashel Corner on screen, followed there by Dave Aladef and then Lane Hutchings as they work their way around. Dave Aladef in that lovely turned out 325i. And there's Bruce Van Taplin, followed there by the likes of Rowe, Rowley, and De Kock.
Out of turn number 4, they come now. That is Saddle Sweep. As we watch, there goes that Mustang of Hitchcock just ahead of him, going out of view. You saw that Escort now. Let's see. He'll have 2 laps to go. There was 5.7 between them when they started this lap. We're heading towards the end of it now. Let's see if 5.7 will get a lot less. Almost, it's 3.081. Cars coming through. There's Putty van Sale coming through. There is Hitchcock going into Blockcoin. Behind him, we've got Louis Powell. Then it is Trevor Momberg, Jared Evans, and right behind Jared Evans is the escort of Brian Evans as they exit Blockcoin onto the Dubai Straight, working their way towards Castrol.
Oh, lovely stuff there. The escort going into Cashel Corner. There's still Trevor and Trevor Momberg, Jared Evans still having a battle there. Brian Evans sitting up behind them. And working their way through that corner. Putty van Sale in there as well. And having a look there on screen as cars work their way through down the back straight. You see a car pulled off to the left-hand side there. Someone's retired.
That's the Sierra of the Texaco, Sierra of Jacques Blom.
Well, there comes there goes Franco Donadio, and pretty close to the back team is Michael Hitchcock, who should come into frame now. There's Michael Hitchcock. He's got a lap and a half to catch, but I can tell you what, Franco's going to ride the wheels of that Escort just to stay up front.
Donadio will come to the line, and here comes Hitchcock. It was 3 seconds. It's 1.781. He's going to close the gap, but I don't know if he's going to catch him. Interview yes, Fadi Maton, Eric van der Merwe, the Fairmont of Boetie van Zyl coming through as well. That's going to get interesting stuff here as we go a bit for one of the back markers of the fine cars being caught there by that group of leaders that is heading towards Castrol Corner. And this, Francois, is the final lap.
Lovely dice still here between Trevor Momberg and Jared Evans coming into screen. The two Capris are at it, tooth and nail. And up behind them, Brian Evans getting past one of the slow markers there. Right, here comes Louis Powell in the Mazda Escort. He's lying in P3. 4 and 5 is up for grabs there between Momberg and Evans, but they're on their final lap. Let's leader going down now into Pertamina Fastron Corner. It's Franco Donadio, and Michael Hitchcock is catching him. Will Donadio allow him? It's not an easy man to pass as Franco Donadio as he exits Pertamina Fastron Corner. Coming out there now is Michael Hitchcock. No, Donadio gets the hammer down early. Coming up towards the start-finish line. The flag is going to hang out. Second one's going to be Franco Donadio with a very trying Michael Hitchcock from Cross Cape Forklift Hire sitting there in P2.
0.5 of a second between them. Heading towards us now is Louis Powell. Then the two Capris are nose to tail. Jared Evans, Trevor Momberg, and Brian Evans in the Escort across the line. Then these two V8s. And Fadi Maton in the Mustang gets to the line ahead of Boetie van Zyl in the Fairmont GT. As the rest of the field just filter through. Here comes Dave Aladev to the line with Bruce Evan Taplin behind him. Lane Hutchings in the Sirocco. Jaco Conradi coming towards us as well. And here's the dice. Dave Rowley will get to the line ahead of Herman de Kock, Trevor Hutchings, and the BM of Rob Rowe.
Well, here come the fine cars. We're leading out by Arnie Lambert in the V8 Sapphire. He'll cross the line. Be happy with that one. Up behind him, it's going to be Lambert, and then it's Alexander, followed there by Pfeiffer, Becker. It'll be Bierkman, Rowe, and Bedin who will bring it home. So it's been a fantastic day's racing. I think it's been enjoyed by one and all. We've had some tumbles and spills, but at the end of the day, everyone will be able to make it on their way back home. To the spectators that have been here today, thank you very much for attending. Your presence is most welcomed. And, well, to all the rest, and Frankie, to the co-commentating team, great work there. Frankie, you can thank the rest of the officials.
Yeah, well, I want to just say thanks to all our sponsors, because without the sponsors, it could not happen, and we have mentioned them a few times. So from my side, a big thanks. I'm going to hand over to Gazza to say goodbye, and then I'll hand over to Tiny. I don't know where Jordan has disappeared to, but for me, I'm out of here. Enjoy the Formula One tomorrow and the weekend. God bless everybody. Goodbye.
Well, I hope everybody's enjoyed what they've seen today. For the folks in around South Africa and in fact worldwide, tell your friends about it. Tell them about Killarney International, and let them know that on the last week of August in the year of our Lord 2025, we'll be back here at Killarney International Raceway again. And before the weekend before that will be the Rally Cross, but we'll be going live with the IMUSAT on the 29th of August. From the commentary team at Killarney International Raceway, cheers everybody.
And from our side, through all the marshals, it was a hectic day today. Well done. The A-team come up trumps again today. And to everybody, enjoy your weekend further, and we'll see you at the end of the month again. Cheers.
it has come that time again for us to say goodbye, but it has been an absolutely fantastic day of racing here at Killarney International Raceway for the Power Series Round 6. The sun has been on our side. It has been a great show out from all of the spectators and the drivers. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you next time at the Power Series Round 7. From me, Simone, goodbye. Thanks for watching.